Ji Yuan transmigrated into a world of cultivation. He was lucky enough to start his journey, but ironically, he ended up as a lowly fisherman. Every day was a struggle to pay the rent for his residence while facing the dangers of Yunwu Marsh. Just when he thought he was destined to live in poverty until the day he died, he suddenly awakened a building upgrade system, opening a path to cultivation like no other. Raising fish, building an abode, clearing spirit fields, nurturing spirit poultry. Step by step, he accumulated his inner strength. Starting with a small pond that could evolve semi-spirit fish into rare spirit fish, Ji Yuan's luck began to turn. He transformed every spirit stone and every piece of his dilapidated yard into a foundation, building a legacy of his own. While others risked their lives fighting over opportunities, he chose the path of silent development, using architecture as his foundation, using resources as his strength. Step by step, he built an empire as solid as a rock amidst the turbulent world of cultivation. Many years later, when the heavenly realms withered and sacred lands decayed, Ji Yuan rose from a despised fisherman to become the eternal heavenly venerate, everlasting and supreme. Main story. Ji Yuan listened to the warning. If he didn't pay this month's rent by tomorrow, he'd be kicked out of Zengta Market. He watched the man in black robes walk away across the muddy shore. Just as he was about to close his gate, the bald old man from the neighboring yard stepped out. Puffing on his pipe, the old man advised him to go to Lu Lizi to borrow money for the rent. Otherwise, with only a level 2 chi refining cultivation, leaving Zengta Market was practically a death sentence. Ji Yuan simply replied that he'd find a way and close the gate. Old man Huang didn't say anything else. He was only after a small referral fee anyway. Back inside his cramped, rundown house, Ji Yuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. He'd transmigrated to a cultivation world and still had to worry about rent. 3 low-grade spirit stones a month for a place like this was nothing short of robbery. But after his anger faded, he could only accept it helplessly. He knew all too well that a rogue cultivator at level 2 chi refining like him would be like a lamb to the slaughter if he left the market for the wilderness. He'd either be robbed and killed by bandits, or killed first and then robbed. Even within Zengta Market, rogue cultivators occasionally turned into bandits to rob others, let alone outside. In this world, houses and land were worthless. Only safety was truly valuable. 3 days ago, Ji Yuan was still working like a dog back on Earth. He just finished work and was out eating hot pot and singing with friends. Yet, after one sleep, he had transmigrated to the Kangluo continent, inhabiting the body of a youth with the same name in Zengta Market, under the jurisdiction of the Water Dragon sect. The Water Dragon sect was located near the vast Yunwu Marsh, which spanned thousands of miles. They built many markets along the shore to attract low-level rogue cultivators to catch spirit fish and gather treasures. Those people were all known as fishermen, and the original Ji Yuan was exactly one of those fishermen. His parents had done the same for a living. But 2 months ago, they died at the hands of mid-stage rank 1 spirit fish while out on their boat. Both parents gone, and now he was about to be evicted for being behind on rent. Ji Yuan felt like this was a disastrous start, but he also knew from the novels he'd read that this was usually when a cheat would appear. And sure enough, as he was reminiscing, a light screen filled with countless characters suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was the building upgrade system. It showed a level 0 fish pond ready for an upgrade. Reaching level 1 would increase the growth rate of fry by 20%. Semi-spirit fish would have a certain chance to evolve into true spirit fish. The upgrade requirement was 1 low-grade spirit stone, along with planting water-purifying reeds and clearing the water flow. The latter 2 conditions had already been met. Next was the level 0 chicken coop. At level 1, it would produce 1 spirit egg per day, containing trace amounts of spiritual energy and capable of sustaining a cultivator without food. The requirements were 2 low-grade spirit stones and 50 pounds of ordinary grain, which were currently unmet. The level 0 pigsty, once upgraded to level 1, would help spirit piglets gain 100 pounds of muscle in 7 days. Their blood would contain body-tempering properties and could speed up wound healing. The requirement was 5 low-grade spirit stones, 50 pounds of iron ore, and 10 pounds of coarse salt, also currently unmet. The level 0 abode, once upgraded to level 1, would provide a recovery bonus, a basic dust-repelling barrier, and a 20% increase in spiritual energy concentration at night. The requirements were 5 low-grade spirit stones, 3 buckets of glutinous rice mortar, and repairing the broken roof tiles. Still unmet. The level 0 spirit field, once upgraded to level 1, would reduce crop cycles by 30%. The harvest would contain weak wood element spiritual energy. The requirements were 5 low-grade spirit stones and 50 pounds of plant ash. Also unmet. Ji Yuan was stunned, wondering what kind of system this was. He quickly realized his golden finger was called the building upgrade system. As long as he met the requirements, he could upgrade buildings to gain corresponding abilities. Currently, the only building he could upgrade was the fish pond in his yard. The requirement was 1 low-grade spirit stone, plus the reeds and the water flow. Every fisherman in Zengta Market had a small pond to hold the spirit fish they caught from Yunwu Marsh, so those conditions had been met long ago. The only problem was the 1 low-grade spirit stone, and that single stone was literally all Ji Yuan had to his name. If he had more, he wouldn't be struggling to pay the rent. There used to be some money in the house, but the original Ji Yuan's parents had spent it all on pills and talismans for their final voyage. Who would have thought they'd end up buried in Yunwu Marsh? Once the fish pond reached level 1, the growth rate of the fry would increase by 20%, and semi-spirit fish would have a chance to evolve into true spirit fish. The first part was easy to understand. As for semi-spirit fish and spirit fish, Ji Yuan knew about them from the original owner's memories. Fishermen like them went out on boats, mainly to catch semi-spirit fish and spirit fish. Simply put, spirit fish were monster fish. Spirit beasts. Their flesh, blood, scales, and certain body parts were all valuable resources in the cultivation world. A spirit fish was a rank 1 monster that had officially entered the ranks. Underwater, it would take a cultivator at least at level 4 chi refining to handle an early-stage rank 1 spirit fish. The original owner's father was at level 4 chi refining, yet he unexpectedly encountered a mid-stage rank 1 spirit fish and lost his life. Semi-spirit fish were somewhere between ordinary fish and spirit beasts. They were the primary targets for those at the early stages of chi refining, like Ji Yuan. And right now, there happened to be 1 semi-spirit fish in his pond. It was a 7-star perch that the original owner had risked his life to catch 3 days ago. It was because of that trip that the original owner died in the vast Yunwu Marsh, leaving this opportunity for Ji Yuan. He pulled out his last low-grade spirit stone, taking it from his robe. He thought that if he had a bit more, say 5 low-grade spirit stones, he might have hesitated. But with only this one, there was nothing to lose. With a single thought, the spirit stone in his hand turned to ash. At the same time, the upgrade requirements and effects for a level 2 fish pond appeared on the panel. The effect was the production of 1 drop of waterflower dew per day. The evolution rate for semi-spirit fish would increase. Growth speed would increase by 30%. The upgrade requirement was 30 low-grade spirit stones, 5 pounds of cold iron sand, and an ice-freezing talisman. Ji Yuan immediately realized that a level 2 pond could produce waterflower dew. That was a precious treasure for healing, restoring spiritual energy, and even for cultivation. A single drop could sell for 8 low-grade spirit stones on the market. But before he could celebrate, the sound of splashing water erupted from the backyard pond. He rushed to the backyard. He saw water splashing from the small pond in the northwest corner. Floating above the pond was a small line of text only he could see. It stated the pond had reached level 1. In the pond, a dark shadow about the length of an arm appeared. He stepped closer, unable to believe his eyes. With just one look, he was stunned. Originally, the pond only held a 7-star perch worth 1 spirit stone. But now, that semi-spirit fish was gone. In its place was an early-stage rank 1 cold-blood perch, worth at least 15 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Yuan didn't expect this upgrade to evolve his only semi-spirit fish into a true spirit fish. It seemed to be a bonus from the initial upgrade, a lucky critical hit. But regardless, with this cold-blood perch, his current predicament was solved. He didn't want to deal with loan sharks, and he certainly didn't want to die. Having transmigrated to the cultivation world every man dreams of, no one would want to die so soon. So, the immediate task was to take this cold-blood perch to the fish market and trade it for spirit stones. Ji Yuan sat by the pond, looking at the trapped spirit fish and realized he couldn't just walk out and sell it. If someone suspicious saw him, it would raise too many questions. In this treacherous cultivation world, until he was strong enough to be open, caution was his best friend. Therefore, the best solution was to take a trip to Yunwu Marsh and pretend he just caught it. No sooner said than done. He knew that in the vast marsh, this cold-blood perch could escape with one flick of its tail. But unfortunately for the fish, it was trapped in this tiny pond. Ji Yuan used the water bolt technique, which the original owner hadn't quite mastered. He easily pierced the cold-blood perch with a single bolt. Once the spirit fish was dead, he quickly hauled the carcass onto the shore. He even used some blood-stanching powder to prevent too much blood loss. Then he checked outside the gate. Seeing no one, he carried the spirit fish onto his old canopy boat, hiding it carefully in the water hold. The family used to have a low-grade Dharmatul fishing boat, but that too was lost in Yunwu Marsh. After a moment's thought, he knocked on Old Man Huang's gate next door. He told him he was going to try his luck at Yunwu Marsh again. He asked the old man to keep an eye on his place. If anyone came looking, just say he went fishing. Old Man Huang lost interest immediately. He just told him to try and come back alive. Ji Yuan gave a quick nod and hopped on his boat. Gripping the oars with both hands, he rowed the canopy boat into the vast, misty Yunwu Marsh. Old Man Huang leaned against his doorframe, watching his retreating back. He let out a soft sigh. Yunwu Marsh was heartless. He feared another soul was about to be lost to the depths. A while later, Ji Yuan looked back. Once the shore was completely out of sight, he found a small nearby island. He cultivated there for half a day before rowing straight to the Zingta Market Fish Depot. If you asked where the liveliest place in Zingta Market was, it was either the brothels for male cultivators or this fish depot, especially the one right on the shore, because every fisherman returning from the marsh had to come here. Even though Ji Yuan returned quite early, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the depot was already packed. The air was thick with talk about the day's catch, about spirit fish in Huishui Bay, and the news that Han Feiyu had broken through to level 8 Qi refining. He was likely to join the Water Dragon sect. Too many people, too many rumors. Ji Yuan didn't dare linger. He carried the cold blood perch straight to the Water Dragon sect disciple in charge of purchasing and placed it in the basket. The moment the cold blood perch appeared, the chatter around him died down instantly. Everyone was shocked. It had been a long time since they'd seen this kind of spirit fish. They certainly didn't expect someone at level 2 Qi refining like Ji Yuan to catch one. The Water Dragon sect disciple saw the quality was excellent. The blood was well preserved, so he appraised it at 18 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Yuan was stunned. He had thought 15 would be plenty. He didn't expect an extra 3 stones. It wasn't until the spirit stones were actually placed into his hand that he snapped out of it. He immediately asked about paying his rent. Since both the fish depot and the housing were managed by the Water Dragon sect, fishermen heading into the deep waters of Yunwu Marsh often paid their next month's rent here in advance. After giving his address, room B16, Ji Yuan learned he was 2 months behind. 6 spirit stones in total. So, a third of the stones he just earned were gone before they even got warm in his hand. But he didn't feel a bit of regret. On the contrary, he felt a wave of relief that his debt was finally cleared. At least he didn't have to worry about being kicked out of Yunwu Marsh at any moment, without a fixed place to stay. After paying the rent, Ji Yuan just smiled and cupped his hands to the curious fishermen around him. He brushed off their comments as pure luck and quickly slipped into the crowd. He ducked and weaved through a few alleys until he vanished. Only when he was a good distance from the depot did he look back. Confirming no one was following, he let out a long breath. He felt that the market was still relatively safe, especially during the day. Touching the pile of spirit stones in his robe, Ji Yuan glanced at his system panel. He knew that if he just wanted to upgrade buildings with his current wealth, he could already afford a few. But upgrading buildings without other resources wasn't enough. For example, the fish pond needed enough semi-spirit fish to be truly effective. As for the pigsty, while it could help piglets gain 100 pounds of muscle in 7 days and aid in body tempering, he needed to actually have a piglet first. And that was another expense. After thinking it over, he decided the best move was to buy some semi-spirit fish first to make use of the pond. Even if they didn't evolve, the 20% growth boost would ensure he didn't lose money. Regarding the buildings, he also planned to upgrade the chicken coop. and buy a few green phoenix chickens. The spirit eggs they laid would not only sustain his daily cultivation, but also help him go without food. That would save him a significant amount of money. No sooner said than done. In the past, most of these spirit stones would have gone toward talismans or pills for risking his life in a marsh. But now, Ji Yuan had completely changed his mind. Let others do the life risking. He'd just stay home, raise fish, and feed his chickens. Not long after, his small canopy boat returned to his door, carrying 5 semi-spirit fish and 3 green phoenix chickens with a trace of monster blood. Old Man Huang, puffing his pipe at the door, saw him return with a full load. He was utterly shocked. He made a teasing remark that made Ji Yuan's eye twitch. He cursed back in his head. But on the surface, he just said he'd gotten lucky and found a severely injured early-stage spirit fish. Old Man Huang couldn't hide his envy. Such things did happen in Zengta Market, but they were incredibly rare. Watching Ji Yuan carry the fish and chickens inside, Old Man Huang felt a secret disdain. He thought the boy was too young and naive. As soon as he had a little money, he spent it on food and comfort. He clearly had no idea how to save for next month's rent. Did he really think he'd be that lucky every day, that he'd find an injured spirit fish every single month? But as he turned to look at the thick mist over Yunwu Marsh, a bold thought crossed Old Man Huang's mind. Maybe he should go try his luck in the marsh too. As it turned out, ordinary semi-spirit fish were usually priced in spirit fragments. But these 5 semi-spirit fish cost Ji Yuan 5 whole low-grade spirit stones. The reason was simple. He only bought the high-quality ones, because once they evolved into spirit fish, they'd be worth 15 stones or more. Cheap ones evolve, expensive ones evolve, and the pond didn't discriminate against the weak. So naturally, he chose the best to raise. The 3 green phoenix chickens were even more expensive, costing him another 5 spirit stones. After all, green phoenix chickens already possessed a bit of spiritual energy. Their blood was not only highly nourishing, but they could also lay spirit eggs, though the rate was a bit low. About 1 egg every 3 days. And only 1 in 10 eggs would be a spirit egg. But once laid, a single spirit egg was worth 5 spirit fragments. 2 spirit eggs equaled 1 low-grade spirit stone. If they laid a few more, these chickens would quickly pay for themselves. At least, that's what the rogue cultivator who sold them said. He said that to everyone. But Ji Yuan actually believed it. If he hadn't run out of spirit stones, he would have bought a few more. After all, probability was for other people. For him, the probability was 100%. Because the green phoenix chickens he raised would lay a spirit egg every single day. After releasing the fish into the pond, Ji Yuan used some wooden planks to put together a simple chicken coop in the backyard. As soon as he finished and put the 3 chickens inside, a line of text appeared, showing the coop was at level 0. The requirement to upgrade the coop was 2 low-grade spirit stones, and Ji Yuan happened to have exactly 2 left. As for the 50 pounds of grain, he already had that at home. Before reaching the foundation establishment stage and being able to fast, even peak chi refining cultivators needed to eat grain, though most used fasting pills. Ji Yuan looked at the last 2 spirit stones in his hand. He felt like those 18 stones hadn't even lasted half a day. Spirit stones really don't stick around. Damn it. With a thought, he chose to upgrade the coop. He watched as the stones in his hand crumbled into fine powder. The number next to the chicken coop changed from 0 to 1. The upgrade requirements and effects for a level 2 coop appeared on his panel. A level 2 coop had the effect, claws manifest spirit runes. They could dig up trace amounts of spirit soil, 1 mace per day. It also allowed for short-term control over spirit birds. The upgrade requirements were 50 low-grade spirit stones and building the coop with 100-year-old Polonial wood. Currently unmet. Ji Yuan looked at the text on the panel. His eyes lit up. A level 2 coop could produce spirit soil. This clearly complemented the spirit fields. If he had a plot of spirit field covered entirely in pure spirit soil, combined with the system's effects, he couldn't imagine how incredible the results would be. Furthermore, the part about controlling spirit birds, that was a technique usually reserved for the beast taming sect. When the time came, he'd have to get a spirit beast-level chicken to raise. It could even serve as a guard at critical moments. But looking at the massive amount of spirit stones needed for the upgrade, Ji Yuan felt the pressure. There was nothing to do but take it 1 step at a time. After finishing the coop and the pond, the sky had turned dark. He ate some leftover rice to fill his stomach and lay down to rest. As he lay there, he couldn't help but think about his future path. He was currently at level 2 chi refining, born with 4 spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, and fire. In this cultivation world, 4 and 5 spiritual roots were called pseudo-spiritual roots. But that didn't matter much, because almost every fisherman in Zhengta market had pseudo-spiritual roots. Even those geniuses with all 5 roots were still struggling through their cultivation. Ji Yuan's 4 roots were actually considered decent. True cultivation seeds, like those with 2 or 3 roots, were snatched up by the water dragon sect long ago, to be groomed as the sect's pillars. As for the heaven-defying single spiritual roots, they had never even appeared in Zhengta market. The technique Ji Yuan was currently practicing was a common one in the market. The Blue Sea Tide Manual. It was a water element technique. The name sounded invincible, but the actual effects were mediocre. The only special thing about it was that cultivators using it had slightly more abundant spiritual energy than those using other common techniques. But that was a trait of all water element techniques. And which cultivator in Zhengta market didn't practice the Blue Sea Tide Manual? When something becomes common, it's no longer special. The spells he knew were even more pitifully few. He was only proficient in the lowest level water ball technique. The slightly more complex water bolt technique was still hit or miss. This was unavoidable. The original owner spent every waking moment trying to earn spirit stones and finding ways to get out on the water. He simply didn't have much time to practice spells. Of course, the main issue was his low cultivation. At level 2 chi refining, a single water bolt would drain all the spiritual energy in his dantian. It would take half a day to recover. The pressure of rent meant rogue cultivators in the market didn't have the luxury to think about much else. But things were better now. With a level 1 coop and pond, he didn't need to risk going out on the water anymore. He could focus entirely on his cultivation. Early the next morning, Ji Yuan woke up and went straight to the backyard. The pond still held the same 5 semi-spirit fish. Makes sense. It's not like they'd evolve every single day. The panel said it was only a certain chance. Who knew what that chance actually was? The chicken coop, however, was a different story. After Ji Yuan shooed the 3 hens out, he saw 3 spirit eggs glowing with a faint white light. He quickly gathered them. He scattered a few handfuls of grain for the green phoenix chickens and hurried back inside. Now that he had spirit eggs, he had to use them while they were fresh. He quickly cracked one open and poured the spirit liquid into his mouth. One gulp down, feeling that surge of pure spiritual energy, he immediately began circulating the Blue Sea Tide Manual. As the technique ran, it absorbed the energy from the spirit egg, guiding it along his meridians and into his dantian. A moment later, once he had finished absorbing one egg, feeling a few more strands of spiritual energy in his dantian, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The effect of this spirit egg was even greater than he had anticipated. He felt that if all 3 eggs went down, he might actually break through to level 3 chi refining. So he didn't waste any time. He absorbed one egg after another. By the time all 3 were gone, the spiritual energy in his dantian had increased by over a dozen strands. But he still felt like he was just a tiny bit short. He had originally planned to just absorb the ambient energy from the air, but he didn't know how long that would take. So his eyes suddenly landed on the shells of the 3 spirit eggs. Not long after, the crushed eggshell powder was also swallowed, finally turning into thin wisps of spiritual energy that diffused through his body. The gaseous spiritual energy in Ji Yuan's dantian reached its limit. It felt like breaking through some kind of shackle. His aura finally grew a bit stronger. He had successfully broken through to level 3 chi refining. Ji Yuan let out a long breath. He felt many of the hidden injuries in his body vanish along with the breakthrough. He then spent half a day consolidating his cultivation. Only after he was completely stable at level 3 did he stand up. With his cultivation, he was still mediocre in Zhengta market, but at least he had caught up with the majority of cultivators here. Among the cultivators in Zhengta market, the most common cultivation level was level 3 chi refining, because breaking through further meant entering the mid-stage of chi refining. The amount of energy required for that was no small matter. And with pseudo-spiritual roots, one could only rely on spirit stones to force a breakthrough. Usually, spirit stones weren't even enough for rent, let alone having enough left over to advance one's cultivation. Not to mention that food, clothing, and travel all cost spirit stones. The original owner didn't quite understand. But looking back, Ji Yuan saw that the rent was just a tool the water dragon sect used to control the markets around Yunwu Marsh. Fortunately, that didn't concern him much anymore. With the system, he was basically self-sufficient on a small scale. After his breakthrough, he practiced the water bowl technique in the backyard. The water ball technique wasn't very useful. It couldn't even kill a spirit fish. The only thing he could truly rely on was this water bolt. By dusk, after a day of hard cultivation, Ji Yuan was about to take a break when someone knocked on his gate. He went to open it and saw old man Huang from next door. The man cheerfully asked if he wanted to find a wife. In the markets around Yunwu Marsh, introducing wives to rogue cultivators was a very common occurrence. They called it becoming Dao companions. But in reality, it was mostly just two weak cultivators huddling together to survive. For example, rent was 3 spirit stones a month. If you were alone, you had to earn all 3. But if there were 2 of you, each only had to earn 1.5. With an extra person, especially someone to share your bed, there was at least someone to look after you. Therefore, many rogue cultivators, once they reached a certain age, would ask someone to find a suitable match within the same market or nearby ones. Once a match was found, they'd meet a few times, live together for a while, and if they got along, they'd become Dao companions. Many rogue cultivators were happy to act as matchmakers, since it was profitable and carried no risk. Like old man Huang, being older and knowing many cultivators, he had made quite a few spirit stones as a matchmaker. Ji Yuan knew this from the original owner's memories. He turned his gaze toward the female cultivator standing behind old man Huang. Her looks were only average, but she had a very nice figure. There was a lingering sadness in her eyes, which gave her a somewhat pitiable air. As Ji Yuan was sizing her up, she was doing the same to him. The difference was that from the very first moment she saw Ji Yuan, her eyes lit up, because in the markets around Yunwu Marsh, handsome male cultivators like him were truly rare. Old man Huang, hands tucked in his sleeves, was about to speak when 3 figures stepped out from the yard to the left of Ji Yuan's house. It was the fisherman couple, Lin Yuwei and Zhou Ling, along with their only son, Lin Hu. As soon as they came out, Zhou Ling hurriedly asked old man Huang to see if there were any suitable girls for her son, Huzi. Ji Yuan secretly complained to himself that people were even competing over marriage now. Old man Huang smiled. He introduced the girl, Wu Qin, saying she was very suitable. She was at level 2 Qi refining. Originally from the neighboring Tai market, her parents had been swallowed by Yunwu Marsh during a voyage. Leaving a weak girl alone in Tai market was a hard life. So she came to Zhengta market. Lin Yuwei and Zhou Ling's interest was immediately piqued. An orphan girl like her was the best kind of marriage prospect. No complicated family drama to deal with. Once married, their family would gain an extra pair of hands. Not only would it ease their burden, but they could also hope for a grandchild soon. Wu Qin lowered her head as old man Huang introduced her. Unless it was a last resort, who would want to be put on display like merchandise for others to choose. When old man Huang mentioned that Ji Yuan's situation was quite similar to Wu Qin's, that both had lost their parents, Wu Qin looked up. Her gaze toward Ji Yuan instantly became more affectionate. They were kindred spirits, after all. Furthermore, if she really had to choose between these 2 families, Wu Qin would choose Ji Yuan even with her eyes closed. No parents meant no in-laws to serve. They could just live their own little life together. Besides, this young man Ji was so handsome. Nothing like the dark, scruffy guy standing next to him. Ji Yuan naturally saw the heat in the girl's eyes. Unfortunately, he had no intention of finding someone to just get by with. His cultivation journey had only just begun. The output from his pond and coop was barely enough for his own cultivation. Getting married now would not only risk exposing his secrets, but also force him to share his resources. Ji Yuan wasn't interested. As for Lin Yuwei and his wife, seeing the enthusiasm in Wu Qin's eyes, they knew their son probably didn't stand a chance. Old man Huang thought so too. Wu Qin was still waiting for Ji Yuan's answer, and Ji Yuan did give one. But his answer was completely unexpected. He politely declined. He said his parents had passed away less than a month ago. and he truly had no intention of marrying right now. He even bowed politely to Wu Qin to thank her for her kind consideration. The light in Wu Qin's eyes died instantly, but the fire in Lin Hu's eyes roared to life. A flash of surprise crossed Old Man Huang's face, but he quickly hid it with a cough. Then he turned to introduce the Lin family. He said the Lins were known as good, honest people in Zengda Market, and Lin Hu was clearly a hardworking man. When it was finally his turn, Lin Hu rubbed his hands together awkwardly. Ji Yuan didn't know what happened after that, because as soon as he finished speaking, he carefully closed his gate. A moment later, Old Man Huang knocked on his door again. He scolded Ji Yuan for being short-sighted. He told him how rare a prospect like Wu Qin was, especially since they were in the same boat. Getting married would have meant a life of their own. Most importantly, she didn't ask for a dowry. It was like getting a wife for free. Otherwise, if he tried to find someone later, it would cost 20 or 30 spirit stones. What female cultivator would follow him then? Ji Yuan knew Old Man Huang meant well, but he could only repeat that he had no such intentions. Old Man Huang said it was too late anyway. Wu Qin and Lin, who had already taken a liking to each other, they were having a wedding feast tonight, and he had to go home to wash up and change. Having successfully made a match, Old Man Huang's referral fee of 3 to 5 spirit stones was guaranteed. No wonder he was so enthusiastic. Ji Yuan still found it a bit strange. He knew Old Man Huang wasn't the type to do anything without profit. He clearly knew Ji Yuan couldn't even afford the referral fee, yet he still thought of introducing someone to him. Not long after, Lin Yue knocked on Ji Yuan's door. He announced Lin, who was getting married tonight, and invited him, as a neighbor, to be a guest. Ji Yuan naturally didn't want to go. Going meant giving a gift, at least 1 spirit stone, and he didn't have any money for that. But Lin Yue made it clear they weren't accepting gifts. It was just a gathering for the neighbors to make things lively. So Ji Yuan had to go. Dinner was set across 3 tables. Old Man Huang sat at the main table. Under the constant toast from Lin Yue and his son, he drank until he was wasted. Ji Yuan sat alone in a corner. He ate a little and then stopped. During the meal, he noticed Wu Qin, in her deep red wedding dress, stealing several glances at him. Her gaze was complicated. There was resentment, regret, and even a bit of anger. But mostly, it seemed to be a resignation to her fate. In this era of great struggle, Ji Yuan could barely keep himself afloat, let alone worry about others. So after he had his fill, he said his goodbyes to Lin Yue, congratulated Lin Hu once more, and returned to his small house. That night, Ji Yuan wasn't sleepy at all. He went to the backyard, looking at his little fish pond and chicken coop. Looking at this tiny world of his, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He channeled the spiritual energy in his dantian. With a casual flick of his hand, blue water element energy surged. A water bolt formed naturally. The water bolt technique the original owner had practiced for years had finally reached mastery today. For the next 3 days, Ji Yuan stayed home to cultivate. Besides eating spirit eggs and absorbing ambient energy to increase his cultivation, he also learned the basic water shield technique. During these 3 days, the furthest he went was the pond in his backyard. He'd sit there meditating to recover his energy, while checking if any semi-spirit fish had evolved. Unfortunately, probability is just probability. It wasn't like the spirit eggs from the coop, which were a guaranteed 3 per day. Ji Yuan barely managed to sustain his daily cultivation needs with those 3 eggs. After all, in the past, he'd be lucky to get 1 spirit stone a month for cultivation. Now, the eggs he consumed in a single day were worth 1.5 spirit stones. Comparing the two, this world of difference in cultivation speed made Ji Yuan very satisfied. Until the 4th day, perhaps because he'd been inside too long, Ji Yuan thought about taking a walk outside his door. In short, he couldn't go back to Yunwu Marsh. That death trap was for others, and he should minimize his time in Zengda Market too. Going out too much might draw unwanted attention. Just walking a few laps in front of his house, he heard Lin Yue's hushed voice coming from the neighboring yard. The gist of it was that a young man should know restraint in matters of the flesh. He wasn't exactly scolding him, but Lin, who had been married for 3 days and barely left his room except to eat. Forget cultivation. At this rate, his body would be ruined. Ji Yuan gave a silent smile. Just then, footsteps sounded behind him. It was Old Man Huang. clutching his old pipe. He grinned and said that once a young man gets a taste of sweetness, he never wants to leave the bed. Ji Yuan pretended not to understand. Old Man Huang didn't elaborate. At that moment, Lin Yue heard Old Man Huang's voice and opened his gate to come out. He greeted the old man first. Then he glanced at Ji Yuan, thought for a moment, and leaned in to whisper, asking if anything big had happened in Yunwu Marsh lately. Ji Yuan didn't speak, but he pricked up his ears. Old Man Huang packed tobacco into his pipe and used his finger to conjure a tiny flame to light it. He casually remarked that the old master of Yunwu Marsh ate people every day. If he didn't eat someone, he'd feel uncomfortable all over. By that logic, something big happened every day. Ji Yuan watched his lighting technique and thought it was quite handy. No need to worry about someone stealing your lighter. Lin Yue then clarified that near the northeast area of Zhengta Market, he heard several fishermen had died there consecutively over the past few days. Old Man Huang exhaled a cloud of smoke. His expression turned grim. He confirmed it was true and warned them to stay away from that area for a while. It was very likely that a late-stage rank 1 spirit fish had wandered out from the deep waters. Hearing late-stage rank 1, Ji Yuan felt a sudden jolt of alarm. A late-stage rank 1 monster was equivalent to a late-stage qi refining cultivator. But to deal with one underwater, a late-stage qi refining cultivator could basically only protect themselves. To actually kill it, you'd either need several late-stage cultivators working together, or the water dragon sect would have to send a Foundation establishment master. Lin Yue nodded repeatedly. He was the only one in his house at the mid-stage of qi refining, and only at level 4. Zhou Ling was at level 3, while Lin Hu and Wu Qin were only at level 2. This small family would be dead meat if they encountered even a mid-stage spirit fish, let alone a late-stage one. Old Man Huang puffed his pipe and turned to look at the quiet Ji Yuan. With a knowing smile, he pointed out that he hadn't expected him to quietly break through to level 3 qi refining. Ji Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Even Lin Yue, who was at level 4, hadn't noticed the slight change in his aura. Yet Old Man Huang had spotted it. Lin Yue let out a cry of surprise. But Old Man Huang just asked how Ji Yuan could have so much spiritual energy if he hadn't reached level 3, given he'd been home honing his spells for days. Only then did Lin Yue look at Ji Yuan. He sized him up several times before he was sure. Then he praised him, saying he'd done well. But his eyes held a hint of complexity. As they say, comparison is the thief of joy. Both had 4 spiritual roots. Yet Ji Yuan was now at level 3 qi refining, while Lin Hu was still drowning in pleasure every day. He didn't even want to get out of bed, let alone practice to improve his strength. Recalling Ji Yuan's earlier words, a bold thought crossed Lin Yue's mind. He felt that Ji Yuan was truly dedicated to the Tao, that he wanted to fight his way out of Zhengta Market. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Ji Yuan knew he couldn't hide it, and there was no need to, so he just gave a humble smile and said he was just lucky. After saying that, he looked at Old Man Huang. He explained that the green phoenix chicken he bought last time had laid 2 spirit eggs in a row. He originally planned to sell them for spirit stones, but then he thought he'd never tasted one before, so he ate them himself. He didn't expect that eating them would push him to level 3 qi refining. Old Man Huang puffed his pipe and said it was indeed the season for green phoenix chickens to lay eggs. His luck really wasn't bad. Ji Yuan just used the word luck to brush it off. Then he went back inside. He took today's 3 spirit eggs from the coop and began his cultivation for the day. Not long after, he heard Zhou Ling scolding from next door. She was calling Lin Hu a spendthrift. She asked if he didn't know how expensive green phoenix chickens were. He just got married. Where would the family get the spirit stones for that? And yet he bought 2 at once. Ji Yuan could only remain silent. The days of cultivation were always tedious. Besides the daily absorption of ambient energy, he could only study his spells. Fortunately, with his previous experience, Ji Yuan knew he should row his boat out every day, but not go far. He'd just find a small island near the shore to practice his spells. Doing this kept him from being noticed by a crafty old man like Huang, while also preparing for the future sale of his spirit fish. During this time, he also noticed that for the first 2 days, only Lin Yue and his wife went out fishing. But by the 4th day, Lin Hu also had to take his new bride out to fish. However, they both only stayed in the shallow waters of Yunwu Marsh, trying to catch some semi-spirit fish. On days they had a catch, the couple returned happily. On days they didn't, they were silent and grim. This was the common reality for fishing families. 9 out of 10 families lived like this. Lin, who still felt a bit awkward when he saw Ji Yuan. Perhaps he felt he'd stolen Ji Yuan's chance at marriage. Or maybe he felt he'd taken the woman Ji Yuan didn't want. The thoughts of a newlywed youth were always complicated. But Ji Yuan couldn't be bothered to care, because after 5 more days of cultivation, on an ordinary night, a large pillar of water suddenly erupted from the fish pond, waking him from his sleep. Another semi-spirit fish had evolved. The moonlight wasn't great tonight, hiding behind thick clouds like a shy maiden. Ji Yuan hadn't learned any night vision spells yet. He could only rely on the weak night vision of an early qi refining cultivator to carefully observe the pond. He had originally bought 5 semi-spirit fish. After nearly 10 days of raising them, all 5 had grown significantly larger, even if they didn't turn into spirit fish. Selling them as semi-spirit fish would still net him a profit of 1 or 2 spirit stones. Just the 20% growth boost from the pond was enough for Ji Yuan to pay his rent. But now, after watching for a long time, he finally knew which semi-spirit fish had evolved. It was the scale stone grouper. A semi-spirit scale stone grouper had evolved into a stone armor grouper. The stone armor on its surface was a natural material for crafting defensive dharma tools. The more intact it was preserved, the higher the price at the fish depot. If he could sell it without damaging a single piece of stone armor, he could probably get around 18 spirit stones. Thinking of that pile of bright spirit stones, Ji Yuan lost all desire to sleep. He sat by the pond and cultivated for half the night, until the first light of dawn the next morning. He looked at the stone armor grouper, which looked like it was covered in rocks, and raised his hand to summon a water bolt. To kill this spirit fish without damaging the armor, the only way was to shoot a water bolt through its eye, destroying its brain to kill it. In the vast Yunwu Marsh, to do this, one would need to be at least at level 5 or 6 qi refining, and be proficient in object manipulation techniques to control dharma tools. But unfortunately, Ji Yuan wasn't in Yunwu Marsh. He was at his own small fish pond. This stone armor grouper had nowhere to run. Plus, Ji Yuan was casting from the shore. There were no spiritual energy fluctuations underwater. A water bolt shot out. With a soft hiss, the stone armor grouper thrashed once, sending up a spray of bubbles, and then sank to the bottom. The other 4 semi-spirit fish were scared out of their wits. Ji Yuan hauled the spirit fish onto the shore. He looked at the remaining 4 semi-spirit fish, seeing they were already quite large. He planned to raise them for another 3 or 4 days. If they still didn't evolve, he'd have to sell them. Otherwise, if the meat got too tough, he wouldn't get a good price. But regardless, he definitely had to sell this stone armor grouper first today. While it was still early, he went out and saw no one. Not even the Lins were awake yet. He hurried back and put the carcass into the water hold of his canopy boat. Then he went to gather today's 3 spirit eggs, preparing to find a small island in Yunwu Marsh to consume them. But just as he stepped out, he saw Lin Yuwei and his wife also waking up early to head out. Unlike Ji Yuan's small canopy boat, they had a dharma tool fishing boat. Even though it was only a low-grade one, it was very convenient. Not only was it fast, but you didn't have to row it yourself. A mid-grade fishing boat could even submerge, moving freely underwater. Most mid-stage qi refining fishermen in Zhangta Market basically had a dharma tool fishing boat. Ji Yuan's family used to have one too. Lin Yue saw Ji Yuan heading out early and called out a greeting. At the same time, he thought of his son, Lin who wasn't even up yet. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Zhou Ling went straight back inside to wake him up. Ji Yuan didn't want to say anything to offend them. He just gave a smile and rode away. But he hadn't even rode half a mile before the Lins caught up. The 2 of them sped past Ji Yuan in their dharma tool boat. The wake they left behind even made his canopy boat wobble a bit. Looking at their retreating backs, Ji Yuan wasn't envious. There was a time when he also had to work his life away like that. But now he just found a nearby reed bed, tied up his boat, and climbed inside, starting his day of egg eating. Furthermore, eating eggs every day had led Ji Yuan to discover a few details. For instance, adding a bit of fine salt made them taste much better. He thought that maybe when his living conditions improved, he could make fried eggs or scrambled eggs, and he wouldn't have to eat the hard shells anymore. With his head full of such fantasies, he waited until about 11 in the morning. Then he rowed his boat to the fish depot. He'd been out long enough. There was no need to wait until the afternoon. When he reached the Zingta Market Fish Depot, he found there weren't many people around. He hauled the large stone armor grouper onto the shore. But just as he placed it in the fish basket, Old Man Huang's familiar voice came from behind him. Ji Yuan cursed under his breath, not expecting the old man to be here. He turned around, and sure enough, there was the bald, gap-toothed old man, carrying a semi-spirit fish he'd preserved with a spell. At that moment, the water dragon sect official on duty, who rarely spoke, actually opened his mouth. He pointed out that this wasn't just any stone armor grouper, but one without a single damage scale. Hearing that, all the fishermen nearby turned around, staring at the spirit fish in shock. Stone armor groupers weren't rare, but finding one with perfectly intact armor was. Seeing this, Ji Yuan cursed his own greed and lack of experience. If he'd known, he would have damaged a few scales and sold it for a few fewer spirit stones. Now, he'd ended up showing off in front of everyone. Some people praised his skill. Others doubted that someone at the early stage of chi refining like him could catch such a fish. They suspected he hadn't caught it himself. Faced with this, Ji Yuan could only give a forced smile and explain. He said he hadn't caught the fish. His master had. But since his master was busy breaking through, he didn't have time to come. So he'd asked his disciple to make the trip for him. Since things had come to this, he had no choice but to pull out a tiger's skin to wrap himself in. Old Man Huang immediately pressed for more details. He said no wonder he'd been so mysterious lately. Then he wanted to know which senior was his master. Because someone with the skill to kill a spirit fish like that had to be at least at level 6 chi refining. Maybe even at the late stage. Ji Yuan could only give an apologetic smile. He said his master wouldn't let him reveal his identity. Then he received 20 spirit stones from the official. That was the highest price an early-stage spirit fish could fetch. Anything higher would have to be a mid-stage spirit fish. After tucking the spirit stones away, he cupped his hands to the official and hurried away from that troublesome place. Even after he left, Old Man Huang's eyes followed his back. His gaze held a mix of regret and deep thought. Ji Yuan didn't know that. He hurried back to Zingta Market and immediately found a talisman shop. There, he spent 12 low-grade spirit stones, a huge sum, to buy a mid-grade lightning strike talisman. Once used, this talisman could rival the full power strike of a level 6 chi refining cultivator. For him, it was currently his best life-saving trump card. He couldn't afford anything more expensive, and anything cheaper wouldn't be effective enough. With this in hand, even if a cultivator tried to rob him, he'd have a chance to fight back. Buying this trump card had been part of Ji Yuan's plan for a while. Cultivation was important, but staying alive was more so. He knew his priorities. With the remaining 8 stones, he spent 5 to buy 3 more green phoenix chickens. The seller was the same one from before. He recognized Ji Yuan and asked how the previous chickens were doing. He even hinted that they must be laying eggs like crazy. Ji Yuan was silent for a moment, and then just said the meat was very tasty, leaving the seller speechless. The last 3 stones were used to buy 3 more semi-spirit fish. Early the next morning, he had no reason to go out, so he stayed home to eat his eggs. But unlike the 3 eggs from before, starting today, he had to eat more. 6 spirit eggs a day. Digesting and absorbing them all was no easy task. However, he just finished absorbing 2 when someone knocked on his gate. Ji Yuan instinctively touched the lightning strike talisman in his robe. After confirming everything was ready, he went to open the gate. The knocker was Old Man Huang again, but unlike before, today, the old man had a much wider smile. His attitude was more polite. He even called him Young Master Ji, instead of Kid like he used to. Ji Yuan remained neither humble nor arrogant. He asked what the old man wanted. Old Man Huang said it wasn't anything big, just something related to his parents. Ji Yuan's face showed a flash of surprise, but in an instant, his tone changed completely. Old Man Huang stepped into the house. As soon as he entered, he started looking around. Ji Yuan had already used the system to temporarily turn off the fish pond's effects. Luckily, the system had a toggle switch. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain if a spirit fish suddenly evolved while a guest was over. The chicken coop wasn't an issue, because Ji Yuan had already put away all 6 of today's spirit eggs. But he didn't expect the 6 green phoenix chickens to still catch Old Man Huang's eye. The old man noticed there were more chickens than before and spoke up. Ji Yuan casually explained that his master liked roasted green phoenix chicken because the meat was fresh and tender. So he bought a few more, since he'd already borrowed the tiger's skin. He didn't mind using it a bit more. Old Man Huang nodded, as if he understood. But then he couldn't help but ask who his master actually was. Ji Yuan didn't answer, and instead asked about his parents. Old Man Huang laughed heartily, pretending his old age was making him forgetful. He went into the inner room, sat down, and after a moment of silence, he said he'd seen the willow leaf boat, the Dharmatul fishing boat belonging to the original owner's father, Yikvingiyun. It was named the willow leaf boat. As soon as he heard that, Ji Yuan's expression changed, because Old Man Huang said the boat was currently in Luo Tong's hands. And Luo Tong claimed he'd bought it from Lu Lizi. Luo Tong was the spirit pig dealer in Zengta Market. Simply put, he sold pigs. If Ji Yuan wanted to buy spirit piglets, he'd have to go to him. Furthermore, in his memories, Luo Tong and the original owner's father were on good terms. He used to call him Uncle Luo. The willow leaf boat was supposed to be buried in Yunwu Marsh. Now that it had appeared in Lu Lizi's hands, it was either found by chance, or it was a case of murder and robbery. Seemingly noticing Ji Yuan's change in expression, Old Man Huang quickly explained that he'd just happened to see it. He had no other intentions. He also told him not to overthink it. Ji Yuan tried to stay calm. He nodded and thanked Old Man Huang. Old Man Huang then told him to just stay home and cultivate. He said he had some business in the market and left. Ji Yuan saw him to the gate. He watched the old man's figure disappear toward the market before going back inside. The first thing he did was restart the fish pond effects. As for finding Lu Lizi to demand answers, to be honest, he had absolutely no intention of doing that right now. Setting aside the fact that Lu Lizi was already in the middle stage of qi refining, his connections within Tongdo Market were incredibly complex. Word was he even had ties to the Qin family. So even if Ji Yuan wanted revenge now, he simply lacked the strength. It was better to focus entirely on increasing his power first. Therefore, regarding the news Old Man Huang brought, he only made a mental note of it. He didn't give it another thought. After leaving Ji Yuan's place, Old Man Huang expertly navigated the numerous alleys of Tongdo Market. He finally stopped in front of a courtyard with white walls and green tiles and knocked on the door. The man who opened the door had disheveled hair. His face was covered in pockmarks. This was Lu Lizi. Once inside the main hall, Old Man Huang drained a cup of tea before finally letting out a breath. He then mentioned that something was up regarding Ji Qingyun's side. Lu Lizi scoffed at the mention of Ji Qingyun's name. He wondered if that dead man could somehow come back to life, because back then, he had personally used a water arrow technique to crush Ji Qingyun's head. He absolutely didn't believe the man could still be alive. Old Man Huang clarified that he wasn't talking about Ji Qingyun, but his surviving son, Yi Yuwen. He explained that a few days ago, Ji Yuan was on the verge of being kicked out of Tongdo Market. But then, he accidentally caught a spirit void fish. Lu Lizi simply nodded. He figured the kid just had decent luck. But when Old Man Huang mentioned that Ji Yuan went to the fish market yesterday to sell a stone-armored grouper, one without a single damaged scale, Lu Lizi could no longer sit still. Old Man Huang continued, saying he had poked around several times to get a handle on the situation. It turned out Ji Yuan had taken a master. Furthermore, the person backing him had to be at least a middle-stage qi refining expert, perhaps even late stage. Hearing this, Lu Lizi immediately calmed down. After a moment of silence, he looked straight at Old Man Huang. He called him out, saying the old man wanted to eliminate a future threat, but was too afraid of offending someone himself. That's why he wanted to use Lu Lizi's hand to kill Ji Yuan, having his true intentions exposed. Old Man Huang felt a bit embarrassed. But of course, he couldn't admit it. He could only argue that he was just worried Ji Yuan might discover something. If that happened, and the master backing the boy stepped in, they would both be in trouble. As for Ji Yuan having a master, Old Man Huang had no doubts. After all, without someone behind him, where would Ji Yuan get such spirit fish? Lu Lizi shook his head. He believed they had been discreet enough. There was no way Ji Yuan could find out. Besides, something big was about to happen near Maple Leaf Island to the northeast. He had to head there first to grab some benefits. As for the kid Ji Yuan, they could deal with him after the Maple Leaf Island matter was settled. Hearing this, Old Man Huang hurriedly pressed him for details on what was happening at Maple Leaf Island. He had noticed many fishermen heading that way lately. Even though a few had already died, they kept going. Lu Lizzie glanced at him and said the news would be public in 2 days anyway. There was no harm in telling him now. It turned out there was an Immortal's abode on Maple Leaf Island. Specifically, the abode of a Foundation establishment cultivator who had passed away. Old Man Huang was utterly shocked. If he could get even a small piece of the pie from a Foundation establishment expert's abode, he wouldn't have to worry about anything for years to come. He might even find the opportunity to break through his cultivation level. Thinking of this, he immediately took his leave. But just as Old Man Huang was about to walk out, Lu Lizzie watched his back and suddenly asked a question. He warned the old man not to tell Ji Yuan anything about Ji Qingyan. Old Man Huang didn't dare turn around. He denied it instantly. But Lu Lizzie reminded him that it was Old Man Huang who had approached him first. The old man had profited from it too. So he'd better not forget that. Old Man Huang could only reply that he understood. Only after the old man had completely vanished did Lu Lizzie let out a cold laugh. He mocked the idea of someone like Old Man Huang trying to play the better a dead fellow Taoist than me game with him. On his way home, Old Man Huang's heart was heavy. He had intended for Lu Lizzie to take the lead. But he hadn't expected the man to be so difficult to manipulate. It made sense. No one who could make a name for themselves in Tondo Market was a fool. Fine then. If Lu Lizzie wasn't in a hurry, then neither was he. Old Man Huang had only one thought left in his mind. The Foundation establishment abode. 2 days later, when Ji Yuan went out to sell those 4 semi-spirit fish, he finally heard about the Foundation establishment abode appearing on Maple Leaf Island. After hearing the news, he remained indifferent. He didn't look excited at all like the other fishermen. He thought, so what if it's an Immortal's abode? Can it even be upgraded? Who knows, maybe if I upgrade my abode to level 100, it could turn into a divine palace, ruling over the 9 heavens. After a moment of fantasy, he considered the 4 semi-spirit fish he bought for 4 spirit stones. After raising them for half a month, he sold them for 6 spirit stones. Ji Yuan spent 4 more spirit stones to buy 4 more semi-spirit fish. He tucked away the 2 spirit stones he had earned. Thinking about the Immortal's abode, he prepared to upgrade his own. By then, the spiritual energy concentration at night would increase by 20%. That would definitely help with his cultivation. Or he could upgrade the pigsty. A spirit pig gains 100 pounds of meat in 7 days. Its flesh has a body-tempering effect and can even aid in healing. Spirit pigs raised by others didn't have that many abilities. At most, they just tasted better and contained a tiny, negligible amount of spiritual energy. What Ji Yuan was aiming for was body tempering. From the original host's memories, he knew that in this world of cultivation, body tempering was considered a minor path, even if one became a martial saint in the eyes of mortals. They were no match for a middle-stage qi refining cultivator. No matter how great your martial arts were, the opponent only needed to use an object control technique to summon a flying sword. They could turn a person to ash from hundreds of meters away. Therefore, most cultivators only focused on their immortal path and didn't waste time on their physical bodies. But Ji Yuan didn't see it that way. A strong physique was also a form of power. To put it bluntly, a stronger body meant he could put in more effort during dual cultivation. He could plow a few more fields. Besides, if he could increase his strength just by eating and drinking, why wouldn't he do it? As Ji Yuan carried the 4 semi-spirit fish back to his small house by the Yunwu marsh, he saw Old Man Huang and Lin Yue crouching in front of his door. They seemed to be discussing something in low voices. Seeing him return, Lin Yue first glanced at the semi-spirit fish he was carrying. Then he called Ji Yuan over to talk. Ji Yuan guessed this was likely about the Foundation establishment abode that was causing such a stir in Tondo Market. He nodded. He told him he'd go release the fish and be right back out. A short while later, Ji Yuan was crouching beside Lin Yue. Lin Yue asked if he had heard about the news on Maple Leaf Island. Ji Yuan said he had. Old Man Huang then asked if he was interested. Maybe the 3 families could team up and head to Maple Leaf Island to try their luck. Ji Yuan just smiled. He thought to himself that even late-stage qi refining cultivators were fighting over that abode. And yet, 2 level 4 qi refining cultivators wanted to go throw their lives away. He said he was only at the early stage of chi refining. He'd pass. Lin Yue immediately countered. He said that no one can predict where fortune lies. Besides, they weren't actually going onto the island. They would just stay on the outskirts and try their luck. Old man Huang pulled out his old pipe, stuffed it with tobacco, and said bluntly that they weren't going to fight for the abode. They were going to get rich off the dead. It wasn't just Tongdo Market. People from Tyne Ward and Jingdo Ward were coming too. There would be countless casualties among the chi refining cultivators. The more deaths, the better their chance to scavenge. Without the strength of level 8 or 9 chi refining, who would actually dare to eye that abode? Hearing this, Ji Yuan found it much more reasonable. He looked like he was starting to consider it. But after a moment of internal struggle, he still shook his head. He said he was a coward. He had only just broken through to level 3 chi refining. He didn't know any spells, and he certainly wasn't good at fighting. He'd better stay behind. He didn't want to hold them back. After saying that, Ji Yuan stood up, cupped his hands to the two of them, and went back inside. He didn't even give them a chance to keep persuading him. They weren't wrong. A chaotic battle like that was indeed a great chance to get rich off the dead. But who would be the survivors? And who would be the corpses was far from certain. Ji Yuan could upgrade his buildings. There was no need to risk his neck. Outside the door, Lin Yue and old man Huang looked at each other. They discussed what to do. In the end, they decided to go as a whole family. Having more people might make others hesitate and provided more hands to help. The news of the Lin family heading out to Maple Leaf Island to chase fortune naturally couldn't be hidden from Ji Yuan, who lived just a wall away. Lin Yue and old man Huang even knocked on Ji Yuan's door. They asked him to keep an eye on their houses. For such a small favor, Ji Yuan naturally didn't refuse. So, he leaned against his doorframe, watching old man Huang summon his mantis boat. Lin Yue summoned his own blackwood boat. Finally, Lin Yue took Zhou Ling and Wu Qin, while Lin Hu boarded old man Huang's fishing boat. The group of 5 set off, disappearing into the vast mist of Yunwu Marsh. Ji Yuan looked out at the fog-covered lake. He stood in deep thought for a long time. Then he quietly closed the door and returned to the backyard. He took out a spirit egg and began his cultivation for the day. Ever since he learned about the events at Maple Leaf Island, Ji Yuan went out even less. He spent all day hiding in the backyard cultivating. With his neighbors gone, he even practiced his spells right at home. And after a period of such intense day and night training, it wasn't without results. For instance, Ji Yuan had completely stabilized his level 3 chi refining. He could even attempt to break through to level 4, entering the middle stage at any moment. He hadn't tried yet, mainly because he knew he didn't have enough spirit stones. Relying solely on spirit eggs probably wouldn't be very effective. A breakthrough needed to be done in one go, so he planned to sell one more spirit fish. The spirit stones he earned would be used for his breakthrough. Then there were the spells. The spells the original host knew, he had now completely mastered. He could even cast the water arrow technique instantly. Basically, he could hit whatever he aimed at. 5 days later, none of the 4 semi-spirit fish Ji Yuan bought for the second time had completed their evolution, but they had grown to their maximum size. He had no choice but to take them to the market. He earned 4 spirit stones. He used 3 of them to buy more semi-spirit fish, and walked away with a 1-stone profit. During this trip, even though Ji Yuan didn't go looking for news, he heard plenty about Maple Leaf Island. For example, many fishermen from Tongdo Market, Tyne Ward, and Jingdo Ward had arrived. They had started fighting before even setting foot on the island. There were casualties on all sides. Among them, most of the dead were middle-stage chi refining cultivators. There's also a story about a level 9 chi refining cultivator from Tyne Ward. He tried to force his way onto the island, but he was killed instantly by an unknown strand of sword chi from the island. That incident finally made the other fishermen reconsider their greed. Furthermore, because of this great battle, the prices of pills, talismans, and offensive supplies in Tongdo Market had all risen slightly. But none of this concerned Ji Yuan. He was like an outsider, watching the tides of Yunwu Marsh rise and fall. But what he didn't expect was that when he carried his semi-spirit fish home, just as he was about to toss them into the pond, he suddenly noticed a dark shadow as long as an arm in the water. A semi-spirit fish had evolved. The spirit fish that appeared this time was a type of ray with a long spike growing from its head. It looked somewhat like a sword emperor fish, which was worth about 10 spirit stones. But this ray was pitch black with intricate patterns all over its body. The spirit fish that evolved from a semi-spirit longtail ray was a sea thorn. Like the sword emperor fish, the sea thorn's value lay in its sharp spike. But the spike of a sea thorn had other uses, so its market price was higher. A sea thorn like Ji-yuan's, if preserved well, could be sold for at least 16 or 17 spirit stones. Ji-yuan glanced at the sky. Seeing it was still early, he decided not to delay. Delay only invited trouble. He raised his hand, and a water arrow appeared instantly. With a flick of his wrist, the sea thorn in the pond turned belly up. Since his neighbors weren't home, it was easy for Ji-yuan to act. A short while later, he had sold the sea thorn at the fish market. The price was exactly as expected. He got 17 low-grade spirit stones, adding the 3 he had saved before. He now had 20 spirit stones on him. If this wasn't enough to break through to the middle stage, then Ji-yuan could only hope for better luck next time. On his way home, even though he took the water route, he unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance, Xiao Tianhai. He was considered one of the original host's few friends. Ji-yuan had to stop and chat with him for a bit. He learned that Xiao Tianhai had just returned from Maple Leaf Island. There were even bloodstains on his clothes. Xiao Tianhai could only say that people there had gone completely mad. Just remembering it made him tremble with fear. According to him, it was no longer about fighting for fortune. It was a total free-for-all. They killed anyone on sight. If you didn't kill them, they would kill you. He only managed to escape thanks to the speed of his spirit boat. Ji-yuan couldn't help but think of his neighbors. He wondered how they were doing. He then told Xiao Tianhai to go home and get some rest. They could talk more when he had the chance. The two of them cupped their hands in farewell. One steered his spirit boat. The other rowed his small skiff. They went their separate ways. Ji-yuan realized that Xiao Tianhai had likely grabbed some loot at Maple Leaf Island, which was why he was in such a hurry to get back. As for this friend, both his parents were gone. He started with nothing, but through sheer grit, he had managed to hold his ground in Tondo Market. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached level 4 chi refining at his age, let alone own a spirit boat. Ji-yuan had a fairly deep impression of him. Back at home, Lin Youwei's family and old man Huang still hadn't returned. Ji-yuan didn't bother worrying about them. He went to the backyard to check the fish pond. Unfortunately, no semi-spirit fish had evolved. Then he went into his room. First, he laid out the 20 spirit stones in front of him. He calmed his mind and silently began circulating the jade sea tide technique. Once his mind was completely settled, he took out 2 spirit eggs. He tapped them together to crack them and poured the spiritual liquid into his mouth. He repeated the process. By the time he finished refining 6 spirit eggs, it was already late at night. Everything was silent, except for the occasional sound of the Yunwu marsh waves lapping against the shore. Ji-yuan looked at the 20 spirit stones. Without hesitation, he took 2 in his hands. He began circulating his cultivation technique again, absorbing the pure spiritual energy within. 2 stones, 4 stones, 8 stones. One by one, the spirit stones in his hands turned to fine powder and fell away. He wasn't in a rush. After all, he had plenty of time, and as long as he stayed alive, he would eventually get more spirit stones. So breaking through was only a matter of time. However, with such a calm mindset, after absorbing the energy from 12 spirit stones, in a daze, Ji-yuan felt as if he had shattered some kind of shackle. The thin membrane that had been blocking him was pierced, and the surrounding spiritual energy flooded in automatically. It seeped into his meridians and finally settled in his dantian. Just like that, he entered the middle stage of chi refining. After a brief moment of excitement, he picked up 2 more spirit stones. He absorbed their pure energy to stabilize his cultivation. It wasn't until early the next morning, when the sunlight streamed through the window, that Ji-yuan finally woke up. Having completely stabilized his middle stage chi refining realm, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Walking into the backyard, he felt like the sky was clearer and the clouds were brighter. The future looked promising. But the first thing he did was check the chicken coop. He collected 6 spirit eggs and then checked the fish pond. Still no breakthroughs. It was only then that he had the time to observe his surroundings. After advancing to the middle stage of chi refining, though there wasn't a massive leap in his life force. His perception of his environment was indeed many times clearer. As for the spiritual energy in his dantian, that went without saying. At level 2 chi refining, casting a single water arrow would drain his dantian. At level 3, he could cast it 5 times in a row. But now, if he only used the water arrow technique, Ji Yuan estimated he could fire 20 shots consecutively without any problem. Thinking of this, he craved body tempering even more. He felt it was an absolute necessity. This breakthrough to level 4 had cost him a total of 14 spirit stones. He had 6 left, just enough to upgrade 1 building. After some calculation, Ji Yuan decided not to upgrade his abode for now, but to upgrade the pigsty instead. He felt that since he already had spirit eggs, the 20% increase in nighttime spiritual energy from the abode was like a chicken rib to him. Useless to eat, but a waste to throw away. It wouldn't significantly boost his current strength. But the pigsty was different. Once he could raise spirit pigs, eating their meat would strengthen his bones and tendons. It would enhance his physique. By then, maybe he could even find a beautiful female cultivator for some dual cultivation. With his head full of pleasant thoughts, it took Ji Yuan a while to calm down. These 6 spirit stones were enough to upgrade the pigsty. But what about buying a piglet afterward? He had done some research. The price of a small spirit piglet fluctuated between 2 to 3 spirit stones. An adult spirit pig went for 8 to 10 spirit stones. Ji Yuan's pigsty could make a pig gain 100 pounds of meat in just 7 days. Logically speaking, this was a pretty good way to get rich, but he didn't dare use it. Selling spirit fish could be blamed on the cloud rain marsh, but the spirit pig business was just too conspicuous. It takes others half a year to raise a spirit pig. He could do it in half a month. Anyone with eyes would see something was wrong. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the Tangtu market was too small. If this market were a bit bigger, he could sell them in different places. Ji Yuan still had some spirit liquid in his bag, but he couldn't just wait around forever for a spirit stone or 2. He might as well sell a few spirit eggs first to buy a spirit piglet. But before buying it, he still had to finish building the pigsty. Ji Yuan looked left and right. He finally chose a spot for the pigsty next to the goose pen. Furthermore, compared to the chicken coop, the area for this pigsty was much larger. By the time he spent a whole day building it, it took up nearly half the space in the backyard. Combined with the existing fish pond, Ji Yuan's backyard was almost completely filled by these 3 structures. He couldn't help but think that the house was still too small. Once his cultivation level increased, he definitely had to move to a bigger place. With that thought, he glanced at the construction panel in his mind. The upgrade requirements for the pigsty included 5 pounds of iron and 10 pounds of salt. Luckily, these non-priority items were quite cheap at the Tangtu market. For that amount, a couple of spirit stone fragments would cover it. Ji Yuan looked at the level 0 pigsty text floating above the structure. He decided to finish the upgrade before going to buy the spirit piglet. Not long after, when he returned from the market with the iron bar and coarse salt, he saw a battered Dharma boat drifting back from the direction of the cloud rain marsh. It wasn't moving fast. As it came into focus, he realized the boat was the Lin family's old Blackwood boat. And at that moment, the people sitting on the boat were the couple, Lin Hu and Wu Qin. Both of their faces were incredibly pale, especially Lin Hu. He looked terrible, pushed to his absolute limit. Even his eyes seemed a bit vacant. It wasn't until the boat reached the shore that Lin Hu snapped out of it and saw Ji Yuan standing on the bank. With just one look, he broke down. He said his parents were both dead. Ji Yuan was instantly shocked by the news. Yesterday, after hearing Chiu Tianhai talk about the situation on Maple Leaf Island, he had considered that something might happen to his 2 neighbors. But at the time, it was just a guess. He didn't expect it to become a reality today. After coming ashore, Lin Hu carefully helped Wu Qin up. Only then did Ji Yuan notice that Wu Qin seemed to be injured on her back. There was even fresh blood seeping from her waist. Lin Hu put away the fishing boat. Then he just gave Ji Yuan a bitter nod. In a little while, Lin Hu had come to Ji Yuan's house to talk. Ji Yuan hesitated for a moment, but he still nodded in agreement. A while later, after settling Wu Qin in at home, Lin Hu went over to Ji Yuan's place. He didn't go inside. The 2 of them just sat in the front yard. At this moment, Lin Hu's eyes were still filled with terror. He said he came to tell Ji Yuan what happened. But in reality, he just wanted to find some peace of mind. He said that for the first few days, Old Man Huang led the way, so things were okay. They encountered danger a few times, but managed to avoid it. Back then, the chaotic fighting hadn't started yet. Old Man Huang still treated them like family. As he said this, a flash of regret crossed Lin Hu's eyes. His hands, resting on his knees, clenched into tight fists. Then, the group from Taiyan District suddenly united for some reason and started killing anyone from Jingda District on sight. The people from Tangtu Market naturally thought they could pick up the scraps. They planned to sit back and watch the fight. But when the people from Jingda District realized this, they proposed to the Taiyan group that they should wipe out the Tangtu Market people first, to prevent anyone from scavenging. So they teamed up. Of course, our side wasn't stupid either. They turned around and joined the Taiyan faction to kill the Jingda people. In short, it was a total bloodbath. By the end, everyone was seeing red and didn't care who was who. They just killed anyone they saw. Their group was weak, so they thought about escaping first. But even though they dodged left and right, they were still targeted by a level 6 chi refiner. As he reached this part, Lin Hu's voice trembled slightly. Ji Yuan didn't know how to comfort him. He could only let out a long sigh, lamenting that in the Cloud Rain Marsh, it really was a world of dog-eat-dog. But it's no different on the shore. Cultivation is a process of fighting against heaven, fighting against the earth, and fighting against people. Lin Hu admitted as much. He continued, saying that the raiders' spirit boat was better than theirs. They were about to be caught. At the critical moment, Old Man Huang threw him back onto his parents' Blackwood boat. As he spoke, Lin Hu punched his own thigh hard, his heart full of resentment. As for what happened next, Lin Hu didn't continue, but Ji Yuan could guess. He asked if Old Man Huang had survived. Lin Hu just shook his head. He said that after his parents blocked the raider, they fled for their lives. They didn't see any sign of Old Man Huang on the way back. It would be best if he were dead. Better yet if there was nothing left of him. Actually, even though Ji Yuan didn't say it out loud, he also felt that Old Man Huang was problematic. Not a good person, even though people say better a dead fellow Taoist than a dead me. To do it so blatantly, betraying teammates just to survive. He had to stay far away from him in the future. Absolutely no involvement. Of course, that was assuming the old man even had a future. After that, Lin Hu went back. Despite his rage, he still kept some rationality. He didn't storm into Old Man Huang's yard. According to the rules of the Water Dragon sect, as long as the residency fee was paid, that house was under the sect's protection. If Lin Hu dared to break in, it would be like picking a fight with the Water Dragon sect. If he won, then naturally there was nothing to say. Forget a tiny Tongdo market. Even the sect leader of the Water Dragon sect could be dealt with however he pleased. But if he lost, the Water Dragon sect would teach him a lesson he'd never forget. After Lin Hu left, Ji Yuan sat there for a while longer. The death of Lin Yue and his wife was somewhat shocking to him. Fighting for immortal fortune. Corpses fill the city. Failure means death. If it were just a simple struggle, it might be better. But you also had to watch out for people like Old Man Huang right next to you. Going out to venture was truly too dangerous. Even though he had finally reached level 4 chi refining. So what? The original host parents and Lin Yue were all at level 4 chi refining. But when it was time to die, they still died. Thinking of that, Ji Yuan felt even more that farming was what truly mattered. With that thought, he stood up and locked the courtyard gate. Then he went to the backyard. He looked at the text floating above the pigsty. The spirit stones and materials were all ready. With a single thought, he watched the 0 turn into a 1. Immediately after, the spirit stones in his hand turned to dust. On his attribute panel, the requirements for a level 2 pigsty appeared. After upgrading to level 2, the pigsty gained a spiritual effect. It produced half an ounce of blood essence every day. At the same time, the flesh growth effect was enhanced. The next upgrade required low-grade spirit stones, 3 bone-rotting flowers, and a miasma warding rune. The moment Ji Yuan saw blood essence, he was immediately interested. This was the core ingredient for refining blood chi pills. And blood chi pills were excellent healing medicine for the chi refining stage. Their effect was much better than 100 herb pills. 100 herb pills were very effective for early-stage chi refining injuries, but for late-stage injuries, the effect was minimal. The healing pill they usually used was the blood chi pill. A level 2 pigsty produced half an ounce of blood essence daily. Ji Yuan remembered that in Tondo Market, an ounce of blood essence sold for 20 spirit stones, so half an ounce was 10 stones. From the pigsty alone, he could earn 10 spirit stones a day. If he upgraded the fish pond to level 2 as well, it would produce 1 drop of water flower dew every day. That would be another source of income. Ji Yuan didn't even dare to imagine what his life would be like then. Maybe he'd never have to eat eggshells again. He could even switch to steaming or boiling his spirit eggs. But for now, that definitely wasn't possible, because even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Every day, Ji Yuan ground them in a powder to drink and refine. After the pigsty upgrade was finished, Ji Yuan took 3 spirit eggs, and the one he had left from before. He headed to Tondo Market. Ji Yuan first found the familiar chicken-raising cultivator. He sold 3 spirit eggs, exchanging them for 1 spirit stone and 5 spirit shards. Finally, he took these 2.5 spirit stones to the pig-raising cultivator in Tondo Market, the spirit pig shop. The rogue cultivator running the spirit pig business was named Luo Tong. He was also a good friend of Ji Qingyun. Ji Yuan had heard from old man Huang that Ji Qingyun's old spirit boat was now in Luo Tong's hands. When he arrived, before Ji Yuan could even open his mouth, Luo Tong, a tall, burly man, wearing a blood-stained apron, glared at him. He scolded Ji Yuan for not visiting him in so long. He even asked if the boy had forgotten about him. Ji Yuan quickly smiled and explained he'd just been busy lately. Luo Tong assumed he didn't have enough money for the residency fee. He immediately pulled out 3 spirit stones and told him to take them and pay the fee first. Ji Yuan looked up at this bearded giant. A wave of warmth washed over his heart. In this Tondo Market full of deceit and betrayal, it was rare for an outsider to treat him so well. He thanked Luo Tong for his kindness, but said he had gotten lucky recently. He found an injured spirit fish and had already paid the residency fee. Hearing that, Luo Tong was finally relieved. He just told Ji Yuan to let him know if he ever ran short. Then, Luo Tong didn't say much else. He put away the spirit stones and picked up a 4 or 5 pound slab of spirit pig meat from the block. He wanted Ji Yuan to take it home and eat it to nourish his body. But Ji Yuan refused. He said he came today because he needed something. After hearing Ji Yuan's request, Luo Tong went into the backyard. He eventually came out with a cage holding a piglet. When Ji Yuan mentioned spirit stones, Luo Tong immediately got angry. He said if Ji Yuan still considered him an uncle, he'd put those stones away right now. If he mentioned it again, Luo Tong would beat him until he turned into a spirit pig himself. Faced with such an unreasonable uncle, Ji Yuan had no choice. He could only accept the favor for now. He thought to himself that next time he'd bring some spirit eggs to repay him. But what he didn't expect was that after giving him the piglet, Luo Tong pulled him into the inner room. He lowered his voice and whispered that he had bought back his father's willow leaf boat. He told Ji Yuan to bring 10 spirit stones to him once he reached the middle stage of chi refining. He would return the willow leaf boat then. 10 spirit stones was practically giving it away, because even the cheapest spirit boat cost at least 20 spirit stones. And that was for a damaged one. Before Ji Yuan could say a word, Luo Tong clapped a hand on his shoulder. He said they'd talk about other things once Ji Yuan reached level 6 chi refining. If he couldn't reach it, then he should just focus on catching fish and living his life. Clearly, regarding Ji Qingyun's death, Luo Tong knew something. It was likely that Lu Lizi had done it. Ji Yuan hadn't expected that the Luo Tong in his memories, who wasn't very close, would actually treat him so well. It's just that level 6 chi refining was still very far off for the current Ji Yuan. So he didn't tell Luo Tong that he was already at level 4. Luo Tong didn't notice either. Ji Yuan just nodded, indicating he understood. Luo Tong sighed at that. He said Ji Yuan was a smart kid, smarter than his father. Then, Luo Tong patted his shoulder again. He told him to head home. If he had any questions about raising the pig, he could come and ask any time. As Ji Yuan picked up the piglet to leave, Luo Tong still shoved that 5 pound slab of meat into his hands. He told him to take it home and nourish himself well. A while later, when he got home, Ji Yuan looked at the 7 semi-spirit fish in the pond, the 6 green-yellow chickens in the coop, and the 1 spirit pig in the pen. He felt like his future was full of hope. This was his own little world. Spirit pig meat always smelled amazing. The last time Ji Yuan had eaten it was when Ji Qingyun was still alive. Today, he made a pot of spirit pig stew and a plate of stir-fried spirit pig meat. After nearly a month of eating nothing but spirit eggs, it was rare for him to have such a satisfying meal. The battle at Maple Leaf Island continued, and Ji Yuan's life became a bit more complicated. Besides raising chickens, feeding fish, and cultivating, he now had to raise a pig as well. But luckily, these spirit beasts would eat anything. If things got desperate, he just had to pick a handful of weeds from ashore, crush a spirit shard, and mix it in. The pig would still eat it happily. The pigsty's effect was incredibly good. The spirit pig size grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. In just 7 short days, it weighed 100 pounds. Fortunately, Ji Yuan kept it in the backyard. Normally, no one came to visit. Otherwise, anyone seeing this would probably be a bit terrified. Also, after those 7 days, Ji Yuan harvested another cold-blood perch. This time, it evolved from 7-star perch, so he had to go to Tongdo Market again. This time, Ji Yuan specifically brought 6 spirit eggs. That was 1 full day's production. He didn't take too many. Knowing Luo Tong's personality, if he brought too many, the man definitely wouldn't accept them. Besides, too many would be hard to explain. As for the spirit stones from selling the fish, Ji Yuan already had a plan. He had been cultivating for a while. It was time he learned a higher-level spell. Dharma treasures were too expensive. The income from 1 spirit fish couldn't afford one. Furthermore, Dharma treasures required an object control technique to use. That would be another added expense. Right now, for Ji Yuan, learning a slightly stronger spell was the most cost-effective choice. At the fish market, with Ji Yuan's middle stage, qi refining cultivation, selling a spirit fish was no longer a rare occurrence. After getting his spirit stones, he went to Luo Tong's shop. At this moment, Luo Tong thought Ji Yuan had come to borrow spirit stones. He had already prepared some, but he didn't expect Ji Yuan to hand him 6 spirit eggs. He said they were laid by the green-yellow chickens he raised at home. They weren't bought from outside, so he specifically brought them for Uncle Luo to try. Luo Tong naturally wouldn't take them. He just kept slicing meat and told Ji Yuan that spirit eggs were good things. He should take them back and eat them for his own cultivation. Ji Yuan told the truth, saying he had 6 green-yellow chickens. They laid eggs every day. He was sick of eating them. After saying that, he set the eggs on the counter and immediately ran off. He just left word that he had things to do. He'd come visit Uncle Luo again next time. After Ji Yuan left, Luo Tong stopped slicing meat. There was no one to give it to anyway. Looking at the spirit eggs on the counter, he let out a small laugh. He just felt that this kid's personality was exactly like Qingyun's. It's just that with spirit eggs like these, what kind of green-yellow chicken could lay them every single day? Luo Tong shook his head. In the end, he accepted Ji Yuan's gesture. He understood that Ji Yuan's words were just an excuse. These eggs were surely saved up over a long time, and the boy couldn't bear to eat them. They were likely meant to repay the favor of the spirit pig. Of course, Ji Yuan didn't know what Luo Tong was thinking, and even if he did, he could only say he was telling the absolute truth. Afterward, Ji Yuan went to the largest building in Tongdo Market, the 100 Treasure Pavilion, which was backed by the Water Dragon sect. In his familiar terms, this was a large supermarket with official backing. Whether it was talismans, Dharma treasures, pills, or anything else, as long as you had enough spirit stones, you could basically buy it here. He entered the door and went straight to the spell technique section. The person on duty was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He was wearing the robes of the Water Dragon sect. He had been dozing with his eyes closed. Seeing someone approach, he lifted an eyelid to take a glance. Ji Yuan first cupped his hands and bowed to the old man. He greeted him respectfully and then said he wanted to buy an offensive spell. The stronger the attack, the better. Ideally, it should have low consumption, and if the price could be a bit cheaper, that would be even better. The white-haired cultivator burst out laughing. He wondered if his kid came to buy a spell or to make a wish. Ji Yuan just gave an embarrassed smile. Then he asked if such a spell actually existed. The white-haired cultivator closed his eyes to think for a moment, then suddenly opened them. He said there actually was one. Ji Yuan's eyes lit up immediately, but he quickly calmed down. He cautiously asked what the drawback of this spell was. He knew that if it sounded like a wish, there had to be a catch. A spell like that must have a significant flaw. Otherwise, everyone in Tondo Market would have bought a copy by now. The white-haired cultivator said the spell was called Water Drop Finger. The effect was pretty much as he described. The only drawback was that every time it was cast, the 10 fingertips would experience intense, agonizing pain. You could say it harms the enemy, but hurts yourself first. Ji Yuan heard this, thought about it for a moment, and understood. He asked if body tempering could reduce the pain. The white-haired cultivator said that was certainly possible, but he was just a fisherman. Would he even have time for body tempering? Because body tempering wasn't like chi refining. It required real effort. Only through bitter training could it be achieved. Ji Yuan looked very hesitant, but in the end, he said he wanted to try. Then he asked how many spirit stones the spell cost. The white-haired cultivator replied, 10 spirit stones. By the first level to practice first. If he could actually master it, then he could think about the second level. He was a very straightforward man. Ji Yuan paid the spirit stones. He bowed deeply once more to this senior. Finally, he placed his finger on the jade slip the old man handed him. As a stream of unfamiliar memories flooded in, Ji Yuan paused for a moment, then stood up to take his leave. Water Drop Finger was exactly as the name suggested. It could condense water, spiritual energy at the fingertips and fire it out. Because the attack range was small, the consumption was naturally low, combined with the concentrated attack method. So every strike dealt extremely high damage. Ji Yuan carefully sensed it. He estimated that once he learned it, the effect would be similar to the 6 Meridian Divine Sword. He could hit whatever he pointed at, leaving the enemy with no way to defend. It's just that the side effect wasn't small. But luckily, he could just go home and keep raising the pig. As Ji Yuan walked through the streets of Tondo Market, his eyes swept over the roadside stalls. He suddenly stopped. The vendor was a long-faced middle-stage chi refining cultivator. Though he looked exhausted, he was mostly filled with joy. What caught Ji Yuan's attention was a spirit boat placed on his stall. Ji Yuan had seen that spirit boat many times. He was quite familiar with it. It even had a strange name, the Mantis Boat. The stern was slightly chipped, and the boat was stained with blood. The long-faced cultivator saw Ji Yuan stop in front of his stall. He immediately introduced it, saying it was a top-quality spirit boat. Fast speed. It could keep a person safe and sound. Hearing the words, keep a person safe and sound, Ji Yuan almost felt like he could see Old Man Huang's ghost cursing on that boat. He wasn't sure if the cultivator in front of him had killed Old Man Huang, but the old man's boat had ended up here, and the man himself was likely dead. Ji Yuan touched his pouch. He let out a bitter smile. He said his pockets were a bit tight lately. He could only look. The long-faced cultivator didn't look down on him. On the contrary, he offered a smile. He said looking was free. If you don't have spirit stones, you don't buy. But looking doesn't cost a thing. It was rare to meet a fisherman with such a personality. Ji Yuan actually crouched down to examine it thoroughly. Feng Yidao took the initiative to strike up a conversation. He introduced himself and asked for Ji Yuan's name. Yi Yuan replied. He gave his name, looked for a bit longer, then stood up to leave. The day to pay the residency fee was approaching. Even though Ji Yuan had spirit stones, he felt he should keep some in reserve. Back at home, he first checked everything, confirming the fish pond, the pigsty, and the other things were all fine. Then he put them away. He tucked away his spirit stones and went to Lin Hu's house next door. Ji Yuan didn't explicitly say Old Man Huang was dead. He just mentioned he saw the old man's boat being sold by someone. Lin Hu heard this and just looked up and roared, feeling that justice had finally been served. The next day, the water dragon sect people came to collect the residency fee. Unlike last time when he was in debt, this time Ji Yuan even paid next month's fee in advance. So they wouldn't have to come bother him next month. Ji Yuan could produce spirit stones every day, but he was afraid of being noticed by the water dragon sect cultivators. He felt that the less interaction he had with them, the better. These past few days, he poured all his focus into the spell. Water Drop Finger. The spell itself wasn't actually difficult. Ji Yuan only took a day to reach the entry level. But the hard part came after that. Every time he cast Water Drop Finger, he felt like his 10 fingertips were placed on a block and being stabbed by needles repeatedly. Right as the spell was about to fire, it felt like needles being driven under his fingernails. But when he canceled the spell, his fingertips didn't have a single scratch on them. This damn spell made him realize why no one practiced it. So he could only set it aside for now. He planned to wait until the spirit pig was grown. He'd temper his body first and then see. In the blink of an eye, 5 more days passed. Ji Yuan dealt with a batch of semi-spirit fish that couldn't evolve, and he bought a new batch. While he was at it, he bought another green-yellow chicken from the chicken-raising cultivator. That way, he could eat 7 spirit eggs a day. Since his cultivation had broken through, his refining ability had naturally increased. Eating 6 spirit eggs a day was no longer a challenge. It was on this very day, looking at the nearly 200-pound spirit pig in the pen, that Ji Yuan felt the urge to kill. The best way, of course, was to take it to Luo Tong and have him handle it. It would save work and avoid waste. But Ji Yuan didn't dare do that. He could only do it himself, standing by the pigsty in the backyard. He looked at the motionless spirit pig. He raised his hand, letting a deep blue water arrow form in his palm. He gave a low shout and pushed his right hand forward. The water arrow successfully pierced the spirit pig's neck. The animal struggled for a moment and then went completely still. Ji Yuan immediately grabbed the wooden bucket he had prepared. He jumped into the pen and began collecting the blood. What followed was much simpler. Since he was slaughtering the pig for himself, he just had to make sure it was clean. That morning, he specifically stewed a large pot of spirit pig meat for himself. As for the spirit blood, he didn't dare drink it raw, so he made it into blood tofu. Everything tasted delicious. At first, he didn't feel anything, but when he was halfway through, he suddenly felt his whole body start to heat up. It was like being boiled in water. It was so hot that sweat the size of beans kept pouring off him. Initially, it was just heat, but a moment later, his whole body began to sting with pain. At first, Ji Yuan could endure it and keep eating, but within 3 breaths, he couldn't take it anymore. He even fell from the dining table to the floor, rolling around and curling up. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. He felt that if this was what body tempering was like, then truly, it wasn't a life for a human. In an instant, Ji Yuan slightly regretted choosing this path, but for the sake of strength, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure it. He'd hurt for a bit, then eat for a bit. Eat for a bit, then hurt for a bit. Later on, he smelled a foul stench. He raised his arm to look and found that at some point, a layer of mud-like substance had appeared on his skin. Ji Yuan immediately thought of cleansing the tendons and marrow. He only knew that a similar effect happened at the foundation establishment stage. He hadn't expected body tempering to do this too. Furthermore, with just a slight clench of his fists, he could feel an explosive surge of power. He didn't even have the mind to clean up. He rushed to wash himself clean. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he finally looked at himself in the water mirror to see the changes. His features had become more handsome. His skin was also fairer and smoother. If before he looked like a fisherman who spent all year in the sun and rain, now he looked entirely like a pampered young master from a wealthy family. In other words, he finally had a bit of that immortal cultivator's aura, having tasted the sweetness. For the next 4 or 5 days, Ji Yuan didn't go anywhere. Even though a semi-spirit fish evolved into a spirit fish, he didn't bother dealing with it. He put his whole heart and soul into processing the meat at home. And he did it with the mindset that as long as it didn't kill him, he'd eat until he died. Luckily, he was a cultivator after all, and the spirit pig was also infused with a trace of spiritual energy. It could be refined by his cultivation technique. For several days straight, he alone finished the nearly 200-pound spirit pig. At the same time, he felt the wonders of body tempering. The physical enhancement went without saying, but just regarding water drop finger, he could now cast it without any pain. With a casual flick of his finger, he could fire a finger sword strike with immense power. He tested it at his doorstep. A water drop finger hitting the water could blow up a huge area. If it hit a person, it would likely leave a massive hole. Furthermore, compared to the large and obvious water arrow technique, water drop finger consumed less energy, and it wasn't easily noticed. Water drop finger was absolutely the perfect weapon for a sneak attack. After finishing off an entire spirit dolphin, Ji Yuan didn't want to touch this stuff again for a long time. Just the mere thought of the taste of spirit dolphin meat was enough to make him feel nauseous. After resting at home for another day, he finally brought that spirit fish to the dock market. As expected, the fish sold for 18 spirit stones. With that, the number of spirit stones he carried reached 20. Since he wasn't lacking in spells, Ji Yuan decided to set these spirit stones aside for now. He He needed to decide whether to upgrade the fish pond to level 2 or buy a Dharma treasure for protection. But just as he was about to head back, he suddenly overheard a piece of news being passed around by many people at the docks. The conflict over at Maple Leaf Island finally had a result. The dock market, Tyan Ward, and Jingda Ward all came away empty-handed. In the end, all the benefits of that Foundation establishment Immortal Cave were seized by a Foundation establishment master from the Shueilong sect. The fisherman who managed to return alive basically went on a fool's errand. As for the Lin Yue couple, they died for absolutely nothing. Hearing this news, Ji Yuan stood frozen for a long time before finally walking back toward his small shack by the shore. He couldn't help but recall a saying he'd seen in his past life. In the eyes of high-level cultivators, low-level cultivators are nothing more than ants. And in the eyes of sect disciples, row cultivators are also just ants. The true cultivation world doesn't actually have that many ranks. If it does, there are only 3 ways to address someone: senior, Taoist, and ant. The war at Maple Leaf Island was over. Those who went to scavenge for treasures were returning one by one. The wounded Lu Lizi was naturally among them. He knew he had offended many people, but he didn't expect so many would take this chance to surround and kill him. 3 of them had joined forces against him. If he hadn't saved up quite a fortune over the years, he probably would have lost his life there. Now that he was back at the docks, he spent 2 days nursing his wounds. His injuries were finally starting to feel a bit better, but every time he thought about his recent ordeal, he still felt a bitter resentment in his heart. And for him, the only way to deal with a foul mood was to kill someone. That had always been Lu Lizi's style. Thinking about murder, he suddenly remembered the person Old Man Huang had mentioned last time. Yi Yuwen. Old Man Huang had already been thrown to the fish. In fact, Lu Lizi had watched with his own eyes as the old man was tossed in. Therefore, if he wanted to set a trap for Ji Yuan again, he couldn't use Old Man Huang. So who should he find? Lu Lizi closed his eyes in deep thought. Over the years, his favorite method of killing was always to find a close friend of the target. Then, he bribed them with spirit stones. They would conspire together and join forces to kill the person. If this were the outside world, this method might not be so effective. But unfortunately, this was the dock market, a place on the edge of the Cloud Rain Marsh, a place where the rule of men die for wealth and birds die for food was magnified to the extreme. Back then, Ji Qingyun was betrayed because Lu Lizi bribed Old Man Huang. Old Man Huang then lured him into a trap that had been set in advance. And that was the end of him. And now, that same method was about to be used on Ji Yuan. The only question was, who should he find this time? Lu Lizi didn't know Ji Yuan well, but he didn't need to, because there would always be someone who knew Ji Yuan better than he did. He spent the whole day asking around. After talking to a few people, he quickly gathered the information he needed. He had also selected a suitable candidate. Of all the people this Ji Yuan could have befriended, he just had to associate with someone like Qiu Tianhai. In Lu Lizi's eyes, Qiu Tianhai was a notorious daredevil at the docks, the kind of person who truly had nothing to lose. Therefore, choosing him was definitely a reliable bet. That night, Lu Lizi went to knock on the door of Qiu Tianhai's courtyard. Usually, if someone came looking at this hour, it was for something urgent. But even so, Qiu Tianhai gripped a water arrow talisman tightly before opening the door. The man standing before him was middle-aged with a face full of pockmarks. Qiu Tianhai frowned the moment he saw him, because Lu Lizi's foul reputation at the docks was already well known. Almost everyone knew who he was. Lu Lizi said he was here to help him strike it rich. Then he looked left and right, making sure no one else had spotted him. He jerked his chin toward the house. He told them they should talk inside. Qiu Tianhai hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he let Lu Lizi in. The two of them sat inside the house. There was no tea or water served. They just sat there, facing each other. Lu Lizi cleared his throat and asked which was more important, spirit stones or his life. Qiu Tianhai replied that his life was obviously more important, but his right hand instinctively drifted toward his waist, right where his Dharma treasure was hidden. The movement was far too obvious. Lu Lizi naturally saw it. He immediately chuckled. He then asked, what if it was someone else's life? Qiu Tianhai blurted out that if it was someone else's life, then spirit stones were more important. Hearing that, Lu Lizi grinned. He leaned in close. In a low voice, he asked, Between Ji Yuan's life and spirit stones, which one is more important? Qiu Tianhai was slightly taken aback, but he reacted quickly. He realized Lu Lizhi wanted to kill Ji Yuan. With a man like Lu Lizhi, once he set his sights on someone, there was almost no other possibility besides murder. If it were truly about anything else, he would have gone straight to Ji Yuan instead of coming to him. Lu Lizhi shook his head. He said they shouldn't call it killing. They should call it helping Ji Yuan escape the misery of the docks. Qiu Tianhai just gave a cold, contemptuous sneer. Seeing this, Lu Lizhi spread his hands. He pressed further, asking again, between spirit stones and Ji Yuan's life, which one is truly more important? Qiu Tianhai looked Lu Lizhi straight in the eye, without a hint of fear. The two of them sat in silence for a long time, until Qiu Tianhai slowly said that he didn't have many friends in this life, and Ji Yuan was like a blood brother to him, his dearest kin. Lu Lizhi found this hilarious. He laughed out loud, and he told Qiu Tianhai to just say what it would take for him to agree to do it. Qiu Tianhai didn't even blush. He just lightly rubbed his thumb and forefinger together on the table. With a slight smile, he said the price had to go up. Lu Lizhi immediately agreed. He promised to give him 3 extra spirit stones once the job was done. 3 spirit stones were enough to pay a month's rent. Qiu Tianhai naturally had no reason to refuse, so he accepted the offer. After that, Lu Lizhi laid out his plan. The plan was simple. Qiu Tianhai just had to lure Ji Yuan to a certain spot in the Cloud Rain Marsh. Then Lu Lizhi, who would be lying in ambush, would strike. Once Ji Yuan was dead, the loot would be split 70-30. Lu Lizhi would take 70%. Qiu Tianhai would take 30, plus the 3 extra spirit stones. However, Qiu Tianhai flatly demanded a 50-50 split, because if they were setting up Ji Yuan, he would be the one getting his hands dirty too. Lu Lizhi readily agreed, because in his eyes, Ji Yuan was just a small fry at the early stage of qi refining. How much could his entire net worth possibly be? An extra 20% more or less would only amount to a few spirit stone fragments at most. Afterward, the two agreed to act the following morning. The location was Wague Island in the Cloud Rain Marsh. At the same time, Ji Yuan pulled his hand back from the ground. He looked at the smooth, round hole in the earth and felt extremely satisfied. After several days of cultivation, his water-drop finger no longer caused him any pain. In fact, when the spiritual energy condensed into a droplet and shot from his fingertip, it gave him an indescribable sense of relief. With the spiritual energy reserves of a level 4 chi refiner, he estimated he could fire it 40 or 50 times in a row without any issues. After all, this spell had very low consumption, and the spiritual energy of water attribute cultivators was naturally more abundant and enduring. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Ji Yuan instinctively touched the lightning strike talisman in his robe. Confirming it was still there, he finally felt safe enough to open the door. The visitor was Qiu Tianhai. This left Ji Yuan quite surprised, because in all the time they had known each other, this was the first time Qiu Tianhai had taken the initiative to visit. Qiu Tianhai simply said he had business with him. Ji Yuan invited him inside to talk. He first deactivated the effects of the structures in his mind, before leading him into the house. Unlike Old Man Huang, who would start snooping around the moment he entered, Qiu Tianhai just sat quietly in the main hall. Ji Yuan even specially brewed a cup of tea for him. Qiu Tianhai watched this year's fresh tea, leaves tumbling up and down in the cup, curling up and then unfurling again. He seemed a bit lost in thought. Ji Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He just waited for a long time, until he heard Qiu Tianhai ask if he remembered how they first met. Ji Yuan was about to answer, but Qiu Tianhai spoke first, saying his parents had just passed away back then. He didn't believe in fate, so he went out to sea alone. As a result, he ran into the most dangerous storm the Cloud Rain Marsh had seen. He was knocked unconscious by the waves and washed ashore. In the end, it was Ji Yuan who saved him. Seeing that Qiu Tianhai's mood seemed off, Ji Yuan stopped smiling. He just gave a slight nod. The truth was exactly as Qiu Tianhai said. After he finished speaking, Qiu Tianhai closed his eyes and sat in silence for a long time. Then he opened them. He said slowly that Lu Lizhi wanted to kill Ji Yuan, and this time, the two brothers should team up to slaughter him instead. Ji Yuan's right hand, which had been tapping his knee, suddenly stopped. His gaze immediately shifted to Chiu Tianhai. The latter simply nodded. He said Lu Lizhi was already lying in wait at Wague Island. He had been told to bring Ji Yuan there. Ji Yuan didn't rush to respond. Instead, he began calculating silently in his head. Lu Lizhi wanted to kill him, but there was no grudge or enmity between them. They didn't even know each other. If that was the case, it was likely because of what old man Huang had mentioned before. His parents were killed by Lu Lizhi, and now that man wanted to come for him too. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan smiled and asked why Chiu Tianhai was telling him this. Wouldn't it be better to just side with Lu Lizhi? Chiu Tianhai just shook his head. He said quite naturally that he had very few friends, and Ji Yuan was the only one. In this dock market, he'd kill anyone else if asked, but he wouldn't kill Ji Yuan. Since Lu Lizhi wanted Ji Yuan dead, then the two of them would just turn around and kill him instead. Ji Yuan gave a slight nod. Then he asked if he remembered correctly, Lu Lizhi was already at the 5th level of qi refining, right? Chiu Tianhai confirmed it was true, but he added that Lu Lizhi had been injured at Maple Leaf Island. Furthermore, he himself was now at the 4th level of qi refining. At this point, Chiu Tianhai took a serious look at Ji Yuan. Finally, he couldn't help but feel a bit moved when he realized Ji Yuan had also reached the middle stage of qi refining. In his memory, Ji Yuan was still stuck at the 2nd level of qi refining. Yet in the short span of less than 2 months without much contact, Ji Yuan had surged straight to the 4th level. This naturally left him astonished. Ji Yuan just smiled and said he got lucky. Hearing this, Chiu Tianhai felt even more at ease. He felt that there would be no problem at all now, because an injured level 5 qi refiner against 2 healthy level 4s. Killing him should be a piece of cake. Chiu Tianhai didn't look like someone new to killing. He was about to stand up decisively when Ji Yuan remained seated. He reached out to stop him. Ji Yuan shared his thoughts. He noted that Lu Lizhi always lured people out of the Cloud Rain Marsh before striking. If they stayed at the docks, he probably wouldn't have the guts to make a move directly. Furthermore, the possibility that Chiu Tianhai might side with him. He didn't think Lu Lizhi would fail to consider that. Hearing this, Chiu Tianhai realized there was a chance Lu Lizhi wanted to kill him as well. Yuan analyzed that a man like Lu Lizhi, who could survive this long at the docks, was undoubtedly cunning. If the two of them could think of the fact that Lu Lizhi was just an injured level 5, then Lu Lizhi himself certainly understood that too. A wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. Lu Lizhi might not be a wise man, but he definitely understood that principle. So, it was highly likely he was using himself as bait to catch both of them. After hearing this, Chiu Tianhai gradually calmed down. His gaze darkened. He quickly realized that this was likely 80 or 90% true. After all, how much money could killing one Ji Yuan really be worth? Lu Lizhi's real target might very well be him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so readily to every demand he made. After sitting back down, Chiu Tianhai continued his analysis, saying Lu Lizhi definitely didn't know Ji Yuan was already at level 4. Furthermore, if he wanted to hire help, hiring an early-stage qi refiner wouldn't do much, and he probably couldn't afford a level 5. So, whoever he hired was likely only at level 4 as well. In that case, they could still kill them. Chiu Tianhai was very confident in himself. Ji Yuan remained silent. Chiu Tianhai saw through his thoughts. He assumed Ji Yuan wanted to play it safe and stay at the docks, thinking that Lu Lizhi wouldn't dare to kill him there. Before Ji Yuan could explain, Chiu Tianhai cut him off. He said there was no more time for hesitation. Ji Yuan had mentioned that a wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall, so he gave him a saying back. A man who deserves to die must be killed. With that, Chiu Tianhai stood up abruptly. He stated firmly that Lu Lizhi had already marked Ji Yuan. Regardless of whether he succeeded this time, he would find every possible way to trap Ji Yuan in the future. If Ji Yuan was willing to go today, they'd go together. If not, he would go face Lu Lizhi alone. Chiu Tianhai had always lived with his life on the line. He didn't know the meaning of fear. Many thoughts flashed through Ji Yuan's mind at that moment. He was already at the 4th level of qi refining. He had offensive spells like Water Arrow and Water Drop Finger. He also had a Lightning Strike, Talisman, and 20 Spirit Stones on him. Furthermore, what Chiu Tianhai said was true. Lu Lizhi had his sights on him. If he didn't take him out while he was injured, once he recovered, he would be the one living in constant fear. He wouldn't even be able to sleep in peace. Thinking of that, Ji Yuan cursed under his breath and stood up. He decided to make one more trip to the dock market, buy some supplies, and then go slaughter him. Qiu Tianhai was already at the door. He turned around now, a smile appearing on his face. He even corrected Ji Yuan's phrasing, saying if he was going to be crude, he should say it properly. On the way to the dock market, Ji Yuan curiously asked if Qiu Tianhai was an educated man. Qiu Tianhai replied that his father liked to read ancient books. He had been influenced since childhood, so he knew a thing or two. Ji Yuan remarked that he didn't seem all that refined. It seemed he'd only learned a few insults. Qiu Tianhai immediately fired back, and even listed a whole string of other insults he knew. Ji Yuan gave him a suspicious look. He asked if he was just taking the opportunity to insult him. Qiu Tianhai shook his head. He said Ji Yuan was his blood brother. Besides, if he wanted to insult him, he didn't need to wait for an opportunity. Ji Yuan punched him in response. Qiu Tianhai quickly clutched his shoulder and hissed in pain. At the same time, he asked in shock if Ji Yuan had been body tempering. Ji Yuan immediately denied it. The two of them joked and laughed like that. They didn't seem to feel any pressure at all, despite the life-and-death battle ahead. Once they reached the dock market, Ji Yuan went straight to the 100 treasure pavilion. Of the 20 spirit stones he used 10 to buy another mid-grade talisman, a golden body talisman. He knew that if he could buy a lightning strike talisman as a trump card, then Lu Laizi might have one too. So a protective talisman that could save his life became incredibly valuable. With the remaining 10 spirit stones, he used 5 to buy a 100 herb pill for healing. For the final 5, following Qiu Tianhai's suggestion, he bought a dirty trick set, a water ball talisman for 1 spirit stone, and a bottle of sun poison liquid. For 2 spirit stones, he just had to drop the sun poison liquid onto the water ball talisman before throwing it. The water ball would turn into a poison ball. That way, even if it didn't injure the opponent directly, just a splash of that poison water could produce very unexpected results. Ji Yuan couldn't help but think that Qiu Tianhai was truly a dirty fighter. Afterward, the two of them sat on Qiu Tianhai's Dharma boat, watching the scenery constantly recede. Only then did Ji Yuan start to feel a bit of tension. Qiu Tianhai warned him that they'd have to see who Lu Laizi had brought along, because he knew most of the level 4 Qi refiners at the docks. When the time came, he'd leave the weaker one for Ji Yuan. At the same time, he emphasized that once they started, there was no holding back. Once they had the upper hand, they had to strike to kill. Ji Yuan signaled his understanding. Though he had never killed anyone, he understood the logic perfectly when it came to life and death. Qiu Tianhai didn't say anything more. He wasn't a man of many words. After giving his instructions, he remained silent for about an hour. The Dharma boat beneath them suddenly slowed down. They had arrived. Wugaway Island was exactly as its name suggested. It was shaped exactly like a crouching turtle. At that moment, on the sandy shore of the island, the figure of Lu Laizi was sitting cross-legged. Qiu Tianhai's Dharma boat slowly approached, but it didn't pull directly into the shore. Lu Laizi slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the figures on the boat and gave a mocking sneer. He didn't expect to see a display of brotherly love at the docks. Qiu Tianhai realized Lu Laizi had already anticipated they would team up. His eyes instinctively scanned Wugaway Island behind Lu Laizi. At this point, he fully believed in Ji Yuan's suspicion. Lu Laizi knew they would team up, yet he still dared to sit here waiting. It was likely because he had backup. He had called for help. He figured if Qiu Tianhai really wanted to kill Ji Yuan, he wouldn't have brought him here, because a tiny early-stage Qi refiner like him could have been dealt with easily on the way. Since he dared to bring him to Wugaway Island in broad daylight, it was mostly because he wanted to kill Lu Laizi. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 water balls shot out from behind Qiu Tianhai. The distance wasn't far to begin with, and with Ji Yuan's sneak attack, Lu Laizi didn't even have time to cast a spell. He could only crush a talisman. A blue turtle shell appeared in front of him. The water balls slammed into the shell. There was a loud pop as they exploded. Water splashed everywhere. Qiu Tianhai hurriedly steered the Dharma boat back a bit. On the surface, it looked like he was afraid of a counterattack. In reality, he was avoiding the splashing water. Lu Laizi used a force, of the impact to retreat a short distance. He wiped the water from his face and glared at Ji Yuan. He cursed him for being a devious snake, who only knew how to stab people in the back. Only then did Ji Yuan stand up on the boat. He ignored Lu Laizi and just told Xiao Tianhai to charge. 2 against 1. Kill him first, regardless of whether Lu Laizi had called for help. Since they hadn't shown up yet, it meant they hadn't arrived. Just kill him first. Xiao Tianhai was just as decisive. The Dharma boat immediately closed in. In an instant, the two of them were on the shore. Lu Laizi was furious. He shouted insults, shocked that Xiao Tianhai also wanted him dead. Just then, a middle-aged man in a straw raincoat stepped out from the reeds on Wague Island. His body was slightly hunched, and he held a green bamboo pole. He chuckled, asking how that could be possible. Because if Lu Laizi died, the Qin family wouldn't let him off. The moment he appeared, Xiao Tianhai's expression changed. He recognized him as Old Man Wu, a veteran among the level 4 Qi refiners. He told Ji Yuan to go kill Lu Laizi while he dealt with this one. The name Old Man Wu was something Ji Yuan had naturally heard of. Among the bandits at the docks, Old Man Wu was notorious for his cruelty. He didn't fish. In fact, he rarely even came ashore. He spent the whole year lurking in the Cloud Rain Marsh. Whenever he encountered an early-stage Qi refiner or a level 4 traveling alone, he would strike ruthlessly. It wasn't that people hadn't tried to kill him. It was just that he knew the Cloud Rain Marsh too well. He managed to escape every single time. In terms of pure strength, he was much stronger than the injured Lu Laizi. Hearing that they were going to kill him, Lu Laizi didn't let his guard down. Instead, he gave Ji Yuan an incredibly cautious look. Only now did he realize Ji Yuan was already in the middle stage of Qi refining. He immediately knew his decision to kill Ji Yuan was the right one, because if he didn't, and Ji Yuan's cultivation kept rising, he feared this man would come seeking revenge later. With that said, he waved his right hand. A black gold short saber flew out from his waist. It grew larger in the wind. In an instant, it slashed toward Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan had just landed. His instinct was to use the golden body talisman. But in the end, he held back. With a thought, the spiritual energy in his dantian surged. Lu Laizi thought Ji Yuan was frozen in fear. But to his surprise, just as the Dharma treasure reached him, Ji Yuan simply raised his hand and fired 2 beams of spiritual light at the incoming saber. One shot knocked it off course, and the other sent it crashing to the ground. Lu Laizi was utterly stunned, because this was the first time he had ever seen this kind of spell, and its attack power was actually that strong. If that hit a person, it would probably leave a hole right through them. In the distance, Old Man Wu, who was fighting Xiao Tianhai, glanced over. He recognized it as the water drop finger. He warned Lu Laizi to be careful. Don't let your ship sink in a shallow ditch, because Ji Yuan was a ruthless one. The reputation of the water drop finger was something Lu Laizi had obviously heard of, but he had never seen anyone use it, because it was said that every time it was cast, the users suffered excruciating pain. He didn't expect Ji Yuan to be able to endure it. He felt even more certain that killing Ji Yuan was the right move. Lu Laizi took control of the short saber again. But before he could strike, Ji Yuan pointed a finger straight at his head. The water drop finger shot out with extreme speed. But Lu Laizi was also a veteran of life and death battles. He raised his hand and summoned 4 or 5 water shields in front of him. The droplet shattered the shields. Ji Yuan raised his hand again and pointed at the short saber in midair. The droplet hit it, directly knocking it away. The two had only exchanged a few blows, yet Ji Yuan was already suppressing Lu Laizi. Lu Laizi naturally realized this too. His face turned grim. At the same time, he became even more cautious. He had to kill this brat, Ji Yuan, today, because anyone who could withstand the backlash of the water drop finger was bound to become a major threat. Raising his hand, he stopped controlling the Dharma treasure and pulled 3 water arrow talismans from his storage bag. He crushed them instantly. 3 water arrows appeared around him. Seeing this, Ji Yuan prepared a spell in each hand. He also immediately fired 2 water arrows. But compared to Lu Laizi, he was still slightly outmatched. Lu Laizi waved his hand. The 3 water arrows shot out. He then summoned 3 more water arrows. But then he couldn't help but reach up and scratch his face. The itching was unbearable, just as Ji Yuan used his water arrows to counter the others. He suddenly noticed the sand beneath his feet had become incredibly muddy. As soon as he moved his foot, he tripped and fell to the ground. Opposite him, the 3 water arrows Luo Lizi had summoned immediately veered downward. They shot straight toward him. Panic flared in Ji Yuan's heart. He had no choice but to use his only mid-grade protective talisman, the Golden Body Talisman. A golden light manifested, enveloping his entire body. The 3 water arrows inevitably slammed into him, but they were all blocked by the golden light. Even so, the massive impact sent him flying several meters back. He felt a sharp pain in his internal organs. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yi Yuan cursed silently. He thought it was a good thing he had been body tempering. Otherwise, even with the Golden Body Talisman, that hit would have left him severely injured. He wiped the blood from his lip. He raised his hand and saw the short saber flying toward him. He lunged to the side and fired 2 water drop fingers, knocking that troublesome saber away, even though it was a Dharma treasure. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan's water drop finger was the perfect counter for it. If he didn't know that spell, he feared he would have fallen here already. Across from him, Luo Lizi only felt an agonizing itch on his face. If it weren't for that, he believed he could have used his Dharma treasure to break Ji Yuan's Golden Body Talisman just now. He was also cursing nonstop at his heart, wondering where this brat got so many spirit stones to be able to afford a mid-grade talisman. He summoned the saber again, but the itch on his face had become so intense it was almost unbearable. He finally determined that there was a 90% chance something was wrong. He remembered Ji Yuan's devious sneak attack at the start and thought about the water that had splashed on his face. He immediately realized that was the moment. Ji Yuan had poisoned him. Luo Lizi screamed in rage, cursing Ji Yuan as a backstabbing coward, a demonic scoundrel. At the same time, he took a detoxification pill from his storage bag and swallowed it. His hands kept clawing at his face, to the point where even his hands started to itch. In his daze, he suddenly heard a crack of thunder above his head. He immediately knew he was in trouble, but it was too late. Before he could dodge, a bolt of purple lightning struck him right on the crown of his head. It directly blasted him over 10 meters away. He lay face up on the sand, motionless, no longer breathing. In the distance, Qiu Tianhai and Old Man Wu, who were still fighting, couldn't help but turn their heads at the same time. Before them stood a youth, covered in mud, slowly getting to his feet. A faint golden light enveloped his body. He raised both hands. 2 water arrows manifested. They were pointed straight at Old Man Wu, who held the green bamboo pole. Ji Yuan said in a low voice, "Either surrender or die. The choice is yours." Old Man Wu didn't act immediately. He just glanced at Luo Lizi's corpse, his expression shifting rapidly. As for Qiu Tianhai across from him, his face was already bruised and battered from that bamboo pole. Qiu Tianhai's original plan was for both of them to attack and kill Old Man Wu as well. But seeing Ji Yuan speak like that, he didn't say anything more. Old Man Wu gave a forced chuckle. He praised Ji Yuan for being a young hero. He remarked that Luo Lizi had dominated the docks for over 10 years, only to end up dead at Ji Yuan's hands. Ji Yuan replied that even so, his death didn't atone for his crimes. The water arrows in his hands didn't dissipate. In fact, they seemed ready to fire at any moment. Old Man Wu played along, agreeing that his death wasn't enough. Then he tossed the bamboo pole aside. He admitted that since Luo Lizi was dead, there was no point in him being stubborn. He'd just accept his bad luck today and surrender. Ji Yuan then said he should have done that from the start. With that, Ji Yuan dispelled the water arrow spell. He acted as if he were letting out a sigh of relief. But Old Man Wu didn't forget to mention how impressive Ji Yuan truly was. Not only could he endure the pain of the water drop finger, but he also carried 2 mid-grade talismans. Truly powerful. As he spoke, he made a gesture as if to bow to Ji Yuan. But the moment he straightened up, Qiu Tianhai's expression changed drastically. Before he could even shout a warning, he hurriedly threw a water ball. But in his heart, he knew it was too late. Because just as Old Man Wu bowed, a streak of bloody light shot out from his chest, aiming straight for Ji Yuan. This old ghost never had any intention of surrendering. Qiu Tianhai cursed under his breath. He thought that while Ji Yuan was strong, he was still young, still lacked experience. How could he trust a treacherous snake of a bandit like that? But just as that thought flashed through his mind, he saw a flash of blue light. It was the water drop finger. It was even faster than that streak of bloody light. Not because of its speed, but because he had fired first. From the moment Old Man Wu bowed his head, Ji Yuan had already made his move. At such a close range, the blue spiritual light pierced right through Old Man Wu's forehead and exited through the back of his skull. His body slumped heavily to the ground. Falling along with him was an embroidery needle that had pierced Ji Yuan's protective golden light. It was only a hair's breadth away from his forehead. Xiao Tianhai immediately rushed forward. He fired a water arrow point blank. Like smashing a watermelon, he pulverized Old Man Wu's head, to the point where red and white bits splashed onto him. Ji Yuan had been fine a moment ago, but seeing that headless corpse, his face instantly turned pale. Xiao Tianhai glanced at him. He couldn't help but squeeze out a smile on his swollen face. He told him to get used to it, because he'd be killing a lot more people in the future. With that, Xiao Tianhai walked toward Lu Laizi's body, clearly intending to give him a finishing blow as well. But to his surprise, Lu Laizi was actually still alive. Ji Yuan, who had been dry heaving, immediately stood up. With one leap, he landed beside Xiao Tianhai. His hands were already condensing the water drop finger. At this moment, Lu Laizi's forehead was split open. Blood was gushing out. Though he was alive, he was taking his final breaths, barely hanging on. As Ji Yuan approached, he wheezed, saying in a weak voice that he had used this same method to kill Ji Yuan's parents. He even asked if Ji Yuan knew who had helped him lure them out. Ji Yuan was genuinely curious, so he asked who it was. Lu Laizi told Ji Yuan to come closer, and he would tell him. But Ji Yuan's right index finger already fired. A water drop finger pierced right through Lu Laizi's right palm, making him groan in pain. An abnormal flush flickered across his face. Lu Laizi gave a strained laugh. He praised Ji Yuan for having real backbone. Then he finally gave the answer. It was Old Man Huang. After saying that, his lifeless eyes stared at the clouds in the sky. Who knows what this dying man was actually thinking? Hearing that answer, Ji Yuan was both surprised and not surprised. Surprised because the relationship between Ji Qingyan and Old Man Huang had been quite good. Every holiday, whenever they made something delicious, they'd always give a portion to Old Man Huang. He didn't expect the man would turn around and harm Ji Qingyan. Not surprised because Old Man Huang was exactly that kind of person. You could see his character just by how he treated the Lin Hu family. Xiao Tianhai stared into Lu Laizi's eyes for a moment, then said he was dead. Ji Yuan gave an in response. He fired one more water drop finger, piercing Lu Laizi's forehead. Xiao Tianhai leaned down and took the storage bag from Lu Laizi's waist. Then he took a small porcelain bottle from his own storage bag. He poured a drop of black liquid onto the corpse. In an instant, the body began to melt, rotting away, until even the clothes were gone. Ji Yuan couldn't help but be intrigued. He felt this method of disposing of a body was excellent. Truly a must-have medicine for traveling the world. Before Ji Yuan could even speak, Xiao Tianhai proactively told him it was corpse-dissolving water, available at House 99 at the dock market. Just say Xiao Tianhai sent you, and the manager will sell it. 1 spirit stone per bottle. Ji Yuan just gave a simple acknowledgement. Afterward, Xiao Tianhai used the same method to dissolve Old Man Wu's corpse. Then he gathered the bamboo pole and the short saber, the 2 Dharma treasures on the ground. Ji Yuan picked up the embroidery needle that Old Man Wu had tried to assassinate him with at the end. Xiao Tianhai suggested they shouldn't linger in a place of trouble. They should move elsewhere to split the loot. When it came to killing and looting, he was clearly very experienced. Ji Yuan agreed. Not long after, a Dharma boat headed straight north, venturing deeper into the Cloud Rain Marsh. An hour later, at a small reed bed northwest of the docks, Xiao Tianhai dumped everything from the 2 storage bags out. The first things that caught their eyes were several pink undergarments from female cultivators, and used ones at that. Xiao Tianhai cursed Old Man Wu and tossed them aside. Only then did they start dividing the spoils. Lu Laizi, perhaps because he had just been through a major battle at the marsh, didn't have much on him. He only had 5 spirit stones. The only pills left were 2 detoxification pills. Healing ones like the 100 Her pill had already been used up. The same went for his talismans. Only low-grade ones like Water Shield and Water Ball remained. For Dharma treasures, there was that black gold saber from before, plus a dark green Dharma boat. Chiao Tianhai muttered that the old man must have suffered quite a loss over at Maple Leaf Island. Ji Yuan's gaze fell upon the treasures, belonging to Old Man Wu. With just one look, he felt the truth of the saying, murder and arson bring a golden belt. Spirit stones alone were piled high. At a glance, there were nearly 40 of them. There were also 4 bottles of pills, including 2 bottles of 100 herb pills, 1 bottle of detoxification pills, and 1 bottle of blood-burning pills. As for talismans, there were over 10 low-grade ones, and 2 mid-grade ones. A lightning strike talisman and a water image talisman for escaping. Too bad he died before he could even use them. Regarding Dharma treasures, Old Man Wu had more than one. There was a Dharma boat, that bamboo pole weapon, plus the embroidery needle Ji Yuan had just picked up. Chiao Tianhai said there were also techniques. He shook out 3 jade slips. The names of 3 spells were carved on them. Ji Yuan's eyes sharpened. He picked one up. It was the object control technique. Looking at the Dharma treasures laid out on the muddy ground, then at the fresh technique jade slip in his hand, a bold thought suddenly occurred to Ji Yuan. Is that all? Why bother farming? Murder and arson really do bring a golden belt. Killing for loot is much faster than farming. Otherwise, with these techniques and treasures, who knows how many months he would have had to save up to get them. Not like now. One big score and he's set. Chiao Tianhai happily picked up the other 2 jade slips. But after one look, he cursed. He thought there'd be something good. Turns out they were just common street wares. They were just the rain control technique, and the cloud rain technique, and the fireball technique. He said he already knew all of these. He stuffed them all into Ji Yuan's hands. Ji Yuan didn't know any of them, so he took them. Immediately after, both of their eyes fell to the ground, because the best part, splitting the loot, had finally arrived. There was no need to argue. Everything was split down the middle. There were 46 spirit stones in total. Ji Yuan received 23. As for the pills, Ji Yuan got 1 bottle of 100 herb pills. There were 3 pills inside. He also got 1 detoxification pill and 1 blood-burning pill. Additionally, there were some low-grade talismans. For the only 2 mid-grade talismans, the lightning strike and water image. Since Chiao Tianhai already had a water image talisman, he chose the lightning strike talisman. After splitting those, the Dharma treasures were left. The most important part, 2 storage bags, each 1 square foot in size. 2 low-grade Dharma boats. The black gold saber and the bamboo pole were both low-grade Dharma treasures. Only the embroidery needle, according to Chiao Tianhai's guess, was a fragment of a mid-grade Dharma treasure. Ji Yuan took 1 storage bag and Old Man Wu's Dharma boat. As for the weapons, he took the embroidery needle used for sneak attacks. He thought the saber and the bamboo pole would both go to Chiao Tianhai, but to his surprise, he still gave the saber to Ji Yuan. He only took the bamboo pole for himself. Once the loot was divided, the 2 of them gradually calmed down from their brief excitement. Ji Yuan wasn't as happy as he had been a moment ago, because killing was easy, but dealing with the aftermath was a bit difficult, especially regarding Lu Lizhi. Chiao Tianhai spoke up first. He said Lu Lizhi was one of the Qin family's men. All these years, his loan sharking business was actually for the Qin family. Most of the spirit stones he made had to be handed over. So if he died, the Qin family would definitely investigate. Ji Yuan knew of the Qin family. They were the largest clan at the dock market. In this place, once your cultivation reached the late stage of qi refining, you could usually apply for the entrance exam to the Shuilong sect. But the Shuilong sect didn't just take anyone. Those who were too old or had other issues could be rejected. Therefore, those who weren't chosen usually returned to the docks. And those late-stage qi refining fishermen who weren't selected, as long as they didn't provoke the Shuilong sect, they had almost no rivals at the docks. They'd recruit some people, protect some people, sleep with some people, and naturally, they'd become a small cultivation clan. The Qin family was formed exactly like that. Ji Yuan asked, since Lu Lizhi's killings were secret, wouldn't it be hard to trace it back to them? But Chiao Tianhai shook his head. He told him not to underestimate local snakes like the Qin family. Then he said in a low voice that regarding Lu Lizhi's death, he would take the blame. Before Ji Yuan could finish his sentence, Chiao Tianhai continued, saying he had already offended the Qin family anyway. He didn't mind offending them one more time. Besides, he was tired of these docks. He had already been planning to check out other markets. He added that he'd return to the docks with Ji Yuan for a bit, then wait until this time tomorrow. By then, rumors would likely spread through the docks that Qiu Tianhai had killed Lu Lizi. It was dark now. A light drizzle began to fall over the cloud rain marsh. Ji Yuan remained silent. To be honest, he knew Qiu Tianhai might really want to go to another market to develop, but he could have just slipped away quietly. He didn't have to step up and shoulder this burden. Furthermore, to cross between markets this time, he'd mostly have to go through the cloud rain marsh. With a level 4 Qi refining cultivation, try to drift from the vast docks to another market. The level of danger involved was easy to imagine. Ji Yuan asked him again if he was absolutely sure. Qiu Tianhai just gave a carefree laugh. He said there was no such thing as being sure in this business. Yi Yuan nodded. He took out the talismans and pills he had just received from his storage bag. After a moment's thought, he added 10 more spirit stones. Qiu Tianhai's expression shifted slightly, but Ji Yuan told him not to argue. If he was willing to give them, then just take them, because out there, he'd need these things more than Ji Yuan would. Ji Yuan even patted Qiu Tianhai's shoulder. He told him to stay alive. Wait until they both reached the late stage of Qi refining, then they'd wipe out the Qin family together. At the mention of that, Qiu Tianhai couldn't help but take a deep breath. He said that when the time came, they'd destroy the Qins, and the two brothers would join the Shuai-Along sect together. Ji Yuan smiled in response. Qiu Tianhai didn't refuse anymore. After packing everything away, he thought for a moment. He said that once he got back and packed his things, he'd leave immediately. He might not come to say goodbye to Ji Yuan again. He added that if he ever returned to the docks, he'd leave a seashell in front of Ji Yuan's door. When that happened, he'd be waiting on this island. Since this island had no name, he decided to call it Autumn Rain Island from now on. Ji Yuan agreed. He had finally found a reliable friend, only for it to be time for farewell so soon. Ji Yuan felt a bit of reluctance in his heart, but thinking about it, the path of cultivation seemed to be exactly like this. No matter who it was, they could only walk side by side for a short stretch. The great Tao of longevity was, for the most part, a solitary journey. Qiu Tianhai departed. After a battle out there, Ji Yuan now had a Dharma boat of his own. He had Dharma treasures too. He took out Old Man Wu's Dharma boat. After refining it a bit, he tossed it into the water, letting it grow in the wind. It transformed into a long, slender white boat. Since he didn't know its name, Ji Yuan called it the White Boat. The white boat's hull was very sleek. The bow even had a sharp point, which gave it an extra boost of speed. Ji Yuan estimated this white boat was almost at the threshold of a mid-grade Dharma treasure. It made sense. A bandit like Old Man Wu, who lived off the Cloud Rain Marsh, wouldn't have a subpar boat. This white boat would probably serve him well for a long time. Returning to the shore, Ji Yuan didn't see anyone else. He tucked the boat into his storage bag and quietly returned home. Once he was back, the first thing he did was activate the structure's effects. Then he changed into clean clothes. Only then did he finally relax a little. Drinking the hot tea he'd brewed that morning, Ji Yuan began to reflect on today's battle. After thinking it through carefully, Ji Yuan realized he only survived today because of his resources. This wasn't even a fight. It was a war of attrition using resources. Whether it was the water drop finger countering Lu Lizi's weapon, or the golden body talisman saving his life, or the lightning strike talisman turning the tide at the last second. Just those two mid-grade talismans alone weren't something an ordinary cultivator could produce. So, the reason he won today was simply because he had more resources. Old Man Wu had even more resources than he did, but he was too stingy to use them. Mostly because he thought Lu Lizi could handle him. Then he'd team up with Lu Lizi to take down Qiu Tianhai with almost no effort. He didn't expect Lu Lizi to fail so miserably. Thinking of it that way, Ji Yuan understood even more that you don't just need resources. You have to be willing to use them. As for killing Old Man Wu at the end, he had been prepared for it. After being stabbed in the back by Old Man Huang, Ji Yuan could barely trust Qiu Tianhai now. And that was only because they had killed together. How could he ever trust a bandit like Old Man Wu? So in the cultivation world, while combat awareness is important, resources are the most critical factor of all. Thinking of that, Ji Yuan looked at his control panel. He felt it was time to upgrade this immortal cave. Before, he always suffered from a lack of spirit stones, so he couldn't upgrade. Even when he finally got a few, he had to save them for Dharma treasures. Now it was different. He had stumbled upon a sudden fortune. Not only did he have Dharma treasures, 3 of them, in fact, but he even had the object control technique. So he might as well use the remaining spirit stones to upgrade the cave first. As for the spirit fields, while he could upgrade them now, he had nowhere to plant anything after the upgrade. The only small plot in the backyard was taken up by the fish pond, the chicken coop, and the pigsty, and the spirit fields took up the most space. Not only that, once planted, they required careful tending, unlike chickens and pigs that could be left to roam. So he had to put that on hold for now. Ji Yuan looked at the control panel. The level 0 cave effects included basic recovery, basic dust-repelling barrier, and a 20% increase in spiritual energy density at night. The upgrade requirements were 5 low-grade spirit stones, 3 buckets of sticky rice glue, and repairing the broken roof tiles. The roof repair part still hasn't met the requirements. The upgrade conditions aren't that difficult. 5 spirit stones plus 3 buckets of glutinous rice paste should do it. As for the broken tiles, they really do need some fixing. The last time they were repaired was when Ji Qingyun was still alive. I'll have to go to the market district to buy the glutinous rice. But Ji Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He planned to go tomorrow. He could also take the opportunity to ask around about Lu Lizi. For now, he first took out 3 jade slips to comprehend the object manipulation technique, the hooking art, and the cloud and rain art. His main focus was the object manipulation technique. Fortunately, these basic techniques were the kind where once you get the hang of one, you understand them all. It wasn't difficult at all. It only took him half a day to barely reach the entry level. Immediately after, he took out the 2 magic tools he had obtained from the storage bag, the black gold saber and that embroidery needle. Their previous owners were dead, and he had already bound them to himself with a drop of blood. So, with a single thought from Ji Yuan, he first activated the embroidery needle. Guided by his spiritual energy, a faint blood-red glow immediately appeared on the needle's body. The magic tool expanded according to his will. The embroidery needle turned into a streak of red light. In an instant, it burrowed into the wall, vanishing without a trace, even though he was the one controlling it. When he felt that power, Ji Yuan was still a bit startled. If this magic tool had belonged to Lu Lizi, he'd probably be a corpse by now. He sensed it carefully. He felt that even his golden body talisman might struggle to block this needle. Even if it managed to hold it off, it would likely be breached very quickly. Once the golden body talisman was broken, it would be nothing more than a lamb waiting for the slaughter. Thinking of that, Ji Yuan let out a long breath. He felt lucky that this magic tool belonged to him now. With a thought, he recalled the embroidery needle from the wall. Qiu Tianhai had mentioned before that this needle was likely part of a set. If combined, they would be a mid-grade magic tool. It was a pity he only had one right now. Even so, Ji Yuan still gave that silver needle a very flashy name, Life Taker. The life-taking needle. So, it shall be the life-taking needle. It could be considered one of his trump cards. After putting it back into his storage bag, he looked at the black gold saber sitting on the table. After the previous battle, Ji Yuan concluded that this thing had its pros and cons. The good part was that it could be used for melee combat, and it could also be controlled from a distance. But the downside was exactly that. On the surface, it seemed like it could do everything, but in reality, it wasn't truly exceptional at anything. Regardless, it was still a magic tool. Ji Yuan manipulated his spiritual energy, watching it fly wildly around the house. He couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He felt that after all this time, he finally felt like a true cultivator. After playing with it for a while, he felt that controlling it was still a bit difficult. He almost lost his grip on it a few times, mostly because he hadn't mastered the manipulation technique well enough yet. But Ji Yuan wasn't in a rush. After experiencing the joy of controlling a magic tool, he ate his daily allotment of spirit eggs as usual, then drifted off into a daze and fell asleep. Early the next morning, he headed to the market district. He was ready to buy some glutinous rice to upgrade his abode. But not long after arriving at the market, he heard some fishermen gossiping about Lu Lizi's death. And just as expected, everyone was saying that Qiu Tianhai killed him. From behind him came the soft call of a woman. Recognizing that familiar voice, Ji Yuan turned around. He saw a female cultivator wearing a simple patterned robe. She was tall, with a beautiful face. That person was Lu Wan, the daughter of an old friend of Ji Qingyun. She could be considered Ji Yuan's childhood friend. It was just that later on, when Lu Wan's father reached the 5th level of qi refining, and because she had a great talent for drawing talismans, she was taken in as a disciple by Wu Wenbin, a famous talisman master in the market district. Her family then moved to the central area of the market district. From then on, their relationship with Ji Yuan's family gradually faded. Furthermore, after his reincarnation, Yi Yuan Rerli went outside, so today was the first time he had seen his old friend again. Lu Wan said she was out to buy some talisman ink, then asked Ji Yuan what he was doing here. Ji Yuan just smiled and replied that he was also here to buy a few things. Lu Wan looked left and right, then walked toward the side of the road. Ji Yuan had no choice but to follow. Only when they reached a spot with no one around did she ask in a low voice if he used to know Qiu Tianhai. She asked if he was still in contact with him lately. Ji Yuan replied that he wasn't. He said they only met last time at Yunwu Marsh and exchanged a few words. When Qiu Tianhai came to see Ji Yuan yesterday, no one had seen him. Hearing that, Lu Wan clearly breathed a sigh of relief. She warned him to stay away from Qiu Tianhai from now on, because he had offended quite a few people now. The Qin family had already put out word that they were determined to kill him. Ji Yuan knew in his heart that Qiu Tianhai was probably already on his way to another market by now. So he just nodded and said he understood. After that, the two of them chatted for a bit longer. Lu Wan did most of the talking, while Ji Yuan listened. When it was time to part ways, Lu Wan originally intended to give him a few talismans, but he declined. Ji Yuan understood that cultivation is a solitary journey of self-preservation. If he could avoid owing favors, it was better not to owe them at all. After saying goodbye to Lu Wan, Ji Yuan went to the rice shop and bought over 10 pounds of glutinous rice. He didn't know exactly how much would be enough, but buying a bit extra was always better. It saved him from having to run back and forth. Then he thought, if he didn't upgrade his spirit scripture, he could use the remaining spirit stones to buy another spirit hog to raise. During the last fight, he had personally experienced the benefits of body tempering. So now that he had a chance to increase his strength this way, he naturally wouldn't pass it up. Only this time, he didn't go to Luo Tong's shop. He intentionally switched to a different place. He spent 2.5 spirit stones to buy a spirit piglet. A moment later, when he returned home, after letting the pig out, finishing the paste, and finishing the roof repairs, he saw that the requirements met status had appeared for his abode. With a thought, Ji Yuan immediately chose to upgrade. Unlike the previous upgrade where he felt almost nothing, this time, as the abode upgraded, he felt a very distinct change. First, the entire house seemed to become fresher. The dust and cobwebs all vanished. Then, some small cracks on the walls slowly repaired themselves. Even the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to become a bit denser. Before Ji Yuan could sense anything more, the light on the control panel flashed. The conditions for upgrading to a level 2 abode appeared. A level 2 abode has a spiritual effect where daytime qi concentration increases by 10%, and nighttime qi concentration increases by 30%. At the same time, it adds a basic silence barrier. The upgrade requirement is 50 low-grade spirit stones, 6 pieces of green spirit jade, and 10 pounds of river-suppressing sand. Regardless of whether it's day or night, the qi concentration increases by at least 10%. At first glance, it didn't seem like a huge difference, but over time, the effect would be completely different. Cultivation is a game of slow refinement. Progressing just a bit more than others every day would lead to a massive accumulation in the long run. Furthermore, there was the addition of a silence barrier. This so-called barrier, Ji Yuan guessed, was similar to a formation. The dust-repelling barrier of the level 1 abode was just a simple dust avoidance formation. If he had a level 2 silence barrier, then no matter how much noise he made inside his abode, others wouldn't be able to hear it. It made things a bit safer. It was just a pity that no defensive barriers had appeared yet. He could only look forward to future abode upgrades. Regarding the upgrade conditions, the 50 spirit stones were within his expectations. However, he had never heard of green spirit jade or river-suppressing sand. He didn't know their value either. so he could only wait until he could go to Baibao Pavilion to ask. After finishing the abode upgrade, Ji Yuan felt that the air in the house was much fresher. Looking around, everywhere was spotless. Not a single speck of dust remained. The gloomy atmosphere from before was gone. Instead, it had become incredibly bright. He couldn't help but marvel that this was what a cultivator's home should look like. But after enjoying it for a moment, he still had to scoop a bowl of chi-infused grain from the storehouse to feed the chickens. And after feeding the chickens, he had to feed the pig. That cultivator vibe lasted for less than half an incense stick's time. Once everything was done, Ji Yuan continued to stay inside to contemplate the object manipulation technique. Because no matter what, he had to at least be able to control his magic tools at will. Otherwise, even with a body full of magic tools, he wouldn't be able to use them effectively. Without him even realizing it, Ji Yuan's strength had begun to steadily improve. That afternoon, while he was practicing in the courtyard, Ji Yuan suddenly heard the sound of a door opening from the courtyard to his right. It came from Old Man Huang's house. His heart immediately skipped a beat. He thought, could that old man still be alive? Because no matter what, he couldn't just ignore the person who had caused the death of the original owner's father. Ji Yuan immediately stepped out of the courtyard. At the same time, his mind connected with the life-taking needle in his storage bag. But when he reached the door, he found two middle-aged men wearing the standard uniforms of the Shuilong sect standing outside Old Man Huang's courtyard. As soon as they saw Ji Yuan come out, the two of them looked over. Ji Yuan hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed to them. They just gave a grunt and said nothing more. Ji Yuan turned his head to look toward Old Man Huang's courtyard. He discovered there were two other Shuilong sect cultivators inside. He couldn't help but ask what was going on. One of the two cultivators holding a dharma sword turned around. He said the fisherman living here was dead. They were here to reclaim the immortal residence. He also asked if Ji Yuan was a relative of the deceased. Hearing that, Ji Yuan knew Old Man Huang was indeed dead. He slowly shook his head. He said he wasn't a relative, just a neighbor. After hearing that, the sword-wielding cultivator turned away. He paid him no more attention. At the same time, the gate to the Lin family's courtyard also opened. Wu Qin, her face still a bit pale, leaned against the doorframe as she stepped out. She called out to Ji Yuan. He didn't know when she had started following Lin Hu's lead in calling him that. But from the way she occasionally looked at Ji Yuan, one could still see she harbored some complicated feelings. Ji Yuan looked at the injured Wu Qin. He thought that if she had a 100-herb pill, she probably would have recovered long ago. Furthermore, if this kind of injury wasn't treated early, the longer it dragged on, the easier it would be to leave behind hidden wounds. But 100-herb pill cost at least 5 spirit stones. And now that Lin Yue and his wife were dead, the burden of the entire family fell on Lin Hu, who was only at the second level of chi refining. It reminded him of the original owner, when he could barely afford the rent for the immortal residence, let alone buying a 100-herb pill. Ji Yuan asked where Lin Hu was. Wu Qin looked toward Yunwu Marsh with a sorrowful gaze and said he had gone out on the boat. After sealing Old Man Huang's house, the Shuilong sect cultivators left one by one on their flying magic tools. Once they were out of sight, Wu Qin finally dared to ask if Old Man Huang was really dead. Ji Yuan replied that the Shuilong sect cultivators said so. Upon hearing that, Wu Qin couldn't hide a hint of gloating in her voice. Even her fingers gripping the doorframe turned white from the pressure. Now that the Shuilong sect had confirmed Old Man Huang's death, it wouldn't be long before that house was rented out to someone else. Ji Yuan didn't know what kind of person his new neighbor would be, but anyone who could rent a house on the shore would at most be at the 4th level of chi refining, because those with higher cultivation had mostly moved into the inner market district. And as long as they weren't at the 5th level, he wouldn't be too panicked now. By dusk, Ji Yuan could hear Lin Hu's loud laughter echoing from the house next door. He kept shouting that the heavens have eyes. He must have just returned from his boat and heard the news of Old Man Huang's death from Wu Qin. Ji Yuan thought the new neighbor wouldn't arrive for at least 3 or 4 days. Unexpectedly, someone knocked on his courtyard gate the very next day. The visitor was a middle-aged man wearing a tattered white robe. His cultivation was at the 3rd level of chi refining. He lived alone. His eyes were sunken with dark circles. He looked very much like a typical cultivator. The man introduced himself as Deng Wenliang. He was originally a rogue cultivator from the Ngu Kingdom. He was lucky enough to make it to the Shueilong sex market district. He hoped they could look out for each other in the future. Ji Yuan returned the gesture, introducing himself. His attitude was neither warm nor cold. Deng Wenliang had brought a small portion of mung bean cakes as a greeting gift. They were the kind bought in the market district. Just ordinary items, costing no spirit stones. So Ji Yuan accepted them. Then Deng Wenliang said he had just arrived and still had to pay his respects to the other neighbors. He said they would chat again later. He also reminded him that they were neighbors and they would be seeing a lot of each other from now on. After saying that, he cupped his hands again and left with a hearty laugh. Soon after, Lin, whose voice could be heard from the house next door. Compared to Ji Yuan, Lin, whose voice was clearly much more enthusiastic. It made sense. Ji Yuan stayed inside all day. When he did go out, he rarely interacted with anyone. Now that they finally had a new neighbor, Lin, who was naturally going to be more welcoming. As for the mung bean cakes Deng Wenliang gave him, Ji Yuan didn't eat them, but fed them all to the spirit hog. He thought to himself that the spirit hog eats the mung bean cakes, and eventually he would eat the spirit hog. That way, it wasn't really a waste. In the following days, Ji Yuan relied on the effects of his level 1 abode. He rested for 3 days and practiced at night. Fortunately, although his spiritual roots weren't great, his talent for techniques seemed quite decent. After a few days, he finally mastered the object manipulation technique. Controlling his magic tools now felt as natural as moving his own fingers, especially that life-taking needle. If it flew out from his sleeve, and he hit it within a water drop finger strike, he could likely ambush most opponents. As for the black gold saber, it could be used as a feint. Even though Ji Yuan didn't go out much these days, he could hear that Lin Hu and Deng Wenliang were becoming very close. The two of them would occasionally visit each other's houses. But after just a few days of this, during a walk outside his door, Ji Yuan heard Wu Qin quietly asking him about it. She said this new neighbor didn't go out on a fishing boat. He just spent all day running into the market district. Most of the time, he slept during the day and went out at night. She had no idea what kind of work he was actually doing. Ji Yuan naturally didn't know either. He didn't care much. After many days of raising fish, he finally had a big harvest late one night. 2 semi-spirit fish upgraded at once. Not only that, but even the remaining semi-spirit fish were almost ready for harvest. Ji Yuan's gaze fell upon the fish pond. The spirit fish that upgraded this time were a bullhead catfish and a blood spirit snapper. That blood spirit snapper should be able to sell for an extra spirit stone. These 2 spirit fish could sell for at least 35 spirit stones. The other 5 semi-spirit fish combined should sell for about 8 stones. That meant another 43 spirit stones in his pocket. Even after subtracting the cost of buying more semi-spirit fish, he'd have 30 stones left. Ji Yuan couldn't help but look at the control panel. The conditions for upgrading to a level 2 fish pond were 30 low-grade spirit stones, 5 pounds of cold iron sand, and an ice-freezing talisman. Perhaps due to heaven's favor, or because he was originally a fisherman, the level 2 fish pond wasn't like the pigsty or the abode. It didn't need 50 spirit stones to upgrade. 30 was enough. Most importantly, after the fish pond upgraded, it could produce 1 drop of water flower dew every day, worth 8 spirit stones. This was a stable source of income, much more stable than selling upgraded spirit fish or grown spirit hogs. 8 stones a day. That's 80 stones a week. 8,000 stones a month. As soon as he did the math, Ji Yuan began to indulge in happy fantasies. He felt he had to upgrade it immediately. As for techniques, he wasn't lacking any right now. Besides, learning too many with his 4th level chi refining cultivation meant he wouldn't be able to cast them all anyway. To put it simply, his mana pool was limited. 1 object manipulation technique to control magic tools, plus the water drop finger as a basic attack, was almost enough. The same went for magic tools. So for now, it seemed, the best use for these spirit stones was to upgrade the fish pond. That would give him a steady stream of spirit stones. That way, whatever he wanted to do in the future would be much simpler. He just didn't know how much this cold iron sand cost. Plus, regarding the ice-freezing talisman, he wasn't sure if just sticking one on would work, or if he had to refine it himself. If he had to refine it himself, wouldn't he have to learn the craft of drawing talismans? After thinking it over, He decided to go to the market district tomorrow to ask about the cold iron sand first. Anyway, it was almost dark, and at night, the chi concentration in the room would increase. With such good cultivation conditions, Ji Yuan didn't dare to waste them. Early the next morning, after a night of hard cultivation, Ji Yuan woke up early. He first used 2 fingers to casually kill those 2 spirit fish. Then he headed to the door. With a thought, he released his white boat Dharma vessel at the shore. Finally, he didn't have to row that old canopy boat to sell fish anymore. He couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. It was quite the upgrade. Unexpectedly, before he could even get on the boat with the fish, a middle-aged man came walking down the small path, yawning widely. His eyes were bloodshot, with deep dark circles. He was even stumbling a bit as he walked, but there was no smell of alcohol. It seemed he had simply stayed up too many nights. The man's eyes lit up when he first saw the Dharma boat by the lake. Then, seeing Ji Yuan carrying 2 spirit fish, he stopped in his tracks. Deng Wenliang asked Ji Yuan if he was going to sell fish. His eyes became much clearer. If a high-quality Dharma boat only made him a bit envious, then the 2 spirit fish in Ji Yuan's hands made him snap wide awake. In this market district, anyone who could kill spirit fish was undoubtedly in the mid-stage of chi refining. Furthermore, they had to be an expert among mid-stage chi refiners, not to mention someone like Ji Yuan who could kill 2 spirit fish at once. In Deng Wenliang's eyes, this was clearly a truly ruthless character. Previously in the market district, he had often flattered those mid-stage chi refiners. He didn't expect such a hidden expert to be living right next door, and such a young one at that. Ji Yuan asked in return if fellow Daoist Deng had just returned from the market district. Because he remembered Wu Qin's inquiry from last time, he wondered what Deng Wenliang was up to. Deng Wenliang hurriedly smiled and nodded. Ji Yuan just gave a response and didn't ask anything else. He wasn't naturally curious about other people's business. As long as it didn't affect him, it was fine. Then he went back inside to grab a few more semi-spirit fish. Today, he planned to sell all the fish in the pond. Deng Wenliang went back into his house. He seemed to remember something. He clenched his fists, turned around a few times, but finally gave up. Forget it. I'll try again tonight. I can definitely turn things around. While he was thinking, the name Lin Hu popped into his head. Ji Yuan went to the fish stalls. He sold all the fish he had harvested. The amount he received was even more than he expected. He sold them for a total of 44 spirit stones. This caused quite a few nearby fishermen to glance over. But this time, he didn't hide his cultivation. When the aura of a mid-stage chi refiner radiated out, even if it was only the 4th level, it made those fishermen settle down. Because everyone was just looking for profit, not looking to risk their lives. Afterward, Ji Yuan wasn't in a hurry to buy more fish, but went to Baibao Pavilion first. He asked about cold iron sand, but the Shuilong sect cultivator on duty just gave him a half-smile and asked if he had any cold iron sand himself. As soon as Ji Yuan frowned, the man became impatient. He waved him away, leaving Ji Yuan with no choice but to cup his hands and take his leave. On the contrary, a middle-aged woman in green at the nearby talisman section spoke up to explain. She said that cold iron sand was currently a scarce commodity in the Shuilong sect. The internal supply wasn't even enough, so none could be sold outside. Baibao Pavilion had only been buying it lately, not selling. If Ji Yuan found any, he could bring it here. They would buy it at a high price. 15 spirit stones per pound. Hearing that price, Ji Yuan couldn't help but be startled. 15 spirit stones a pound. If he really bought enough, just 5 pounds would cost 75 spirit stones, plus the 30 spirit stones originally needed to upgrade the fish pond. That was a total of 105 spirit stones, enough to exchange for 1 mid-grade spirit stone. And mid-grade spirit stones, in his mind, were things only those in the foundation establishment stage should possess. At that moment, the square-faced cultivator from before spoke up mockingly. He said that in the northwest of the market district, there was a cold water area called Qingba Pond. There might be cold iron sand nearby. If Ji Yuan could mine any, no matter how much, the Shuilong sect would buy it all. Ji Yuan cupped his hands to both of them before leaving Baibao Pavilion. Before leaving, he asked around nearby. Only then did he learn that Baibao Pavilion had stopped selling cold iron sand 6 months ago. Furthermore, the price back then was very cheap. Only 5 spirit stones a pound. Unlike now, where the price had tripled and demand still far outstripped supply. Ji Yuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had no idea what kind of scheme the Shuilong sect was up to that required so much cold iron sand. This sudden turn of events disrupted his plans, forcing him to just buy 8 semi-spirit fish first and return home. The path to upgrading the fish pond was temporarily blocked, unless he went to Qingba Pond to search for it himself. But for now, Ji Yuan had no intention of going out to take risks. If he wanted a stable income, upgrading the pigsty was also an option, because the blood essence produced every day was even more expensive. It was just that the upgrade conditions required 50 spirit stones, plus 3 bone-rotting flowers, and he had to refine a cleansing rune. Ji Yuan also took the opportunity to ask about bone-rotting flowers, but the result was that they weren't available in this market district at all. He'd have to go to another market to find them, and even if he did, the price certainly wouldn't be cheap. Thus, neither the fish pond nor the pigsty could be upgraded for the time being. Ji Yuan looked at his control panel and felt that maybe this idea didn't have to be shelved just yet. This panel was called the Building Upgrade Panel. The buildings currently shown were only the ones the original owner already had. It didn't mean it could only upgrade those specific things. For example, what about an alchemy room or a forging room? The 100 arts of cultivation included various categories like alchemy, forging, beast taming, feng shui, divination, physiognomy, and qi observation. Actually, Ji Yuan's current work of raising pigs and chickens, or Luo Tong's butcher trade, could also be considered part of the 100 arts. They just weren't as famous as the big 4: alchemy, forging, and so on. Naturally, their status wasn't as high either, and they didn't earn as many spirit stones. During this time, Ji Yuan had also looked into it. On the Kangluo continent, the highest status belonged to formation masters. Formations were different from other crafts, because for alchemy or forging, as long as you didn't mind the investment and practiced hard, you could more or less achieve some results. But formations were completely different. This field relied almost entirely on natural talent. After looking into it, Ji Yuan felt that formations were very similar to mathematics in his previous life. Other subjects could be learned with a bit of effort, but with math, if you didn't get it, you really didn't get it. Formations were the same. Rare things are always more valuable. Just like in this market district, there were hardly any formation masters. Next were forging and alchemy, but both of these fields were extremely resource-heavy, especially forging. Every failure resulted in a massive loss. On the other hand, the resource consumption for talisman making wasn't that high, although it also required talent. Even if your talent was a bit lacking, you could make up for it with experience. Like Luan, the original owner's good friend. She was the type with pure, high talent. It was said that originally, she just looked at a few waterball talismans and managed to sketch them out herself. After that, her father did everything he could to help her find master. Ji Yuan thought it over carefully and felt that if he had to choose one of the 100 arts, it would definitely be talisman making. But he'd still have to learn alchemy and forging later, because things like foundation establishment pills or life-bound magic treasures definitely had to be made by himself. Furthermore, the control panel had given him such good conditions. There was no reason to waste them. As for right now, he should first learn talisman making to earn some spirit stones and increase his strength. Additionally, whether it was upgrading the fish pond or the pigsty later, both required carving runes. So learning it now was like paving the way for the future. Once he made up his mind, Ji Yuan began to plan whether he could upgrade a talisman room. If he could, everything would be a success. If not, he'd just start from scratch. The problem was how to create a talisman room, or more accurately, how to get the control panel to recognize that he had such a room. After thinking for a while, Ji Yuan took out a brush and paper from his room. He wrote the words Talisman Refining Room in large letters and used rice paste to stick the paper on the door. But after waiting a while, the control panel still didn't react. He felt something was wrong, so he flipped it over. He changed Talisman Refining Room to Talisman Making Room, then changed it to Talisman Drawing Room. He changed it back and forth several times. Finally, when he stuck the words Talisman Room on the door, the control panel finally changed. It showed Talisman Room Level 0. The Level 1 effect was a 20% increase in the success rate of Grade 1 talismans, and a 5% increase in the success rate of Grade 2 talismans. The upgrade conditions were 10 low-grade spirit stones, 1 copy of basic talismanry, and successfully drawing one calming talisman. The last condition had not yet been met. At this point, Ji Yuan finally saw it appear. Ji Yuan looked at the effect of the level 1 talisman room. He felt a simple and direct sense of satisfaction. Unlike the chicken coop or pigsty, which had various auxiliary effects, the effect of the talisman room was extremely clear. It was to increase the success rate of drawing talismans. It didn't just directly boost the success rate of grade 1 talismans by 20%, but even grade 2 talismans, which were commonly used by those in the foundation establishment stage, got a 5% boost. Ji Yuan immediately decided to do it. He could easily produce 10 spirit stones, and the basic talismanry book wasn't expensive. It was sold in many places in the market district, just 1 spirit stone per copy. The calming talisman was also just a low-grade, grade 1 talisman, the same level as the water ball talisman. He felt that drawing it probably wouldn't be too hard. At worst, he'd just have to try a few more times. It was still early. Ji Yuan, who had just returned from the market district, turned right back around. First, he bought a copy of Basic Talismanry. This thing was very cheap. It contained introductions to various grade 1 talismans commonly used in the chi refining stage. Next was talisman paper, a talisman brush, and talisman ink. The 3 essentials for drawing talismans. Regarding talisman paper, the grade 1 type sold in the market district mainly came in 3 varieties. From worst to best, they were green hemp paper, cloud pattern paper, and top-tier sea fish paper. Since he was still a beginner, Ji Yuan naturally chose the thickest green hemp paper. 1 spirit stone could buy 100 sheets. This paper was made from 10-year-old green hemp grass and black spirit fish blood. Each sheet could withstand spiritual power limits twice. The downside was that it caught fire very easily. As for the ink, he also bought the lowest grade, vermilion mysterious ink. Basic 5-element talismans could all use the same ink. If he wanted to draw higher grade talismans, he'd naturally have to prepare ink with the corresponding attributes. This ink wasn't expensive either, costing him only 2 spirit stones. The only thing that was truly expensive was the talisman brush. After all, a talisman brush was a type of magic tool. So even though Ji Yuan only bought an entry-level brush, it still cost him 22 spirit stones. At that moment, his only thought was that he absolutely had to break even. He had to rely on talismans to earn back the 30 spirit stones he had already spent. That brush was called the Green Bamboo Spirit Guiding Pen. It was made from 50-year-old Miss Spirit Bamboo. It even had a spirit gathering rune carved inside. After buying all of this, Ji Yuan only had 24 spirit stones left. That was still quite a bit. So he followed the method Qiu Tianhai had mentioned before, and prepared a set of sun poison liquid and water ball talismans. That cost 5 spirit stones. Before leaving, he remembered the corpse dissolving water. He felt it was a very useful item, so he figured since he was already here, he might as well buy some. Not long after a bit of searching, Ji Yuan finally found house number 79 that Qiu Tianhai had mentioned. It was located in the northwest corner of the market district. Aside from being at the end of an alley, the house wasn't anything special. Ji Yuan stepped up and knocked, then took a step back. He waited in silence. Before long, the door opened. A middle-aged man with graying hair and mismatched eyes poked his head out. He looked Ji Yuan up and down. Clearly, he didn't recognize him. Ji Yuan slightly cupped his hands and asked if the person in front of him was fellow Taoist Li. But the man immediately denied it, telling him he had the wrong person. Then he slammed the door shut. Ji Yuan had to step back. He checked the house number again to make sure he hadn't seen it wrong, then stepped up to knock again. This time, before the other person could finish his annoyed remark, Ji Yuan lowered his voice and said the name Qiu Tianhai. Hearing that, Li Gua immediately changed his attitude and let him in. Although Ji Yuan didn't fully trust the man in front of him, he trusted Qiu Tianhai. But as soon as he stepped into the house, he smelled a very strange scent. It was like the fragrance of medicinal herbs, mixed with a faint, hard-to-hide stench. His eyes unintentionally glanced at the closed room on the right. He immediately realized that this Li Gua was an alchemist. Li Gua was indeed a Gua, lame person. He walked with a limp. Once inside, he poured Ji Yuan a cup of tea and casually asked where that brat Qiu Tianhai had gone. Ji Yuan accepted the tea with both hands but didn't speak. Seeing this, Li Gua just gave a cold snort. He said that even if he didn't say anything, He could guess 80% that Xiao Tianhai had fled to another market. At the same time, he criticized Xiao Tianhai for being someone who didn't fear death. Imagine daring to kill Lu Laizi. He added that if someone really wanted to kill Lu Laizi, there were plenty of people in this market district who wanted to and could do it. But in the end, no one dared to make a move. It was all because they feared the Qin family standing behind him. Ji Yuan set his teacup down on the table and just sighed in agreement. At that point, Li Guo got straight to the point. He said that if Qiu Tianhai told him to come here, it was likely for this item. Then he casually swiped his belt, taking out a bottle of corpse-dissolving water. He said this was just a trifle, not worth much. 1 spirit stone per bottle. Ji Yuan immediately stood up, saying he wanted 4 bottles, and handed over 4 spirit stones. Once the 4 bottles of corpse-dissolving water were in his hands, he finally breathed a small sigh of relief. But looking at Li Guo in front of him, he still had some hesitation. Finally, he decided to ask about the relationship between the man and Qiu Tianhai. Li Guo didn't hide it, casually saying he was Qiu Tianhai's uncle. Ji Yuan was a bit surprised to hear that, because he remembered that when Qiu Tianhai introduced him, he directly called him Li Guo, and normal people don't call their uncles that. But he didn't know what had happened between the two of them. Besides, he wasn't curious, so he immediately cupped his hands to leave. Just as he was about to reach the door, the voice behind him spoke up once more. Li Guo told him that if he ever met Qiu Tianhai again, to give him a message. Tell him that Li Guo has agreed. Ji Yuan nodded and accepted the task. By the time he got home, it was already dusk. While he was taking out his keys to open the courtyard gate, the gate of the Lin family's house next door suddenly opened. Wu Qin only poked half her body out and softly called to him. Ji Yuan turned and asked what was wrong. Wu Qin whispered that Lin, who had followed Deng Wenliang to the market district tonight. He even said he wouldn't be back tonight. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, and by the end, her head was bowed low. Ji Yuan was also stunned, to the point where his movement to open the door froze for a moment. But he reacted quickly, just smiling and saying they probably had some business to attend to. Then he pushed the door open and entered his house. Wu Qin hurriedly explained, saying it wasn't like that, because Lin, who had intentionally hidden it from her this time, making her worry they were going to do something bad. Ji Yuan just told her she should advise him more, then closed the door. He understood the implication in Wu Qin's words, but he didn't want to get involved, and he couldn't even if he wanted to. In this market district, bad things were already countless. Furthermore, everyone has the right to choose their own path. Ji Yuan had no intention of judging other people's choices. Looking at the locked gate of the neighboring courtyard, Wu Qin said nothing for a long time. Finally, she could only sigh and quietly close the door. Back inside, Ji Yuan first checked everything in the house. After confirming the buildings hadn't changed, he took out the basic talismanry book. Even though he had stayed up all night, he didn't feel tired. Between cultivation and body tempering, just 2 nights without sleep was a small matter for him. He read until midnight. Ji Yuan finally had some understanding of the way of talismans in the cultivation world. Drawing a talisman was divided into 3 steps. The first step was drawing the talisman head to set the spiritual pivot. The next step was drawing the talisman corner to lock the spiritual runes. The final step, and also the most important one, was spirit awakening. It seemed simple enough on the surface, and in reality, it didn't seem too difficult either. Ji Yuan immediately took out his pen, paper, and inkstone from his storage bag, then opened the book to the page for the calming talisman. First, he read it over several times. Then he took out some ordinary paper to practice sketching it. After confirming again and again that there were no mistakes, he finally picked up the green bamboo pen. The paper was green hemp paper. The ink was vermilion, mysterious ink. After spreading out the paper, Ji Yuan poured a bit of spiritual energy into the green bamboo pen. In an instant, the pen barrel emitted a faint green glow. He steadied his mind. Following the pattern in the book, he lowered the pen. His strokes were steady and firm. Then, following the shape, he began to sketch. The spiritual power in the pen flowed continuously. The brush strokes were like flying dragons and slithering snakes. Ji Yuan couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. He felt that he might actually have some talent for talisman making. But at the very moment that thought crossed his mind, the stroke under his hand broke. The entire sheet of green hemp paper immediately burst into flames. Watching the talisman paper turn to ash and drift away, Ji Yuan immediately calmed himself down. Because what he was burning wasn't just paper. It was clearly money. A long while later, once he had regained his composure, he picked up the pen once more. With the experience from last time, he kept his mind as calm as still water. Holding the green bamboo pen, in one continuous motion, he finished the drawing. Looking at the semi-finished calming talisman on the table, Ji Yuan finally broke into a smile. He felt even more certain that on the path of talismans, he truly had some talent. Now, only the final step remained, spirit awakening. The so-called spirit awakening was pouring spiritual energy into the talisman paper to activate the spiritual power previously recorded, making the entire talisman come alive. Only then would the talisman be considered a success. Ji Yuan waited until his state of mind was stable again. Then he picked up the pen once more. He gave it a light tap, pouring in spiritual energy. But the result was that the talisman caught fire again. Watching the brilliant spark flash on the table, Ji Yuan couldn't help but curse. There was no other way. He could only start over. Fortunately, this was only the second sheet of talisman paper, so Ji Yuan didn't feel too heartbroken yet. But then came the third sheet, the fourth, the fifth, until he had burned through 10 sheets in a row. He finally began to feel the sting. Ji Yuan felt something was wrong. There had to be a mistake somewhere. He set down the talisman pen, silently replaying the entire process in his mind. The drawing of the talisman definitely wasn't the problem. The issue could only be at the spirit awakening step. When you can't solve a problem, check the book. He opened Basic Talismanry again. He went through the content word by word, sentence by sentence. But in the end, he still couldn't find where he went wrong. Before long, the sun had risen. Ji Yuan tried drawing a few more sheets, but the result was exactly the same. Looking at the small pile of ashes on the table, he finally had to accept the truth. No wonder everything in the cultivation world required a master's teaching. Because without a master, you couldn't even manage the basics of talisman making. Ji Yuan rubbed his temples, thinking about whether he should also go find a master for talismanry. But right then, a name popped into his head. It was Luo Tong. She was the talisman genius of the market district. She had even taken Wu Wenbin, the famous talisman master of the market district, as her teacher. So if it was just a small matter like this, finding her shouldn't be a problem. It was just that Ji Yuan still didn't know if this involved secret teachings. But thinking it over, he'd just go ask first and see. If it didn't work, then he'd think about finding a master. Just as Ji Yuan finished feeding the chickens and the spirit hog, and was gathering the spirit eggs to leave, he heard the loud laughter of Deng Wenliang and Lin Hu outside the gate. The two of them had been at the market district all night. They only returned together at dawn. From the look of it, they had a lot of fun, but exactly what they were doing, no one knew. Ji Yuan intentionally waited in the courtyard for a bit. He waited until both neighboring gates had closed before quietly shutting his own and leaving. He first went to Lu Wan's house. He met Lu Song, the elder uncle he knew from before, perhaps because of years of living in comfort, and not having been out on the water for a long time. The Lu Song, who was once thin and dark in Ji Yuan's memory, had now become a somewhat stout middle-aged man. Lu Song was naturally a bit surprised by Ji Yuan's visit. When he learned he was looking for Lu Wan, Lu Song told him truthfully that she had gone to Master Wu's place. She wouldn't be back until evening, since the two families had been close in the past, and Ji Yuan and Lu Wan had always been on good terms. Lu Song didn't hide anything. Yi Yuan understood. After that, he reminisced with Lu Song for a while, then declined the invitation to stay for lunch. Only then did he take his leave. Lu Song stood at the door, hands tucked into his sleeves as he watched him leave. A moment later, the voice of Li Qiuling came from inside the house. She was Lu Wan's mother and Lu Song's wife. She said that Ji Qingyun's son looked handsome enough, but it was a pity his looks weren't worth a dime, compared to Lu Song, who still maintained some connection. Li Qiuling was more snobbish, so even though she saw Ji Yuan, she didn't want to come out. Lu Song, dressed in fine silk, shook his head and said that for an orphan to reach mid-stage qi refining at this age, he must have some value. Years ago, he was already at the 5th level of qi refining. In recent years, he had even touched the threshold of the 6th level. Plus, being a cautious man, he had grown wiser with age. So no matter how well Ji Yuan concealed his aura, he still noticed something unusual. Someone under 20 who was already a mid-stage chi refiner was either extremely capable themselves or had someone backing them. Either way, it showed that Ji Yuan was not simple at all. Li Qiuling was incredibly shocked to hear this. Mid-stage chi refining wasn't rare, but being a mid-stage chi refiner before the age of 20 was quite rare in the market district, combined with Ji Yuan's rare good looks. If he were called a young talent of the market district, it probably wouldn't be an exaggeration. Ji Yuan, of course, knew none of this. After asking around, he finally stopped in front of a grand mansion in the market district. Anyone who could live in such a house in this place was either rich or powerful. Wu Wenbin was a talisman master who could draw top grade 1 talismans. Naturally, he was considered a man of wealth and status. Not to mention, he had a group of disciples under him who knew how to draw talismans. Every month, they could provide him with a significant tribute. It was said that with his talisman skills, he could have easily joined the Shuilong sect, but he didn't go. Everyone has their own way of living. If he joined the Shuilong sect, he'd just be a common soldier, a pawn to be ordered around. It wouldn't be like now, where he could act like a king in the market district. Ji Yuan knocked on the main gate of the Wu estate. There was no gatekeeper here. The person who opened the door was also one of Wu Wenbin's disciples. When he heard Ji Yuan say he was looking for Lu Wan, the man in white who opened the door immediately looked him over a few more times. His gaze wasn't even friendly anymore. Ji Yuan didn't want to play any games of fighting over a female cultivator. Besides, he had no other intentions toward Lu Wan. So he added that she was his sister, just as expected. As soon as he heard that, the man in white's gaze immediately became much warmer. The man invited Ji Yuan in, casually mentioning that Lu Wan had recently been trying to draw mid-grade talismans. She truly was gifted. Furthermore, their master was preparing for her to participate in the Shuilong sect election next year. When Ji Yuan found Lu Wan, she was sitting in a talisman room. She was wearing a light blue dress, holding an ancient book. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and there was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. The soft call from a man in white interrupted her train of thought. Lu Wan looked up, and her eyes lit up as soon as she saw Ji Yuan. When he asked in return if he couldn't visit his sister Lu without a reason, she burst into a smile and stood up. Then she bowed to thank the man in white for leading the way. But her tone was neither hot nor cold, even carrying a bit of distance. The man said he had things to do and left first. Ji Yuan thanked him, while Lu Wan brought him a cup of tea. She told him to just speak plainly about what was going on, because she felt that if he didn't have a reason, he might not have remembered her. Ever since she moved to the market district, the number of times Ji Yuan had come to find her was almost zero. It was only in the years before, when Ji Qingyun came, that Ji Yuan would follow along. Later, as they both grew up, Ji Yuan stopped coming altogether. Ji Yuan admitted that he did have something he wanted to ask her. But before he could finish, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door again. Immediately after, a young man also dressed in white entered. His appearance could be considered handsome and elegant. Basically, he was much better looking than that Zhou guy from earlier. Furthermore, the aura on the newcomer also vaguely made Ji Yuan feel a bit of pressure. He estimated the opponent was at the 6th level of chi refining. Lu Wan, who had just sat down, stood up again, and Ji Yuan also had to cup his hands and bow to this person. The newcomer smiled and returned the gesture. He said he had just heard the Wu estate had a guest, and since it was Lu's relative, he came to take a look. Hearing the word relative, Lu Wan was a bit surprised. Ji Yuan already knew who the person in front of him was. It was Wu Yin, the biological son of Wu Wenbin. He also had quite a reputation in the market district. He had a talent for talismans and a powerful father. So at 30, he's already at the 6th level of chi refining. Rumor has it his entry into the water dragon sect is practically a done deal. It's only a matter of time. Ji Yuan greeted them with a smile. He said he came in a bit of a hurry. He didn't have time to prepare a gift. He'd have to make it up to them next time. He hoped fellow Taoists wouldn't take offense. Wu Yin replied politely. Then he naturally took a seat to the side. He smiled and gestured for the two of them to continue their conversation. After all, this was the Wu family's territory. Ji Yuan naturally found it awkward to say much. Besides, he had come to find Lu Wan specifically about talismans. Having Wu Yin here was actually better. It would prevent any future accusations of him stealing techniques. So, Ji Yuan explained the problem he was facing. Luan listened intently. Wu Yan also listened seriously. Finally, Ji Yuan cupped his hands toward the two of them. He said he wasn't sure if this involved their sex secrets. If it did, he apologized for the intrusion. Then he sat back down. Luan looked at Ji Yuan with doubt after hearing him out. Her expression was a bit strange. Wu Yan smiled and asked if he had an unactivated heart-calming talisman on him. Ji Yuan said he did. He reached into his sleeve. In reality, he pulled one out from his storage bag. Then he handed it to Wu Yan with both hands. The other man took it. A blue spiritual glow flickered in his hand. The talisman didn't burn. Instead, the patterns on the paper emitted a faint blue light. Only then did Ji Yuan realize his mistake. Watching the successful talisman in Wu Yan's hand, and recalling his movements just now, he seemed to understand something. He immediately took out another finished heart-calming talisman. He tried pouring a trace of spiritual energy directly into the paper. Unlike the paper bursting into flames last night, this time after the spiritual energy flowed in, the paper remained perfectly intact. In fact, it was a success. In an instant, Ji Yuan finally understood where he had gone wrong. It turned out the final spirit awakening step didn't require a talisman pen at all. You just had to pour spiritual energy in directly with your hand. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but blush. Yi Yuan coughed lightly. He blamed that introductory talisman guide for not clarifying that a pen wasn't used for spirit awakening. Hearing this, Wu Yan chuckled and said most people wouldn't even think of using a pen for that. Luan grew even more suspicious. She didn't think Ji Yuan would actually fail to understand such a basic point. Instead, she felt like he was intentionally making up an excuse to get close to her. But she still kindly explained that the spiritual power from a pen is too concentrated on one point. It's hard to awaken the entire talisman at once that way. So, using your hand is best. Ji Yuan fully understood after hearing the explanation. His face immediately showed a mix of excitement and anticipation. He hurriedly thanked them for clearing up his confusion. Then he said he had to go back and try it again. Wu Yan smiled and nodded. He told him to feel free to come back if he had any more questions about the Dao talismans. Ji Yuan had to admit to himself that Wu Yan was a decent guy. But he also knew the man was only being this nice because he thought Ji Yuan was Luan's relative. After all, the way Wu Yan looked at Luan, Ji Yuan had seen that look far too many times in his past life. It was entirely the look of someone eyeing a possession. Fortunately, Ji Yuan didn't have any feelings for Luan, having a second chance at life, and stepping onto the path of immortality. He had only one thought. He wanted to see what other sights lay further along the great Tao. Ji Yuan came and went. The main reason he hurried back was that his control panel had refreshed. The talisman room could finally be upgraded. After he left, Wu Yan turned to look at Luan. His gaze softened significantly. To be honest, he did have feelings for Luan, and it wasn't just him. Even both their families were pushing them together. Part of it was because Luan was quite good-looking. She could be considered a minor beauty. The other part was her talent. Luan's talent in the Tao of Talismans was very high. Her joining the Water Dragon sect was basically guaranteed. So, as long as he won her over, and they joined the Water Dragon sect together, they would be seen as a perfect, immortal couple in the eyes of the world. Moreover, it would be a massive benefit to his own cultivation path. This second point was the main reason Wu Yan valued Luan so much. Because looks were cheap. If he wanted, he could easily find female cultivators younger and prettier than Luan, with better bodies, too. Then he asked about the identity of the man who just left. Luan quickly explained that Ji Yuan's surname wasn't Lu. His name is Ji Yuan. The smile on Wu Yan's face didn't fade. He assumed if he wasn't a paternal cousin, he must be a maternal one. But Luan said he wasn't that either. At this, Wu Yan was genuinely surprised, because that man had clearly called himself her brother. And he called her sister. If he wasn't a cousin, what kind of brother could he be? Hearing the question, Luan thought for a moment. Then she tentatively suggested that maybe he was just a neighbor's brother. At that moment, the smile on Wu Yan's face instantly froze. Back home, Ji Yuan immediately activated the control panel in his mind. Following his thought, the 0 on it turned into a 1. The talisman room was upgraded to level 1. The panel refreshed immediately after. It showed the requirements to upgrade the talisman room to level 2. Ji Yuan blinked as he looked at the lines of text appearing on the panel. For a moment, he thought he was seeing things. He didn't recognize things like mica crystal clusters or red soil thunderjade listed at the end. He'd never even heard of them, but he understood the 20 mid-grade spirit stones at the beginning very well. If converted to low-grade spirit stones, that would be 2,000. With one look, Ji Yuan knew he shouldn't even think about upgrading the talisman room again until he advanced his cultivation. It made sense, though. Tier 1 talismans were meant for the Qi refining stage, while Tier 2 talismans were mostly for those in the early foundation establishment stage. Now, the Level 2 talisman room could increase the success rate of Tier 2 talismans by 20%. It was understandable that he'd need to reach foundation establishment to upgrade it. Thinking this way, Ji Yuan reassured himself that the current Level 1 talisman room was enough for him to dominate the Qi refining stage. Looking at the 20% success rate boost, he once again entered hardcore cultivation mode. Ever since he learned that Spirit Awakening didn't require a pen, Ji Yuan's success rate in drawing heart-calming talismans had skyrocketed. Right from the start, he could consistently succeed on 2 out of 3 attempts, but he only made 2 successful ones. Then he slapped one on himself to calm his mind and stopped wasting resources. The reason was simple. These heart-calming talismans didn't make any money. Even before he started, Ji Yuan had his eye on the most profitable talisman in the market, the water-repelling talisman. This was something every fisherman heading out to sea needed, because the moment you went underwater, you had to use one. Even the few who knew water-repelling spells rarely used them, because underwater, every trace of spiritual energy was incredibly precious. The price of a water-repelling talisman wasn't low either. A single one could sell for 2 spirit stones. So for the next few days, aside from going to market to buy talisman paper, Ji Yuan barely went anywhere. He threw himself heart and soul into making talismans. Whenever his spiritual energy ran dry, he would start eating eggs to recover. Fortunately, his supply of spiritual eggs was still sufficient. Eating 7 or 8 a day was enough to sustain his consumption. Not only that, in less than 2 days, the second spiritual pig he was raising also matured. This gave him another tough task besides eating eggs, eating spiritual pork. The spiritual energy in the pork wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Ji Yuan stewed some and grilled some for himself to keep in his room. Whenever he got tired of drawing talismans, he'd take a break to eat, and when he ate so much his body felt uncomfortably hot, he'd stop and go back to drawing. Repeating this cycle, he soon produced his first water-repelling talisman in a Level 1 talisman room. Once you succeed once, the success rate for the next one automatically increases by 20%. So, succeeding on the second one was much easier. As a green hemp paper disappeared, water-repelling talismans began to appear one by one. Ji Yuan finally saw the light of victory, or rather, the light of breaking even. Buying the pen, ink, and other supplies had cost him nearly 30 spirit stones. To break even now, he needed at least 20 water-repelling talismans. Luckily, during his last trip to the market, he had bought another 100 sheets of green hemp paper. Even if his own success rate was nearly 0, relying on the talisman room's boost was enough for him to make his money back. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, even when a semi-spiritual fish advanced to a spiritual fish, Ji Yuan didn't have time to deal with it. Not until he finished the very last sheet of paper. Looking at the thick stack of 32 water-repelling talismans in his storage bag, he leaned back and collapsed onto the floor, for no other reason than the fact that this period had been truly exhausting. His entire day, besides cultivating and eating, was spent drawing talismans nonstop. Even when he rested, he'd only nap for a moment before waking up in a hurry. A true overachiever, but the effort of the past few days wasn't without reward. The biggest reward, of course, was the thick stack of talismans in his storage bag, which in his eyes was practically a stack of spirit stones. Next, Ji Yuan's ability to micromanage spiritual energy had improved significantly. When drawing talismans, he had to pour spiritual power into the pen and then release it from the tiny tip. Without exquisite control over spiritual power, it was impossible. In other words, if you were to fight someone now, whether casting spells or controlling artifacts, Ji Yuan could perform much more sophisticated maneuvers. Then there was the body tempering. After eating meat for several days straight. Even though he'd only finished half a spiritual pig, he felt his physical constitution had grown stronger. The most obvious sign was that his skin had become much tougher, while he still couldn't withstand something as freakish as the water drop finger. Ordinary water ball spells hitting him no longer caused significant damage. Gaining strength is always a wonderful feeling. So, Ji Yuan drifted off into a daze and fell asleep with that great feeling. When he woke up again, it was early the next morning. Feeling refreshed, he cleaned himself up. He harvested 7 spiritual eggs for the day. He also butchered that spiritual fish. Once everything was done, just as he was about to head to the market, he suddenly heard the Lin family next door arguing, having stayed inside for 5 or 6 days. Ji Yuan didn't know what had happened, but the two houses were only separated by a wall, and Lin Hu and Wu Jin were arguing right in the courtyard. So even if he didn't want to listen, he heard everything. It turned out that Deng Wenliang had been going to the market every night to visit the gambling dens. And somehow, he had even dragged Lin Hu along. On the first night, Lin Hu actually won some money. And the moment he won, he got hooked. How could fishing ever make money as fast as gambling? And it was easier too. But in the days that followed, Lin Hu started a losing streak. With his small family fortune nearly gone, he still insisted he could win it back. This left Wu Jin with no choice but to scream at him. Other people's family business. Ji Yuan didn't want to get involved, but the moment he pushed open his door, he saw a middle-aged man sitting at the neighbor's gate, sighing and groaning. The moment he saw Ji Yuan, Deng Wenliang stood up excitedly. He hurriedly forced a smile. He asked if Ji Yuan was about to head out. Ji Yuan only gave a cold nod. Deng Wenliang didn't seem to notice the attitude. He kept rubbing his hands together. He said he had something he wanted to discuss. Ji Yuan told him to wait until he got back. After learning Deng Wenliang was a gambler, he didn't want anything to do with the man anymore. No matter where you are, gambling doesn't deserve sympathy. But Deng Wenliang frantically begged to borrow 3 spirit stones. He said he just needed that much to pay this month's rent for his residence. He promised to pay back 5 stones by next month at the latest. Ji Yuan flatly refused. He hopped onto his white boat. Seeing this, Deng Wenliang actually tried to follow him on board. Ji Yuan suddenly turned around. He gave him a cold glare. His mid-stage, chi-refining aura instantly flared out. It turned Deng Wenliang's face pale with fright. He had to stumble back several steps to steady himself. Only then did Deng Wenliang truly snap out of it. He had no choice but to cup his hands and apologize. Ji Yuan ignored him. He steered his boat toward the market. He wasn't worried. If Deng Wenliang knew what was good for him, fine. If not, well, in the Cloud Rain Marsh, there was no shortage of things that ate people. Ji Yuan first steered his boat to the semi-spiritual fish market. He earned another 18 spirit stones. Next, he had to deal with the 32 water-repelling talismans. The most profitable way, naturally, was to set up a small stall, opening a temporary shop at the market to sell them himself. Doing it that way, he could sell them for 2 spirit stones each, bringing in 64 spirit stones. But the downside was it took too much time. 32 water-repelling talismans. Who knew how long it would take to sell them all? Besides, at the same price, people would definitely prefer buying from the 100 Treasure Pavilion, because that was a major trade guild, and the quality was guaranteed. Another way was to sell them wholesale to the 100 Treasure Pavilion or other shops. Of course, he wouldn't get 64 spirit stones that way, because they needed to make a profit too. But in exchange, it's saving the effort, and it wouldn't waste his time. Ji Yuan naturally chose to sell wholesale, because he didn't have much time to sit at a stall. In that time, he could earn even more spirit stones by drawing more talismans. Since he was selling, he might as well sell to the 100 Treasure Pavilion for convenience. So when he arrived at this familiar place, he took 32 water-repelling talismans out of his storage bag. This made the water dragon sect cultivator on duty give him a second look. The man asked if he had drawn these himself. Ji Yuan admitted it calmly. The duty cultivator flipped through them and remarked that he hadn't seen Ji Yuan before. He must have just started learning recently. But with such a success rate and this kind of quality, he was truly talented. The man even suggested that when the Water Dragon sect held its recruitment next year, he should try out for the Talisman Dao. Who knows? He might even become their junior brother. As soon as those words were spoken, the other duty cultivators nearby all looked over. Ji Yuan hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Just as he was about to give a humble reply, a familiar laugh came from behind him. The person asked which young talent had appeared in the market to earn such praise from senior brother Lu. The newcomer was Wu Yan. Ji Yuan couldn't help but think to himself that this market was truly too small. He kept running into people here, just as he was thinking of a way to brush it off. He heard a cheerful call from Lu Wan. She had arrived as well. At this point, he had no choice but to turn around. He cupped his hands to the two of them. He greeted them with a smile. But after Wu Yin saw Ji Yuan's face clearly, the smile on his face instantly stiffened. He couldn't help it, because the memory Ji Yuan left him last time was just too deep. And what he remembered most wasn't the spirit awakening incident. It was that brother business. However, after thinking it over carefully, Wu Yin had realized that Ji Yuan probably didn't have any designs on Lu Wan. If he did, at his age, he definitely wouldn't have done something like that, much less claim to be Lu Wan's brother. He'd probably have been eager to claim to be her cultivation partner instead. So Wu Yin knew he had overreacted last time. Ji Yuan just smiled. He said he still had to thank fellow Taoist Wu for the pointers last time. Otherwise, he'd probably still be stuck on that problem. Senior brother Lu from the Water Dragon sect laughed behind them. He asked if this person was the disciple old Wu had just taken in. In his words, old Wu naturally referred to Wu Wenbin. The reason senior brother Lu was so familiar with Wu Yin was that Wu Yan's entry into the Water Dragon sect was practically set in stone. Lu Wan was much the same. So to these duty cultivators, these two were already no different from junior brothers and sisters. Moreover, Wu Yin had a wealthy father, so making friends with him now was certainly not a bad idea. Hearing this, Wu Yin said that unfortunately, he wasn't yet. Then he looked at Ji Yuan. He asked if Ji Yuan had any interest in that. Ji Yuan only sighed. He said he doubted Master Wu would even look at him. In truth, regarding apprenticeship, he had no such thoughts. With the level 1 talisman room here, he felt he didn't need a master at all. Furthermore, once you take a master, it brings a lot of karma. And Ji Yuan didn't plan on taking a chi refiner as his teacher. Wu Yin said whether it worked out or not would depend on his father's assessment. Next time Ji Yuan came by, he would have his father check Ji Yuan's aptitude. On the surface, Zijuan Tenket Uzan. But in his heart, he decided he would absolutely never go to the Wu residence again. Only then did senior brother Lu speak up. He told him to take the spirit stones and to keep bringing his work to the 100 Treasure Pavilion in the future. Ji Yuan turned to look at the small pile of spirit stones on the counter. He was a bit surprised, but he reacted quickly. With a casual wave of his hand, he used a telekinesis technique to sweep them all into his storage bag. At the same time, he had already finished counting. It was exactly 60 stones. For a major power like the 100 Treasure Pavilion, taking only 4 spirit stones as a middleman fee was already a very generous price. So Ji Yuan cupped his hands again and thanked senior brother Lu for the favor. He said he'd go back and practice diligently. With that, he bid farewell to Lu Wan and Wu Yin and hurriedly took his leave. Lu Wan turned to watch his retreating back. She felt a bit dazed, because the Ji Yuan of the past never seemed to avoid her like this. Moreover, he didn't seem to have such great strength back then. After returning that day, Lu Song had told her that Ji Yuan was already in the mid-stage of chi refining. And looking at him today, he even had such talent for drawing talismans. Wu Yin noticed this as well. He stepped forward to exchange a few words with senior brother Lu. Then, senior brother Lu took out a water testing talisman that Ji Yuan had just finished drawing. Wu Yin received it with both hands. Lu Wan also leaned in to take a closer look. Both of them realized that Ji Yuan's talisman brushwork was only average. The real issue lay in the success rate. To sell 32 water testing talismans in such a short amount of time, that meant his success rate had likely reached 20 to 30%, and he had only just entered the sect. For a newcomer to have such a high success rate, this level of talent could probably rival Lu Wan's. After all, when ordinary cultivators first start learning to draw talismans, never mind 20 or 30%, if they can produce 2 or 3 successful ones out of 50 sheets, it's already considered very good. As he realized this, Wu Yin began to feel a bit of pressure. His gaze inadvertently flickered toward Lu Wan. He thought that by then, it might be a case of the lady having feelings while the gentleman remains indifferent. Not to mention Ji Yuan had such handsome features. Plus, his talent was quite impressive. Isn't he exactly the dream type for female cultivators? Ji Yuan, of course, was oblivious to these thoughts. Walking through the streets of the first-level market, his mind was completely occupied by his storage bag. He couldn't help it. He had been poor for far too long. He had never seen so many spirit stones before, so he carefully counted them over and over again. A total of 98 stones. Just 2 more low-grade spirit stones, and he'd have enough to exchange for 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Now that he had so many spirit stones, the next question was naturally how to spend them. What Ji Yuan looked forward to most was continuing to upgrade his facilities, because everything he had now was thanks to those upgrades. Only by continuing to upgrade could he make even greater strides. But regarding the current projects, whether it was the fish pond or the pigsty, although he had enough spirit stones, the other 2 conditions weren't so easy to meet. If those 2 weren't feasible, then maybe he should follow the example of Mansion 67. First, create an alchemy room and a weapon refining room. Upgrading to level 2 would be difficult, but reaching level 1 shouldn't be a problem. It's just that doing so would require another period of development. While lost in thought, a flash of insight suddenly crossed Ji Yuan's mind. It was as if he had finally figured something out. All that effort spent on upgrading facilities, wasn't it ultimately to increase his own strength? Now he had 98 spirit stones in hand to break through to the 5th level of chi refining. Never mind having 4 spiritual roots. Even with 5 spiritual roots, it would be more than enough. If that's the case, what am I waiting for? I should raise my cultivation level first and worry about the rest later. Initially, Ji Yuan was considering whether to buy more Azure Phoenix chickens or semi-spirit fish. But now that the idea of a breakthrough had surfaced, he immediately stopped worrying about anything else. Everything else can wait until after the breakthrough is complete. When he returned home, both neighbors' houses were quiet. Deng Wanliang had likely gone to sleep. As for Lin Hu, he didn't know if he was out at sea or also resting. In short, as long as no one was standing blankly in front of the door, it was fine. Back at home, Ji Yuan first fed the Azure Phoenix chickens and semi-spirit fish a little, because he knew this breakthrough would take at least a day or 2, and the things he raised still needed someone to look after them. Ji Yuan looked at his pets and thought that in the future, he might have to follow the path of puppetry. Otherwise, if he ever went far away or stayed in seclusion for too long, no one would be there to care for them. As for raising a demon beast, he didn't dare think about it yet, because a demon beast with intelligence would have to be at least rank 6 or 7. It might even be a legendary shape-shifting great demon. Therefore, the path of puppetry was much more reliable. After finishing his chores, Ji Yuan finally returned to his room, which was now Mansion 67. If it were before, he would have had to meditate for a long time just to calm his mind. But now he just needed to slap a mind-calming talisman on himself, and everything was settled. With his mind settled, Ji Yuan took out the 7 spirit eggs from today, starting the preparation for his cultivation breakthrough. A moment later, he had swallowed all the spirit eggs. With a thought, he took the spirit stones out of his storage bag. Without a hint of stinginess, he took out 50 stones in one go and placed them around him. Looking at the circle of bright, white spirit stones surrounding him, Ji Yuan's heart was as steady as a rock. He waved his hand casually, holding 2 spirit stones in each hand. He simultaneously activated the blue sea tide technique within his body. Immediately, an unprecedented surge of pure spiritual energy flooded his meridians. Within the coldness, there was also a hint of moisture. The spiritual energy circulated through his meridians, finally sinking slowly into his dantian. Cultivation in the chi refining stage wasn't particularly mysterious. It was simply the constant absorption of spiritual energy floating between heaven and earth, turning external things into one's own. Moreover, compared to going from the 3rd level to the 4th, going from the 4th to the 5th didn't have any significant bottlenecks. The most important thing was letting the water flow until the channel was formed. As the 4 spirit stones turned into fine powder and fell from Ji Yuan's hands, then another 4, and another 4. He stopped keeping track of exactly how many he had absorbed. He only knew that outside the window, the sky brightened and then darkened, darkened and then brightened. This cycle repeated for 2 full days. The spirit stone powder on his left and right had piled up into 2 small amounts. Finally, on the night of the 3rd day, as the moonlight filtered through the window onto the edge of the bed, Ji Yuan, who had been sitting as still as an old pine, suddenly snapped his eyes open. A sharp light flickered in his eyes. His aura flared out and then quickly vanished. He had successfully stepped into the 5th level of qi refining. Ji Yuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Only now did he truly understand why disciples of immortal sects could reach the peak of qi refining at such a young age. The qi refining stage was essentially just a process of accumulating spiritual energy. With plenty of spirit stones, he could break through twice in just 2 short months. Not to mention those geniuses with dual or single spirit roots. In this market, the 5th level of qi refining could already be considered a pillar of strength. After a brief moment of joy, Ji Yuan scanned his surroundings. Of the original 50 spirit stones, only 6 remained. A single breakthrough had cost him exactly 44 spirit stones. Thinking of this, he understood why there were so few late-stage qi refiners in the market. Because never mind the late stage, even breaking through to the 6th level wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. Ji Yuan felt the abundant spiritual energy in his dantian. Then he picked up the remaining 4 spirit stones. He began to stabilize his 5th level qi refining cultivation. By the time he finished refining all 6 remaining stones, his cultivation was completely stable. And outside, the sun had fully risen. He first changed his clothes and washed his face. Then he scattered the spirit stone powder into the pigsty. After finishing those chores, he started feeding the fish and the chickens. He also collected all the spiritual eggs from the past few days, a total of 21 eggs. This proved that his seclusion had lasted exactly 3 days. Ji Yuan had no intention of eating the eggs for now. He just planned to go out for a walk. But just as he was pacing along the riverbank in front of his door, he saw a hawk-nosed cultivator in black robes approaching from the path opposite him. Ji Yuan naturally recognized this man. It was Pang Ziyuan, a 5th level qi refiner. He worked for the Water Dragon sect. He was considered a semi-official. The residence fees for Ji Yuan's area were usually collected by him. He was also the one who had pressured Ji Yuan to pay his rent before. But what Ji Yuan didn't understand was why he was here now. Because it wasn't time to collect the residence fees yet. Thinking this, Ji Yuan watched him approach and spoke up to greet him. Pang Ziyuan nodded. At the same time, he gave Ji Yuan a second look. Then, a hint of surprise appeared on his face as he realized Ji Yuan was now in the mid-stage of qi refining. Now, that Ji Yuan was at the 5th level, his aura was naturally deeper. Even if he tried to suppress it, his mid-stage aura was still very apparent. Ji Yuan humbly said he was just lucky, but in his mind he subconsciously thought that at such a close distance, if he used his life-taking needle, a sneak attack would probably kill Pang Ziyuan instantly. Pang Ziyuan nodded after hearing him. He said that at least he wasn't shaming his father. With that, he turned and went to the Lin family's door next door and pounded on it loudly. A chaotic commotion immediately broke out inside the house. Very soon, the door opened. When Lin, who saw it was Pang Ziyuan, his face instantly turned pale with fear. Pang Ziyuan coldly stated that the residence fee owed from last month was due. If he couldn't pay today, he'd have to get out of the market. Hearing those familiar words, Ji Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. As for Lin Hu, he frantically explained that according to the old rules, he could still owe for 1 month. He just needed to wait until next month, and he'd definitely pay in full. He begged for a few more days. He said he was about to head out to sea to earn money. As he spoke, he grabbed Pang Ziyuan's sleeve. He pleaded miserably. He was practically on the verge of kneeling. But Pang Ziyuan only coldly replied that the rules had changed. From now on, residence fees could no longer be owed. Pang Ziyuan pressured him coldly. He told Lin Hu to hurry up. If he couldn't pay, he should pack his things and get out. Deng Wanliang, hearing the commotion nearby, also stepped out, with his hands tucked into his sleeves. He acted like he was just there to watch the show. After all, he had already paid his residence fee for last month in full. This matter had nothing to do with him. At that moment, Wu Qin's weak voice came from behind the door. She said there was only 1 spirit stone left in the house. Pang Ziyuan took it casually and coldly stated they were still short by 2. Lin Hu turned his gaze toward Ji Yuan. Hesitating for a moment, he then looked toward Deng Wanliang. He opened his mouth to beg him for a loan of 2 spirit stones, promising he would definitely pay it back next month. But Dang Wanliang only sneered. He claimed he had no spirit stones left. Then Lin Hu reminded him about the few stones he had just won last night. Only then did Dang Wanliang wave his hand dismissively. He said he was saving those to win back his losses tonight. He told Lin Hu to stop thinking about it. Then, not intending to continue watching the drama, he turned back into his house to catch up on sleep. Ji Yuan stood there, observing coldly. But then, some distant memories unconsciously surfaced in his mind. He remembered when Ji Qingyin was still alive. The relationship between the Ji family and the Lin family was very good. They visited each other frequently in their daily lives. If one family made something delicious, they would share it with the other. Even when Ji Qingyin went out to sea, he would call Lin Yue to go along. And Ji Yuan, staying at home, always played with Lin Hu. And Lin Hu had an honest, simple personality. He always followed behind him, calling him Brother Ji this and Brother Ji that. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Finally, he spoke up, saying he would pay for Lin Hu. Having said that, he took 2 spirit stones from his sleeve and handed them over. Pang Ziyuan only glanced at them. Without saying another word, he used an object control technique to take the stones and left. Because he didn't care who paid. As long as someone paid, it was fine. After paying, Ziyuan left. Lin Hu looked at Ji Yuan standing at the door. With his back to the morning sun, in his heart, he suddenly felt that the current Brother Ji seemed both very close and yet very far away. But there was no doubt that he was standing in the light. Lin Hu opened his mouth. A trembling call came from his throat. Ji Yuan only sighed. He advised him not to gamble anymore, to live his life well. Then, without mentioning anything about repayment, he turned back into his house. Lin Hu immediately responded loudly, vowing that he would never gamble again in his life. Then he bowed deeply toward Ji Yuan's door. Afterward, he wiped his face. He returned to pack up a bit, and then rowed his small black boat, setting off for the cloud rain marsh again. As for his original Blackwood Dharma boat, there was no need to ask, because asking would only yield one answer. He had lost it all. On the other side, Deng Wanliang saw this and hesitated to speak. Back in his house, he was still a bit dazed, because he didn't expect Ji Yuan to be such a loyal and righteous person. Previously, seeing Ji Yuan always staying inside, rarely going out, he had assumed Ji Yuan was the cold and detached type of cultivator. But witnessing it today, he didn't expect the other party to be willing to help Lin Hu. Furthermore, Ji Yuan didn't like gamblers. Although Deng Wanliang didn't want to admit it, he felt this very clearly. Connecting it to what happened today, he couldn't help but start thinking. Would Ji Yuan blame him entirely for Lin Hu's gambling? After all, he was the one who dragged Lin Hu into that path. Once Ji Yuan truly placed the blame, how could someone like him, only at the early stage of qi refining, withstand a middle stage cultivator? Deng Wanliang remembered the last time he asked to borrow money. The way Ji Yuan looked at him then was as cold as if he were looking at a dead man. Thinking of that, he scared himself. His face turned pale with fear. A thought immediately popped into his head. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. And as a true gambler, Deng Wanliang's first reaction was to place a bet. He poured a cup of tea, drank it in one gulp, and began to think carefully. This Ji Yuan might only be at the middle stage of qi refining, but he seemed very wealthy, using such a good Dharma boat. Plus, he could occasionally hear the cries of azure phoenix chickens from his backyard. Recently, he even seemed to be growing spirit Lingji. Deng Wanliang couldn't help but curse inwardly, feeling that even what that spirit pig excreted was better than what he ate. The more he thought, the more he felt this neighbor must have a lot of money. And the more he thought, the more his greed was stirred. If he could take care of this neighbor, the profit would definitely not be small. Not to mention Ji Yuan was an orphan. This made things even more convenient, because even if he killed him, there would be no consequences. The most important problem now was how an early-stage qi refining cultivator like him could kill a middle-stage one. Moreover, seeing how Ji Yuan took out 2 spirit fish in one go last time, Deng Wanliang understood very well that the guy was definitely a very skilled fighter. If he went himself, he'd definitely be seeking death. To kill him, he could only find someone else. And as it happened, during this time, he had been hanging around all the gambling dens in the first-level market. He had indeed made quite a few friends, although they were just friends made at the gambling table. It was exactly this kind of friend who dared to risk their lives. If it were an acquaintance from a decent place, Who would dare do such a thing? So the next question was who to find. He quickly calculated in his head that it would be best to find 2 4th-level chi refining cultivators at once. Then, during the fight, one of them must perish along with Ji Yuan. And if both perished with Ji Yuan, that would be even better. That way, he could take the assets of all 3 for free. Of course, the premise was that he himself had to stand firm. He absolutely couldn't be killed by Ji Yuan right at the start. Thinking it over, a few names gradually appeared in Deng Wanliang's mind. As for Ji Yuan, after returning home, he had long forgotten what happened outside. His cultivation had just broken through. His strength had also increased. For him, the most important thing now was naturally to refamiliarize himself with his Dharma artifacts. For example, this dark gold blade. When Ji Yuan was at the 4th level of chi refining, using it wasn't exactly exhausting. But the consumption of spiritual energy was still quite high. Now, it was different. He could manipulate this dark gold blade however he wanted, especially after learning to draw talismans. His control over Dharma artifacts had become even more refined. Afterward, Ji Yuan continued to cultivate at home for 2 more days. During those 2 days, although he didn't go out, he could still occasionally hear Lin Hu leaving early and returning late. It seemed that after saying he wouldn't gamble anymore, that kid really stayed away from it. As for Deng Wanliang, these past few days, there seemed to be strangers coming and going from his house. Ji Yuan sensed 2 auras moving back and forth, but since it didn't affect him, he didn't care. Not until the 3rd day did he prepare to go out to buy some semi-spirit fish and azure phoenix chickens, and buy some talisman paper and ink while he was at it. But just as he stepped out, right as he turned around to lock the courtyard gate, he felt something was wrong. A flash of black light immediately shot out from his storage bag. It grew larger in the wind and hovered behind him. Right after a crisp metallic clash, the dark gold blade was knocked back by a massive force, slamming hard into Ji Yuan's back. This force was very strong. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would likely suffer internal injuries to their organs from such a blow. Too bad Ji Yuan had practiced body tempering. He used the momentum to roll into the courtyard, and even closed the door behind him. But immediately, a cry of surprise rang out from outside, followed by a water arrow shooting toward him. The wooden door instantly shattered. Yi Yuan cursed inwardly. His spiritual energy surged as he turned around. 4 floating water shields appeared around him, while his body leaped onto the courtyard wall. With just one glance, he saw the situation clearly. By the riverbank stood 2 middle-aged men, both soaking wet. One wore black. One wore a gray robe. Both emitted the aura of the 4th level of chi refining. Their expressions were extremely fierce. Above the black-clad man's head hovered a Dharma artifact shaped like a large copper nail, the size of an arm. Clearly, that was what had just ambushed him. If his reaction had been a bit slower, by now, he would have been a corpse lying on the ground. Additionally, Deng Wanliang was standing right in front of his courtyard gate, holding a water talisman in each hand. His gaze toward Ji Yuan was filled with panic. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately understood everything. That gambler had finally placed his bet. Deng Wanliang truly lived up to being a gambler. With only a 3rd-level chi refining cultivation, he dared to invite 2 4th-level cultivators to assassinate him. Everything happened very quickly. As soon as Ji Yuan set foot on the top of the wall, he instantly activated the dark gold blade. With a low shout, the short blade disappeared instantly, slashing straight toward the black-clad man with the artifact. At the same time, his hands pointed straight at Deng Wanliang. Casting water drip, 2 beams of spiritual light shot out. Deng Wanliang didn't say a word and threw both water arrow talismans in his hands. The 2 sides collided. The sound of clashing metal and shattering water rang out simultaneously. Right after that was a soft grunt. The gray-robed man, who hadn't made a move from the start, suddenly began to tremble violently. Then his body fell straight down. He became a corpse with eyes wide open, dying without peace. The black-robed man turned and saw this. He seemed unable to believe it. But before he could react, a tiny red light appeared before his eyes. He was calling his artifact back. But Ji Yuan, standing on the wall, pointed again. He used the water drop finger to knock the bronze spike away. The life-taking needle pierced straight through. It went into his forehead and came out the other side. The black-robed man's body immediately fell backward. He fell into the waters of the Cloud Rain Marsh. These two had been hiding in the marsh earlier, which was why Ji Yuan hadn't noticed them. Dying in the marsh now seemed fitting, killing two ambushers in an instant. Ji Yuan didn't feel much. First, because their cultivation levels were lower than his. Second, because they were all talk and no action. They had the cultivation, but didn't know how to fight. During the clash, just now, Ji Yuan pretended to attack the black-robed man and Deng Wenliang. But in reality, the life-taking needle was aimed straight at the man in the middle. And yet, the opponent didn't even have time to create a few water shields. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan guessed they were probably just gambling addicts Deng Wenliang found in the dens. Never mind fighting. Their heads are probably filled with nothing but thoughts of getting rich. Ji Yuan jumped down from the wall. Deng Wenliang, standing nearby, had gone weak in the knees. He collapsed onto the ground. The moment he saw Ji Yuan's gaze turn toward him, he started kowtowing like he was pounding garlic, begging for his life. Ji Yuan was a kind-hearted person. He couldn't bear to see someone crying and snotting like that, so he decisively used a water-drop finger to end his pain. For those who wanted to harm him, Ji Yuan only ever had two choices: either be killed by them or kill them. After collecting the meager assets of the three gambling addicts, he used 3 drops of corpse-dissolving water to erase all traces. Finally, after looking around, he walked to Lin Hu's door and knocked. But no one answered. Perhaps even Wu Jin had gone out to sea with him. Ji Yuan's door couldn't be fixed anymore. So, he kindly took the door off Deng Wenliang's house and installed it on his own. Then he threw some shattered wooden planks into Deng Wenliang's courtyard, making it look like someone had broken in there. As for being hunted down, Ji Yuan knew better, because the Water Dragon sect only investigated those with families or those who weren't completely dead, not loners like Ji Yuan or Deng Wenliang. At most, the Water Dragon sect would just mutter something about death being the end of it. The 3 gamblers combined only contributed 5 spirit stones. As for pills and talismans, they weren't even worth mentioning. What a bunch of paupers. Ji Yuan could imagine that as soon as they had any savings, they'd dive headfirst into the gambling dens. Therefore, the most valuable thing left was that green bronze spike artifact. But to Ji Yuan, it was just a nuisance, because with his current cultivation and spiritual power, controlling the black gold saber and the life-taking needle was already his limit. So, after reaching the market, the first thing he did was exchange that artifact for spirit stones. The result wasn't much. It only sold for a measly 20 spirit stones. After that, Ji Yuan went to buy some more talisman paper and semi-spiritual fish. By the time he finished everything and returned home, he found that Lin Hu and his wife had also returned early. Moreover, there was an unmistakable joy in both their eyes. Lin Hu leaned in close. He gestured toward Deng Wenliang's house and whispered that it looked like a thief had broken in. Ji Yuan turned to look with a surprised expression. Lin Hu sneered. He said he had seen it coming. All the gambling addicts in that house were like that. Once they couldn't pay their debts, they'd think about breaking into someone else's house to steal things to pawn. Speaking of this, he seemed to have completely forgotten that just a few days ago, he was a gambling addict just like Deng Wenliang. Wu Jin stood behind him. Her eyes also showed joy, but she still glared at Lin Hu and huffed. She asked if he was ever going to gamble again. Lin Hu immediately grinned. He said he'd never gamble again. Then he turned and told Ji Yuan to wait. He'd pay back the spirit stones in a bit. If Lin Hu hadn't mentioned it, Ji Yuan would have forgotten all about it, because it was only 2 spirit stones. For him now, he could earn them back just by drawing 1 water-repelling talisman. It was truly a trivial matter. But Lin Hu didn't mind. He just smiled at Wu Qin and immediately ran toward the first-level market. Seeing that, Ji Yuan guessed he must have stumbled upon some good fortune. Sure enough, as expected, not long after Ji Yuan returned home, Lin Hu knocked on the courtyard gate, panting, holding out 2 spirit stones in his hands. Then he bowed very solemnly to thank him once again. Ji Yuan saw that Lin Hu's family could overcome this hurdle. He felt somewhat happy in his heart. But just as he was about to turn back inside, he saw Lin Hu hesitating as if he wanted to say something. Ji Yuan told him if there was something, just say it. Lin Hu scratched his head, mentioning that Ji Yuan's family used to have a good relationship with the Lu family. As soon as Ji Yuan asked which Lu family, he immediately remembered. It was Lu Wan's family. Lin Hu hurriedly confirmed and said he heard it at the first-level market. Apparently, Lu Wan and the Wu family had a falling out. Someone even heard Wu Wenbin scolding her for being ungrateful. Hearing this, Ji Yuan couldn't help but worry, because the last time he saw Lu Wan was at the 100 Treasure Pavilion. At that time, she was with Wu Yan. To him, she was still considered a friend. Lin Hu continued, saying he didn't know the specific reason. He only heard that Wu Wenbin wanted Lu Wan to become Dao partners with his son. But Lu Wan refused to the death, which is why it turned out like this. Having said that, he shook his head in confusion, seemingly not understanding why she wouldn't want to be Master Wu's daughter-in-law. Ji Yuan recalled their 2 previous interactions. He felt it was indeed somewhat like that, because the way Wu Yin looked at Lu Wan back then was clearly very affectionate, while Lu Wan had always maintained a polite attitude toward him. It's just that Ji Yuan really didn't expect Lu Wan to dare refuse so bluntly. The Lu family only had Lu Song at the 5th level of qi refining, not even at the late stage, but standing before the Wu family. Even if he were at the late stage, so what? Wu Wenbin could draw first-rank, high-grade talismans. Moreover, he himself was a late-stage qi refining cultivator. With such a gap, Lu Wan still dared to refuse flatly. That could only mean she was indeed a person with character. It's just that facing this matter, Ji Yuan couldn't help either, so he could only hope the Wu family wouldn't be too heartless. Lin Hu, not knowing what treasure he had picked up, went back happily. As for Ji Yuan, he took one last look at Deng Wanliang's courtyard next door, feeling that the matter here was completely over. Then he closed the courtyard gate and began to return to his cultivation career. On the second day after Deng Wanliang died, Lin Hu came to bring good news. He had successfully advanced to the 3rd level of qi refining. On the same day, Wu Qin also advanced to the 3rd level of qi refining. At that point, Lin Hu finally told Ji Yuan that while fishing in the Cloud Rain Marsh, he had accidentally discovered an earth treasure called Jade Lotus Root. Taking it to the 1st level market to sell, he earned as much as 30 spirit stones. These spirit stones not only solved their urgent needs, but also helped both of them successfully advance to the 3rd level of qi refining. Both husband and wife at the 3rd level. In the future, when they go out on the boat together, they can catch more semi-spirit fish. That would be a truly stable source of income. Ji Yuan naturally congratulated them. At the same time, he also declined the dinner invitation. Although the days of hard cultivation were difficult, Ji Yuan's life was very fulfilling, because besides cultivating and eating spirit eggs, he also took time to draw talismans during his daytime breaks. At the same time, he began to comprehend other basic techniques. 5 days after Deng Wanliang died, a new family moved into that courtyard. Unlike the old man named Huang and Deng Wanliang, who lived alone before, this time a family of 3 moved in, consisting of a young couple and a cute daughter. Ji Yuan had no intention of forming a deep connection. They only got to know each other briefly, and then he continued his seclusion. Also, since Deng Wanliang's death, Ji Yuan's life became stable. Thinking about it, it made sense. He wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble, and he lived a reclusive life. He hadn't even been to the Cloud Rain Marsh. It was hard to cause trouble even if he wanted to. Furthermore, the only time he caused a big scene, Xiao Tianhai had taken all the blame himself. He was like an outsider, hiding in the small market of the 1st level market, quietly cultivating alone. Days and nights passed. The sun cycled. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Even the Cloud Rain Marsh was left with only the sight of withered lotuses under the frost. Most of the fishermen in the 1st level market had also begun to hibernate for the winter. If they didn't lack money for the residence fee, they wouldn't go out on their boats anymore. After eating 3 spirit pigs, Ji Yuan no longer felt the cold. But to fit in, he also changed into a set of padded cotton clothes and shoes. That day, he headed out at dawn to a shop called the Hidden Treasure Pavilion in the Tangtu Market. Although it was dangerous outside the market, some powerful cultivators formed merchant caravans. They traveled and traded between the different markets. The Hidden Treasure Pavilion was a shop with that kind of background. After entering, the person who greeted Ji Yuan was a female cultivator with graying hair, but he still smiled and called her Sister Wang. The 100-year bronze wood is back. Sister Wang happily informed him that the goods arrived yesterday. The merchant caravan made a special trip to Jinggan district to buy it. She said this trip was almost exclusively prepared for fellow Taoist Ji. Ji Yuan thought to himself that her words sounded better than a song. Then he looked at the piece of wood radiating dense, wood-attribute spirit energy that she took out from her storage bag. He weighed it slightly. Though it was a bit small, if it were cut into planks, it would be enough to build a chicken coop. During these 3 months, besides his cultivation, Ji Yuan had also asked many people in the Tangtu market to look for news about 100-year bronze wood, bone-corroding flowers, and cold iron sand. He had already managed to collect a pound of cold iron sand, but there was still no news about the bone-corroding flower. It wasn't until today that the 100-year bronze wood was finally found. When he asked about the price, Sister Wang told him to just go with the price they agreed on last time. Ji Yuan felt a sense of relief. He immediately paid 20 spirit stones and took the piece of 100-year bronze wood. On the way back, he thought that his first level 2 structure was about to appear. Just as he reached his front door, he saw a small head poking out from the yard next door. A round head and a round face, with chubby cheeks, and 2 pigtails tied upwards. The little girl, looking like she stepped out of a New Year's painting, scolded him for going to the market without bringing her any treats. No matter how cold Ji Yuan could be, he couldn't say anything harsh to a child like that. But before he could speak, the little girl was grabbed by the collar and hauled back. Very soon after, a young, beautiful woman with a golden hairpin came out of the yard. She shyly bowed slightly to Ji Yuan, apologizing because her daughter was too naughty. This family had just moved in next door. The man's name was Wu Lin. The woman before him was named Zhao Yuechan, and the little girl who was just hauled back was named Wu Linger. Yi Yuan smiled. Then he took out a small box of osmanthus cakes from his storage bag. He said he actually did buy some snacks for Ling. If Madam Wu didn't mind, please accept them. Ji Yuan had bought the osmanthus cakes last month. He had completely forgotten to eat them. Luckily, they were kept in the storage bag, so they hadn't spoiled. Before Zhao Yuechan could refuse, Wu Linger jumped out from the yard, quickly thanking him. Seeing this, Zhao Yuechan could only give a helpless smile. Ji Yuan smiled as he handed over the cakes. At the same time, he leaned down slightly to remind the girl that she should call him uncle. Don't call him big brother. Ling er old hias. She said that because Ji Yuan was so young and so handsome, she should definitely call him big brother. Ji Yuan just laughed, telling her she had a sweet tongue. Then he patted Linger's head and told her to go play. Zhao Yuechan also bowed, thanking him once again. Ji Yuan just politely responded. After cheering up the child, he turned and went back into his own yard. Things were different now. As soon as Ji Yuan pushed the door open, a wave of fresh air hit his face. To the left of the door, near the Wu family's side, he had planted 2 fruit trees. One was a peach tree. The other was also a peach tree. To the right of the door was a small plot of land he had cleared earlier. The chicken coop was about to reach level 2. By then, the Azure Phoenix chickens could dig up a bit of spirit soil every day. Ji Yuan didn't plan on selling this good stuff. He'd keep it to grow some of his own food. Entering the house, the effects of the level 1 spirit dwelling were apparent. An even fresher wave of air washed over him. Ji Yuan didn't stop. He went straight to the backyard. Compared to before, the backyard was finally a bit more spacious. It wasn't as cramped as it used to be. It wasn't that Ji Yuan had torn these things down. He had moved them to an even further backyard. 2 months ago, Ji Yuan had found old man Huang by paying an extra 2 spirit stones per month. He had secured his own backyard along with the wasteland behind the Lin and Wu houses. Then he went to the market and hired an earth element cultivator. It also cost him 2 spirit stones. He asked the man to perform a spell, an earth element technique, to quickly build a new courtyard. From then on, Ji Yuan's original single-layered yard was renovated into a double-layered one. He moved the unsightly pigsty and chicken coop to the second yard. As for the first yard, he dug it all up to renovate it into a fish pond. In the middle of the pond was a small stone bridge for him to walk across and enjoy the view. The semi-spirit fish below could swim back and forth constantly between the 2 sides. It was quite a sight to behold. It wasn't that Ji Yuan hadn't thought about renting a large courtyard inside the market, but after thinking it over, he abandoned the idea. First, renting a large yard in the market. The monthly residency fee would be at least a dozen spirit stones. Second, the people who could live in the central area were mostly middle to late-stage chi refiners. They all had their own tricks. If he moved there and started raising fish, chickens, and pigs, it would be very hard not to arouse suspicion. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt it was better to stay in this small house by the lake. If anything really happened, being close to the Cloud Rain Marsh meant he could escape much faster. Ji Yuan stood on the small stone bridge, looking at the 20 semi-spirit fish in various poses in the pond. His mood was naturally excellent, because in his eyes, these were all spirit stones. Not long after, he pushed open the door to the second yard. This place wasn't quite as pleasing to the eye. 30 Azure Phoenix chickens were running everywhere, and it was a bit messy. Ji Yuan was born with metal, wood, water, and fire spiritual roots. He was only missing the earth root. So, facing this situation, he had no way to flip the soil to cover it up. He had to use a telekinesis spell to clean it. Then he used a flame to burn it all clean. He placed the chicken coop on the left and the pigsty on the right. After a quick inspection, confirming there were no issues, Ji Yuan returned to the front yard. He took out the 100-year bronze wood he had just bought. This 100-year bronze wood wasn't a spirit plant, but it had been tainted with a trace of spirit energy. Legend has it that it must be a bronzewood tree where a rank 4, or even rank 5 great demon frequently resides, for it to take shape. Therefore, the price naturally went up. Ji Yuan first took out his talisman brush. He used spirit power to mark it. Then he tossed it into the air. With a thought, he summoned his black gold blade. The blade moved with his will. After a dozen flashes of the blade, the tossed bronze wood became perfectly sized planks. Ji Yuan gathered them and took them to the backyard. A moment later, looking at the chicken coop built from 100-year bronze wood, he glanced at the control panel. It showed that the chicken coop had reached level 2 and could be upgraded. At the same time, it carried the spirit effect, spirit pattern claws. They could dig up a small amount of spirit soil, 1 mace per day, and it could control spirit birds for a short period. The upgrade requirement was 50 low-grade spirit stones and a chicken coop made of 100-year bronze wood. The material requirement was met. 50 spirit stones were no problem for Ji Yuan at this point, because he currently had 76 stones left. With just a thought, the control panel refreshed. The number 1 floating above the chicken coop changed to 2. Not only that, after reaching level 2, a faint green light appeared around the chicken coop. One look and you'd know it was no ordinary object. The Azure Phoenix chickens that were walking around. After a while, dark green spirit patterns naturally appeared on their claws. A wave of demon energy radiated from them. Spirit pattern claws. They could even dig up 1 mace of spirit soil every day. It's just that the phenomenon of this level 2 chicken coop was so obvious. Anyone who took a single look would know something strange was going on. Just as Ji Yuan was worrying, he suddenly felt that the visual effects could be turned off. The control panel was very intuitive. He only needed a single thought. The chicken coop returned to its normal appearance. The spirit patterns on the Azure Phoenix chicken's legs also disappeared. Ji Yuan let out a soft sigh of relief. So, next, he had to consider buying a spirit bird. To put it nicely, a spirit bird. To put it bluntly, a chicken-type demon beast. Ji Yuan planned to buy one to keep in the front yard to guard the house. That way, if anyone attacked, he'd have some help. The chicken coop had reached level 2. Accordingly, the spirit effects and upgrade requirements for level 3 appeared. The control panel showed the level 3 chicken coop. The spirit effect was producing 1 3-colored spirit egg every day. A king of birds would be born in the coop. Its crow could suppress rank 1 demon beasts. Spirit birds could be commanded. The upgrade requirement was reaching the middle stage of foundation establishment. 50 mid-grade spirit stones, and a chicken coop made of bone-corroding shadow locust wood. The first thing Ji Yuan saw was the upgrade requirement. His cultivation had to reach the middle stage of foundation establishment. Level 3 structures were starting to have hard requirements for cultivation. Ji Yuan looked at the spirit effects again. He guessed this had something to do with the king of birds. If its crow could suppress rank 1 demon beasts, then this king of birds was likely a rank 2 demon beast. Furthermore, there was no longer a time limit on commanding spirit birds, so it likely meant he could command them long-term. In that case, it was like he'd naturally become a beast-taming cultivator. Therefore, having a cultivation requirement was unavoidable. It's just that he'd never seen these 3-colored spirit eggs. He'd never even heard of them. But then again, it made sense. A level 3 structure was at least something a foundation establishment cultivator would own. It was normal for a lowly middle stage chi refiner like him not to know. He just didn't know their value or what they did. 3-colored spirit eggs. Just the name suggested they were much better than normal spirit eggs. Plus, only 1 was produced a day. The effect Must be incredible. As for the upgrade requirements, he had to use bone-corroding shadow locust wood for the coop, but he had no idea what that was. Moreover, the name sounded a bit sinister. While Ji Yuan was thinking, he suddenly noticed in a corner of the level 2 chicken coop, a small handful of soil suddenly had a few wisps of spirit energy swirling around it. Looking closer, there were even shimmering specks of light. That was the spirit soil. Ji Yuan immediately used a telekinesis spell. He collected that one mace of spirit soil. If he took this to the market, he could sell it for at least 5 spirit stones. Spirit soil wasn't expensive, but the spirit plants grown from it were very expensive. Furthermore, spirit soil wasn't like waterflower dew or blood essence, which were one-time consumables. This stuff could be reused. In the future, Ji Yuan intended to create a spirit field entirely out of spirit soil, so he didn't plan on selling the spirit soil produced by the coop. After finishing the coop upgrade, Ji Yuan went back to his talisman room to draw talismans and cultivate. But before nightfall, he heard someone knocking on his courtyard door. Ji Yuan was already at level 5 chi refinement. He naturally didn't need a lightning strike talisman to bolster his courage anymore. He went to the front yard. Before even opening the door, he guessed from the aura that it was Linger's father from next door. Wu Lin. Ji Yuan had met him a few times. He had a good impression of him. He knew the man was educated. Not only was he very polite, but he also knew when to push and when to back off. Wu Lin also went out on fishing boats occasionally, but he seemed to be an alchemist as well. So at the Tangtu market, he lived without much pressure. Ji Yuan opened the door. It was indeed him. Wu Lin was wearing padded clothes. He smiled and cupped his hands. First, he apologized for disturbing Ji Yuan's quiet cultivation. Then he said he had prepared a simple meal and some wine at home tonight. He wanted to invite Ji Yuan to join them. Ji Yuan instinctively wanted to refuse, because he never participated in these things. But Wu Lin made it clear there was nothing else to it. Just that they lived here for a while and hadn't invited their 2 neighbors for a meal yet. Plus, fellow Taoist Lin next door had already agreed. Since he put it that way, and seeing that this neighbor was a decent man, at least not like that old man Huang or Deng Wanliang, Ji Yuan nodded and agreed. A moment later, Ji Yuan carried 5 spirit eggs into the Wu family's yard. With a polite person like him, he couldn't be rude, especially since they were his closest neighbors. As for the 5 spirit eggs, they were no big deal to him, because the Azure Phoenix chickens laid 30 spirit eggs every day. Ji Yuan had even started experimenting with steaming and frying them. At that moment, Lin, who heard Ji Yuan going out, and hurried over with Wu Qin. Compared to 3 months ago, Lin, who had clearly matured quite a bit. The naivety was gone from his face, replaced by a bit of steady, somber air. Only when he was with Ji Yuan, and blurted out a few simple sentences, did he reveal his true age. Wu Qin, beside him, was much the same. When she looked at Ji Yuan, her eyes were free of ulterior motives. Just like Lin, who, she saw Ji Yuan as a good older brother from next door. The couple had both advanced to level 3 chi refinement. They always went out on the boat together, even though they didn't have a Dharma boat, and didn't go into deep waters. Their lives were getting better every day. At least they didn't have to worry about the 3 spirit stones for the monthly residency fee anymore. Even today, coming to the Wu house for dinner, Lin, who brought a semi-spirit fish as a gift. To him, that was a somewhat precious gift, but it also showed his desire to build a friendship. Zhao Yuechan's cooking was excellent, combined with high-quality ingredients like spirit pig and semi-spirit fish. Ji Yuan rarely got to eat such a satisfying meal. After eating their fill, they sat in the house to rest. Zhao Yuechan brought out melon seeds and dried fruits. During the conversation, Wu Lin casually revealed his background. Ji Yuan was surprised to learn he came from Heishui Market. Unlike Taiyan, Jinggan, and Jingda, which were the 3 districts near Tangtu Market, Heishui Market was very far away, almost on the opposite side of Tangtu Market, separated by the entire Cloud Rain Marsh. Wu Lin confirmed it, but his expression stiffened slightly before he nodded. Ji Yuan guessed they had likely run into some trouble at Heishui Market and fled to Tangtu. So he didn't ask much, and instead asked if Wu Lin had ever heard of something called bone-corroding flour. Ji Yuan knew where to get cold iron sand. He'd even bought some himself, but he'd never heard of the bone-corroding flour needed to upgrade the pigsty. So, since he'd met a fellow Taoist from far away, he naturally wanted to ask. Wu Lin frowned and thought for a moment. In the end, he shook his head, saying he had indeed never heard of it. Just when Ji Yuan thought there was no news again, Wu Lin pointed him in a new direction. He said that on the 3rd of every month, shop number 18 in the Jia section of the Tangtu market would open. The people there traveled all over the districts of the Cloud Rain Marsh, so Ji Yuan could go there and ask. If even they didn't have it, then it meant the entire Cloud Rain Marsh didn't have bone-corroding flowers. Ji Yuan silently noted the location. He immediately stood up and bowed to Wu Lin in thanks. Wu Lin only added that the prices there would be a bit higher. He told him to be prepared. For Ji Yuan, just learning this news during a dinner was an unexpected harvest. As for the Wu family's secrets, Ji Yuan had no desire to pry, because he knew that the more secrets you know, the deeper you sink. By the time you realize it, it might be too late to save yourself. It was currently the 19th of November, so he could only wait until the 3rd of December. Ji Yuan stayed home and cultivated for a while. He saved up some more spirit stones and went to buy a basic Dharma artifact. The artifact was called the Dragon Scale Shield. The name sounded incredibly powerful. It also cost him 25 spirit stones. In reality, it was just a basic artifact made from the shell of a rank 1 spirit turtle from a marsh. Nothing special, but it was practical. So, including the Dharma boat, Ji Yuan now owned 4 Dharma artifacts. The white boat for escaping, the black gold blade for offense, the life-taking needle for assassinations and ambushes, plus now the Dragon Scale Shield for protection. Ji Yuan felt he could barely be considered a well-rounded combatant. The weather was getting harsher. It was so cold that even Lin, who didn't dare take his boat out into the marsh. It was in this kind of weather that Ji Yuan went to shop number 18 that Wu Lin had mentioned. The shops at the top of the Jia section basically occupied the best spots in the Tangtu market. The rent was also the most expensive. However, shop number 18 was a bit of an exception, because its location happened to be tucked in a corner between 2 rows of buildings. If you weren't looking for it, a normal person walking by wouldn't even notice the place. Ji Yuan was the same. If he hadn't been specifically looking for it this time, he wouldn't even have known a shop was hidden in there. His first impression upon entering was how dark it was. Not only that, the shop didn't have shelves like normal stores. Instead, there were only 3 rooms partitioned off with black cloth, none of them connected. There was also an old man sitting outside the rooms smoking a pipe. He looked up at Ji Yuan once and then lowered his head again. He just said that all the rooms were occupied. Just wait. Ji Yuan didn't know the protocol. He just had to obediently follow along. He stood and waited for about half an incense stick's time. Finally, the black cloth of one room was pulled back. A young man in expensive white robes stepped out. His brow was slightly furrowed. The man also instinctively looked up at Ji Yuan. Both of them were a bit surprised to recognize each other. Ji Yuan was Wu Yen, and he didn't expect to run into him here. But thinking about it, it made sense. Given the mystery and nature of this place, the clientele it served was likely the wealthy class from the districts around the marsh. With Wu Yan's status, he was naturally their target customer. The truth was close to what Ji Yuan suspected. That's why Wu Yen was so shocked to see Ji Yuan here. Ever since Ji Yuan first appeared beside Lu Guan, he had thoroughly investigated Ji Yuan's background. The result was just an ordinary fisherman, nothing special. Yet now, this fisherman knew the secret of shop number 18, something even Lu Guan didn't know. So Wu Yen couldn't help but feel that Ji Yuan might not be as simple as he once thought. Right then, the old gatekeeper frowned and barked a command, telling them if they wanted to chat, to do it outside. Ji Yuan quickly apologized. When he turned around, Wu Yen had already walked out the door. That attitude was truly world apart from before. Since their last meeting at the 100 Treasures Pavilion, this was the first time Ji Yuan had seen Wu Yen again. Now it seemed, most of it was still because of Lu Guan. Otherwise, he couldn't think of any other connection he had with the Wu family. In the past 3 months, Ji Yuan had run into Lu Guan a few times, not because of fate, but because Lu Guan had gone out on her own to open a small stall to sell talismans. Right here in the Tangtu market, Ji Yuan had seen her several times while passing by. He heard that when she first started the stall, the Wu family tried to persuade her to stop. Then they caused a scene in the street. The Wu family felt they had lost face, so they stopped paying attention to Lu Guan. The thought flashed through his mind. Ji Yuan finally stepped into the room partitioned by the black cloth that had just been opened. Inside the room, there was only a table and 2 chairs placed opposite each other. A cultivator completely shrouded in a black cloak was sitting in the inner seat. You couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. As soon as he entered, Ji Yuan felt as if everything outside no longer had anything to do with him. Not a single sound reached him. Even the curtain closed automatically. He instinctively looked back. The cloaked cultivator looked up slightly, then asked in a raspy voice if he was a first-timer. Ji Yuan turned back and sat down in front of the person. He calmly confirmed that he was. The cloaked cultivator then asked if a new prominent figure had appeared in the Tangtu market, and was curious to know how he found out about this place. Ji Yuan was silent for a moment, then asked if he had to answer these questions just to buy something. The cloaked cultivator replied that he didn't, actually. He was just curious. Then said if he didn't want to talk, that was fine. A guest is a guest. Just say what you want. Ji Yuan immediately stated his needs. 5 pounds of cold iron sand and 4 bone-corroding flowers. What he lacked most right now were the items to upgrade the fish pond and the chicken coop. The cloaked cultivator told him to wait a moment, then fell silent, as if discussing something with the 2 adjacent rooms. Ji Yuan wasn't in a hurry. After a while, the cloaked cultivator spoke again, saying that regarding the bone-corroding flower, whether they could get it or not, they would give him news next month. As for the cold iron sand, it was currently a key resource being bought up by the water dragon sect. They didn't dare interfere. If Ji Yuan really needed it, it was best to buy it in small bits himself or go mine it. Hearing that answer, especially the last part, Ji Yuan couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Only then did he realize the strictness of the cold iron sand situation was far beyond his imagination. The cloaked cultivator gave a dry laugh, reminding him that if Ji Yuan wanted cold iron sand, he must have already asked at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. And once he asked, he naturally knew how much the water dragon sect needed it right now. If he still wanted to compete with them for resources, then he really didn't understand whose name this Tangtu market was under. After hearing the explanation, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Ji Yuan's back. He really had been a bit too blatant in collecting cold iron sand lately. Not only did he go around asking many people, but once he even intercepted an order of cold iron sand right in front of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. If he hadn't done that, he wouldn't have been able to gather a pound in 3 months. Thinking back now, he realized he had unknowingly almost lost his life. Ji Yuan let out a breath. Then he bowed deeply to the cloaked cultivator, because this was clearly life-saving information. It was worth a grand gesture of gratitude. But immediately after, the cloaked cultivator said it would be 10 spirit stones in total. Ji Yuan's smile instantly froze on his face. He cursed inwardly because the guy was charging spirit stones before even delivering the goods. And charging so much. Ji Yuan only hesitated for a moment before he felt a heavy aura radiating from the cloaked cultivator. At least late-stage chi refinement. So he forced a smile and handed over 10 spirit stones. After receiving them, the cloaked cultivator withdrew his aura. Then he explained, they didn't have the cold iron sand, so they weren't charging for it. This was the payment for the bone-corroding flower. It was extremely rare, but they knew where to find it. If they got it, this was the deposit. If they couldn't, they'd return it to him next month. Hearing that, Ji Yuan finally felt truly relieved. He thanked him again and backed out of the room. There was finally news about the bone-corroding flower. He felt another weight lifted off his shoulders. Regardless, he'd just wait a month and see. If the people at shop number 18 couldn't handle it, he could buy the location from them. He'd wait until he reached late-stage chi refinement and then figure it out. On the way back, Ji Yuan didn't dare continue collecting cold iron sand. Even when 2 cultivators came to his door to ask, he told them he didn't need it anymore. On one hand, he was afraid the water dragon sect was setting a trap. On the other, he was worried that collecting too much would draw attention. 10 days later, a flying boat descended from the sky before a small island shrouded in black mist. The person on the boat didn't go onto the island. They just hovered over the water and spoke slowly, telling the old ghost that someone had finally come to ask about the bone-corroding flower he'd been obsessing over. Immediately after, a low voice drifted out from the island. The black mist parted to both sides, revealing a gloomy little path, and a tall man in tattered hemp robes slowly stepped out from within. He had a large frame, but his body was covered in rotting wounds. He looked absolutely terrifying. He was clearly still alive, but a dense aura of death radiated from him. He took a few steps and was suddenly at the shore. The long-bearded man on the flying boat stroked his beard and smiled, saying that every profession has its rules. As for who wanted the bone-corroding flower, he naturally couldn't reveal that. The man in hemp robes just nodded. He didn't make things difficult. Or perhaps he didn't dare to. Then he asked straight out how the inquiry went. The long-bearded man said clearly that the other party wanted to buy 4 flowers. He asked if the old ghost was willing to sell. The man in hemp robes, called Old Ghost, pondered for a moment and said he wouldn't trade for spirit stones but wanted to barter. He also wanted to arrange a meeting with the person, since this should still be within the rules. The long-bearded man smiled and said that naturally wasn't a problem. But whether the other party was willing to meet, he didn't know. Old Ghost didn't seem to care. He just had to ask first, because anyone who knew about the bone-corroding flower couldn't possibly refuse a meeting. And when the time came, just tell them to come to this place. With that, Old Ghost casually tossed out a piece of paper. The long-bearded man caught it with one hand. He looked it over and cupped his hands in farewell. The flying boat immediately parted the water and sped away. The long-bearded man quickly disappeared into the vast cloud rain marsh. The black mist on the island once again closed in. Old Ghost's figure vanished along with it. That day, Ji Yuan went back to the familiar shop of the chicken-selling cultivator to see if the red-crowned chicken he ordered last time had arrived. Since the chicken coop reached level 2, it could temporarily control rank 1 spirit birds. So Ji Yuan naturally couldn't let this pass and had gone to the chicken seller early to place an order. But he didn't expect the place only sold semi-spirit chickens, like the Azure Phoenix chickens. The actual spirit birds Ji Yuan needed all had to be pre-ordered. So Ji Yuan had been here several times. Each time, the answer was that it hadn't arrived yet. Today, he came to ask again. The chicken seller nodded repeatedly, saying the goods had arrived and were waiting for him. Ji Yuan touched his waist and pretended to say he seemed to have forgotten his spirit stones. He'd have to go back and look for them. Seeing this, the chicken seller immediately begged for mercy. The reason for this was because Ji Yuan called him Brother Chicken since he sold chickens. But he wasn't having it, so he called Ji Yuan Brother Ji in return. After saying it a few times, Brother Ji was twisted into Brother Chicken. Once or twice was fine, but today Ji Yuan was the one paying, so he naturally couldn't take this insult anymore. After that, Ji Yuan told him to just bring it out for a look. The chicken seller apologized repeatedly as he went into the back room, saying that the female red-crowned chicken Ji Yuan wanted was indeed too rare. The people in Jingon district couldn't catch one. In the end, they only caught a male. Ji Yuan frowned slightly when he heard it was a rooster, because he had the chicken coop's effect, and if he was buying a chicken, a hen would naturally be better. That way, he'd have spirit eggs laid by a rank 1 spirit bird every day. The effect would definitely be better than the Azure Phoenix chickens. The chicken seller explained that a red-crowned chicken had to be a rooster to be good, because every 10 days, you could get a small vial of comb blood, and that blood was the bane of all things ghostly and een. It fetched a good price, too. With that, he carried out an iron cage with a talisman stuck on it from the back. Inside was a large rooster about 4 feet tall. This red-crowned chicken's most striking feature was its deep red comb, like amber-colored clotted blood. The comb even had serrated fleshy spikes. Its whole body was covered in hard, scale-like feathers, and it had 3 tail feathers the color of dark iron. Even though it was caged, it still stood in the iron cage with the majestic air of a general returning from victory. Even though it was a rooster, Ji Yuan felt a bit of joy just looking at it, because a spirit bird that had actually entered a rank was indeed much stronger than a half-baked one, like the Azure Phoenix chicken. On the outside, he still acted very regretful. He even looked a bit disappointed. Then he brought up the price. The chicken seller got anxious immediately, saying the price definitely couldn't go any lower, because he'd already put in quite a bit himself. If he got squeezed anymore, this deal really wouldn't be worth it. Ji Yuan argued that he originally wanted a hen for the eggs, and while this rooster could provide comb blood, which is good, whether one could survive long enough to get it was another story. A red-crowned chicken is a living thing, not an object. Furthermore, you could mostly only get comb blood once, so it wouldn't be right not to lower the price a bit. In the end, the price was settled at 17 spirit stones. The original price was 19. Knocking it down by 2 wasn't bad. So Ji Yuan paid the spirit stones. This red-crowned chicken was only an early rank 1 spirit bird, but because Ji Yuan wanted it alive, the price was a bit higher. After that, he carried the red-crowned chicken through the market. It drew quite a few stares. Because cultivators buying live demon beasts were a minority, after all, Ji Yuan wasn't afraid. Mainly because living things couldn't be put into a storage bag. So he had to carry it like this. A while later, when he got home, he went straight to the backyard. First, he summoned the dragon scale shield to protect himself. Then he summoned the black gold blade to hover over the chicken's head. And the life-taking needle hovered right before its eyes. Once that was done, he felt safe enough to open the cage and let it out, under the threat of 3 Dharma artifacts. Even though it was free from its shackles, the red-crowned chicken didn't dare resist. Only then did Ji Yuan grab it and toss it into the chicken coop. With just that one toss, he found the red-crowned chicken had become much more obedient. An invisible bond seemed to have formed between them. Not only that, all the Azure Phoenix chickens in the backyard looked up at once. As if threatened by something, they didn't dare move. Until the red-crowned chicken strutted out of the coop and let out a loud crow. All the Azure Phoenix chickens immediately trembled and huddled on the ground. Witnessing the whole process, Ji Yuan couldn't help but feel that the king of birds had arrived. Among the many chickens in the coop, this newcomer, and a large rooster at that, had undoubtedly become the king of birds. Or rather, the head of this harem of hens. One large rooster with 30 hens. What a lucky bird. Right as the red-crowned chicken crowed. Next door at the Wu house, Zhao Yuechan was startled out of her cultivation. She looked at Wu Lin beside her in surprise. Wu Lin also curiously turned his head toward the yard next door. The couple quickly realized it was a red-crowned chicken. They also understood that their neighbor likely had some significant secrets. Even so, after discussing it, they decided to just keep interacting normally for now, because you can't fully trust an outsider. With that said, the couple stopped paying attention. As for Ji Yuan, he was looking at the bright red comb of the red-crowned chicken. He knew it was time to take some blood. For others, taking comb blood might be difficult, but for him, it wasn't. With just a thought, he immediately had the red-crowned chicken under control. Then he commanded it to walk over obediently. The black gold blade turned into a flash of black light, making a small cut on the chicken's comb. A moment later, Ji Yuan looked at the small vial of comb blood radiating dense yang energy in his hand. He was overjoyed. This was truly a great treasure. He didn't plan on selling it, because if he encountered any ghostly or een entities later, this could save his life. Looking at the red-crowned chicken, which had fallen into a lethargic state, Ji Yuan felt it was a bit of pity, because the next blood draw would have to wait at least 10 days. He even thought it would be great if he could get a vial every day. Time passed. By the time Ji Yuan was about to take the 3rd vial of comb blood, it was finally December 3rd. Ji Yuan didn't know how much the bone-corroding flower was worth. So throughout the month, he had saved up quite a few spirit stones. He drew talismans day and night. The fish pond had semi-spirit fish that had leveled up, and he sold some spirit eggs. So even though he'd spent money on a red-crowned chicken, he had saved up over 100 low-grade spirit stones. The day was clear and bright. Ji Yuan once again went to shop number 18. The cultivators at this shop all seemed to wear identical black cloaks. The 3 rooms were the same as before. Last time he went into the middle one. This time he stepped into the one on the right. But the layout was exactly the same, including the black cloak the cultivator was wearing. As soon as he sat down, Ji Yuan said softly that he had been here last month and had placed a deposit for the bone-corroding flower. The voice under the cloak this time wasn't raspy, but slightly higher, like a female voice being intentionally suppressed. It showed this wasn't the same person as last time. The female cultivator seemed a bit surprised that he was the one who wanted the flower. Ji Yuan nodded in confirmation. Then, she said the person didn't want to trade for spirit stones, but wanted to meet him to negotiate a barter. As she spoke, she brushed her hand against her waist, took out a piece of paper, placed it on the table, and pushed it over. She made it clear the location was written there. If Ji Yuan wanted to trade, he could take the address, but the deposit would not be returned. If he didn't want to go through with it, she'd return the deposit and cancel the deal. Ji Yuan thought this way of trading was quite honest, not too unreasonable. He understood that whether he met the person or not, he had to take this lead. So he just pondered for a moment and then picked up the paper, accepting the deal. Under the black cloak, the female cultivator wished him a successful cooperation and invited him to come again. Out the door, Ji Yuan glanced at the paper and then casually burned it. It only had one simple line. December 6th. Cloud Rain Marsh. Locust Tree Island. Ji Yuan wasn't in a hurry to go home. He wandered aimlessly through the market. For him now, whether to go to the meeting was no longer a question, because he definitely had to go. If even shop number 18 only found this one source, then in the entire Cloud Rain Marsh, this was likely the only place with bone-corroding flowers. So no matter what, he had to try. The only thing he needed to think about was whether to take his current spirit stones with him, or turn those stones into strength before going. His cultivation couldn't break through in such a short time. So if he wanted to increase his strength, he had to rely on external items. After thinking for a bit, Ji Yuan decided to spend all his spirit stones first. As for buying the flower, he'd wait to see what the other party's conditions were. With that decided, he immediately turned and headed for the 100 Treasures Pavilion. But just as he was about to arrive, he heard someone softly calling his name. The familiar voice made him turn around, and he saw Lu Guan. This was the several time in the past few months he'd run into her, and each time was in a different place. Compared to before, Lu Guan looked much more haggard now. There was even a hint of sorrow between her brows. But when he looked into her eyes, Ji Yuan felt she was very free. From the first time he saw her stall on the street, he had realized it, and he thought that maybe she had wanted to escape the Wu family for a long time. In the Tangtu market, Lu Guan was a rare, vibrant soul. She didn't bow to threats, but bravely chose to be herself, even if it meant death. Therefore, Ji Yuan had a pretty good impression of her. Lu Guan was about to say something, but she seemed to think of something and quickly change her mind. She just urged him to leave quickly. Ji Yuan noticed the urgency in her eyes. Though a bit confused, he nodded and went straight into the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Lu Guan looked around once. She didn't see anything unusual, but she didn't dare gamble, because she suspected the Wu family still had eyes on her. Though she had much to say to Ji Yuan, she was afraid of causing him more trouble. Calling out to him was instinct. Urging him to leave was logic. After waiting a moment, Lu Guan also packed up her stall and left, because she was worried she'd bring unnecessary trouble to Ji Yuan. As for Ji Yuan, he stayed in the 100 Treasures Pavilion for a full hour before coming out. His 100+ spirit stones were almost entirely spent. High-grade rank 1 talismans, enough to counter a late-stage chi refiner. He bought 2 in one go. Those 2 alone cost him exactly 50 spirit stones. One was a high-grade water escape talisman for escaping. The other was a demon-suppressing talisman for offense. With the rest, he bought a set of low-grade defensive Dharma robes called the Mystic Earth Robe. This set of robes had the effect of blocking water with earth. It was effective at weakening and countering most water element spells, and it cost him 27 spirit stones. Additionally, he bought 200 herb pills for healing at 10 spirit stones. With the remaining stones, he sold his low-grade black gold blade and added 10 more stones to trade for his first mid-grade Dharma artifact. It was a flying sword named White Water. When the sword was unsheathed, its light was like a gurgling stream of white water. After getting all that, Ji Yuan stepped outside and saw that Lu Guan was gone. He hurried home. First, he refined the 2 new Dharma artifacts. Then, when he put on the Mystic Earth Robe, he immediately felt a sense of weight and stability in his body. The white water sword flew constantly around the yard. The sword moved with his mind. And compared to the black gold blade, this flying sword felt much more elegant and agile. Even the amount of spirit energy it consumed was much less. It made Ji Yuan even more certain he should have switched sooner. After some testing, even without the corresponding flying sword techniques, with just this mid-grade artifact in hand, he estimated his strength had increased by at least 20%. In this cultivation world, the impact of a good Dharma artifact on one's strength was truly immense. If he faced the black gold blade at the same level, the white water sword would likely snap it in a few moves. Ji Yuan estimated that even without using those 2 high-grade talismans, his strength wouldn't be inferior to a typical level 6 chi refiner. After all, both were middle-stage chi refiners. But among middle-stage chi refiners, Ji Yuan was already considered geared to the teeth. In that case, it was time to head out. After 3 days of hard cultivation at home, and using up all his stored spirit eggs, Ji Yuan's state had reached its peak. As for the location of Locust Tree Island, He had thoroughly researched it over the past few days. It was still in the shallow waters of the Cloud Rain Marsh. It hadn't reached the deep waters yet, so he felt somewhat relieved. The fact that the other party only wanted to meet in the shallows showed they also sought stability. If they really had bad intentions, they probably would have chosen a more dangerous spot in the deep waters. That day, Ji Yuan put the only spirit bird that wasn't quite under control, the red-crowned chicken, into the coop. As long as it was in the coop, it would be suppressed, making it more obedient. It helped ease his worries a bit. He went out and happened to run into the Lin couple waking up early. They were a bit surprised to see Ji Yuan summoning his Dharma boat. Lin, who already knew Ji Yuan, was a talisman master, so he was used to him not needing to go out fishing. Seeing him head out today was a bit surprising. Ji Yuan just smiled and said it was a good day. He wanted to see if he could catch a big fish. Immediately after, he jumped onto the boat. His figure turned into a streak of white light, parting the water as he sped away. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Ji Yuan had officially set out on a boat since he transmigrated. Usually, he only went back and forth to the Tangtu market. The last time I ventured deep into the Yunwu marsh, I was with Xiao Tianhai. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan couldn't help but remember his old friend. It had already been 4 or 5 months since the old man left Zengda market. During that time, Ji Yuan had quietly asked around the market for any news of him. The bad news was that he found nothing. But the good news was also that he found nothing. At the very least, it meant the Qin family hadn't found any clues about him either. As long as the Qin family didn't catch him, given how ruthless the old man was, Ji Yuan felt he was likely still alive and kicking. The Baizhou sliced through the water, gliding at an incredible speed. He encountered quite a few fishermen out on the lake along the way. But when they saw the white blur streaking across the water, they all hurriedly slowed down. Some even came to a complete halt. They were terrified of accidentally colliding with this senior cultivator. To stay prepared, besides using spirit stones to power the Dharma boat, Ji Yuan kept the spirit stone gripped in his hand at all times. He needed to ensure he was always at his peak state. Huashu Island was true to its name. A massive, rare Sephora tree grew right on the island. Cultivators passing through often stopped here to rest. Because of this, the place was considered a rare neutral zone within the Yunwu marsh. People rarely resorted to violence here. 2 hours later, Ji Yuan landed on the island. He tucked the Baizhou back into his storage bag. Compared to before, his expression was much more somber. He had grown out his beard as well. It transformed him from a handsome youth into a mature, middle-aged man. After stepping onto the island, Ji Yuan walked straight toward the great Sephora tree. There, he spotted a young female cultivator sitting alone in the tree's shadow. She looked ordinary enough, but her posture suggested she was the sturdy, resilient type. Ji Yuan saw through her cultivation instantly. She was only at the 3rd level of qi refining. Nothing special. As soon as Ji Yuan approached, she looked up and got straight to the point. "Are you here for the bone-corroding flowers?" Yi Yuan nodded. At the same time, he mentally linked with the white water flying sword in his storage bag. Hearing his confirmation, the female cultivator let out a small sigh of relief. Just as she was about to speak, 2 other Dharma boats pulled up to the shore. Ji Yuan suggested they move elsewhere to talk. He led her to the other side of Huashu Island, right by the water's edge. If anything went sideways, he could jump on his boat and vanish instantly. The female cultivator followed him. Once they were settled, Ji Yuan asked directly if she actually had the bone-corroding flowers. She nodded slightly. Without waiting for more questions, she reached into her robes and pulled out a small jade box. When she opened it, inside was a flower that resembled a balsam, but it was a dull, grayish-black color. Wisps of black smoke drifted from it, carrying a faint, musty scent of decay. She told him it was exactly the bone-corroding flower he was looking for. Then, she held the jade box out with both hands. This bold move took Ji Yuan by surprise. He didn't take it. He just stared at her in silence. Waiting, seeing his hesitation, she said that a single flower surely wouldn't be enough for someone of his stature. She told him to consider this a down payment. Ji Yuan didn't let her innocent smile sway him. Instead, he chuckled and asked what he'd have to do to get the rest. Seeing that Ji Yuan still wouldn't take the box, the female cultivator finally put the flower away. She stated clearly that she wanted him to help her kill someone. If he could do that, she would gladly hand over the rest of the flowers with both hands. Ji Yuan had expected a request like this, so he wasn't surprised. He simply asked who the target was. The woman gritted her teeth, spitting out the name of Black Mist Island, the Ghost Island Lord. Ji Yuan frowned slightly. He had never heard of the man. He asked her which ward she was from. Huashu Island was close to Jing'an Ward, which was a common area for many of the Marsh's markets. She told him she was from Huayin Ward. Before he could press further, she added that the Ghost Island Lord was also from her ward. He was at the 5th level of Qi refining. But because he occupied a fortress that was easy to defend and hard to attack, no one in Huayin Ward could touch him. As she told her story, Ji Yuan finally got the gist of what had happened. Her name was Wei Kaishan, a cultivator from Huayin Ward. Years ago, when her parents were out on the water, they passed too close to Black Mist Island and were murdered and robbed by the Ghost Island Lord. According to Wei Kaishan, the Ghost Island Lord had taken a liking to her mother's beauty. In short, it was a classic case of cold-blooded murder and robbery. Wei Kaishan had no hope of seeking revenge herself, so she could only place her hopes on someone else. Ku Yuan shook his head after hearing this. He pointed out that both he and the Ghost Island Lord were at the middle stage of Qi refining. Going after him would mean a life-and-death struggle, and a few rotten bone flowers simply weren't worth risking his life for. With that said, he told her to keep them and bid her farewell. Then he turned to leave. Seeing this, Wei Kaishan hurriedly called out to him. Ku Yuan turned around. He asked her if there was anything else. By now, he had already thought things through. The rotten bone flowers were valuable, but it seemed like no one else besides him currently had a use for them. That meant Wei Kaishan had no choice but to come to him. If it was something both parties needed, there was no need to risk his life. He could simply offer more spirit stones and have Wei Kaishan hire a dozen others to do the job. That was his true plan. Right then, Wei Kaishan bowed her head deeply. Even the tips of her ears turned red. She said that if Ku Yuan was willing to help, in addition to the rotten bone flowers, he could do whatever he wanted with her. Anytime, anywhere. For a moment, Ku Yuan didn't know what to say. He remained silent for a while, then cupped his hand slightly. He simply told her to take care of herself. Immediately after, he leaped into the air. As he landed on the lake, the white boat automatically appeared. It carried him away, turning into a streak of white light. Wei Kaishan seemed like she wanted to call out again. But Ku Yuan was already out of sight. She could only let out a long sigh. Although he had left, Ku Yuan hadn't gone far. Once he was out of Wei Kaishan's line of sight, he quickly went ashore behind a nearby island. Concealing his aura, he hid behind the reeds to silently observe her. The Huayin Ward was located near the Blackwater region, quite a distance from here. Ku Yuan figured that with Wei Kaishan's strength, there was no way she could have traveled such a long distance to meet him at Sephora Tree Island. If that was the case, she was likely living in the nearby Jing'an Ward. He wanted to follow her and see what was really going on. Based on their brief conversation, Ku Yuan didn't fully believe what Wei Kaishan had said. Her story had too many holes, whether it was about her parents or her origins from Huayin Ward. After waiting for a moment, he saw Wei Kaishan leave on a pitch-black Dharma boat. An early-stage, Qi refining cultivator wandering from the outer markets who could afford a Dharma boat. This was starting to get interesting. Ku Yuan immediately summoned his white boat and followed closely behind. He trailed her from a distance. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he realized she wasn't heading toward Jing'an Ward. Instead, she was heading straight north. Just as he started to feel something was off and considered turning back, a pitch-black Dharma boat suddenly flashed out from a nearby island. A tall man in black robes stood upon the boat. The man looked at Ku Yuan, cupped his hands, and said he had plenty of rotten bone flowers. Ku Yuan stopped his boat. He turned his head to see Wei Kaishan circling back. He immediately realized he had walked right into a trap. He instantly summoned the white water flying sword with his mind, while his hands, hidden in his sleeves, gripped a stack of water arrow talismans. Seeing Ku Yuan's silence, the man in black robe smiled. He told him not to panic. Since he knew the secret of the rotten bone flowers, they could consider each other fellow disciples. Ku Yuan rarely showed surprise, but he only wanted the flowers to upgrade his pigsty. How did he suddenly end up with a fellow disciple? According to the man, being fellow disciples meant he had joined a sect, and even had senior and junior brothers. Furthermore, based on the man's words, There was some kind of secret hidden within the rotten bone flowers. The man in black robes stated clearly that in the entire cloud reigned marsh. Only their sect knew the true use of these flowers. Even the name rotten bone flower was known only to their sect. After saying this, he let out a sigh. He said he had been waiting patiently for over 10 years. And Ku Yuan was the first person to come looking for these flowers in the marsh. Ku Yuan remained silent. He didn't know what was going on, but that didn't stop him from temporarily accepting this fellow disciple role. Whether it was true or not, he might as well play along and see. So, after a moment of thought, he broke into a bright smile. Ku Yuan acted as if he had just reached an epiphany. He mentioned he'd been searching for this bone-rotting flower for a long time without a single lead. The man in black robes immediately looked quite proud. He claimed that in the entire Cloud Rain Marsh, the bone-rotting flower could only be found in this one spot. There was absolutely nowhere else. Ji Yuan tucked the 2 stacks of talismans back into his sleeves. He showed his empty hands and clasped them, speaking in a raspy voice. He said that since he was a few years older, he'd take the liberty of being the senior brother. A flash of awkwardness and annoyance crossed the man's face, but it vanished just as quickly. He simply said that only the 2 of them remained in the sect now. So, who was the senior or junior didn't really matter. Ji Yuan immediately went along with it. He naturally accepted the title. Then he glanced at Wei Kaishan, who was standing beside the man. Noticing Yuan's gaze, the man in black laughed and said he had actually prepared 3 paths for him. When Ji Yuan looked curious, the man sat down cross-legged on the spirit boat. He tucked his hands into his sleeves and explained with a smile. The first path, if Ji Yuan had chosen to leave, he would have followed him and found a chance to reveal their sect connection. The second path was the current situation, meaning Ji Yuan chose to follow Wei Kaishan. So, he naturally had to show himself. As for the third path, if Ji Yuan had chosen to trade with Wei Kaishan, then by the time he reached Black Mist Island, the one waiting for him, there would have been this junior brother, the Ghost Island Master. With just one sentence, Ji Yuan exposed the man's true identity. The Ghost Island Master looked surprised to hear that. He then took the opportunity to invite Ji Yuan to Black Mist Island. He said it could be considered their sect's old ruins. After all, Ji Yuan kept a smile on his face. But in his heart, he had no intention of going. After only a few words, the guy was already trying to lure him to the island. To be at his mercy? There was no way he'd fall for that. Ji Yuan had no doubt the Ghost Island Master had ill intentions. As for the so-called sect's secrets, he believed them even less. Even if he gave him the benefit of the doubt, and the story was true, the man's goal was still to trick him into going to Black Mist Island for some scheme. While lost in thought, Ji Yuan's gaze landed on the black spirit boat beneath the Ghost Island Master's feet. Just by sensing its aura, he could tell it was a mid-grade spirit boat. This type of mid-grade boat could submerge. It could move freely underwater. So Ji Yuan guessed the man was able to follow him secretly, mostly because of the boat's diving ability. And as it happened, his own spirit boat was still only low-grade. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan looked up again. He smiled and said he also had some secret manuals left by the sect. Why didn't the junior brother come over to his place instead? Hearing this, the Ghost Island Master asked back in surprise. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized what was happening. He looked Ji Yuan up and down and scoffed, saying his senior brother clearly didn't trust him. Ji Yuan immediately shot back, asking if the junior brother actually trusted him. The Ghost Island Master answered decisively that he did. Ji Yuan played along and suggested that if he trusted him, he should let him see those 3 bone-rotting flowers. The Ghost Island Master immediately changed his tune. He said that wouldn't be right. Instead, he demanded Ji Yuan show the sect manuals first. At that exact moment, Ji Yuan knew it was time to fight. Only one thought remained in his head: strike first or suffer the consequences. He who hesitates is lost. The 2 stacks of water arrow talismans he had just put away reappeared in his hands. He threw them with both hands. In an instant, dozens of water arrows formed a wall of water. They blanketed the sky and shot straight out. Ji Yuan decided to open with talismans. He'd were the opponent down first. Seeing this, the Ghost Island Master's eyes widened as he cursed. They weren't standing far apart. And talismans activate the moment they're triggered. More importantly, he really didn't expect someone to throw that many talismans at once. It was like they cost him nothing. Knowing he couldn't dodge, The Ghost Island Master raised his hand. He summoned a skull command plate from his waist. The plate grew to the size of a person in the wind. It immediately shielded him. But Wei Kaishan, standing beside him, wasn't so lucky. The water arrows were upon her in a flash. Even though she used 4 or 5 water blink talismans in a row, and slapped several protection talismans on herself, she still couldn't withstand over 10 water arrows piercing her body. She only held on for a split second. Then she was blasted into the cloud rain marsh. A dark red stain immediately spread across the water. As for the Ghost Island Master, even with the skull command plate, he was still knocked back over 30 feet. By the time the water arrows had all fallen, he was about to speak when he saw a snow-white flying sword already inches from his face. With just one look, terror filled his heart. It was a flying sword, and a mid-grade one at that. The skull plate managed to block the first strike, but the sword didn't stop. After a shower of sparks, it curved through the air and lunged at the Ghost Island Lord's back. It struck again. The Ghost Island Lord cursed in rage, but the danger forced him to focus. He raised his hand, and a black banner appeared. It was shrouded in dark energy. The moment the banner appeared, 2 black shadows lunged out from it. They clamped onto the white water flying sword from both sides. Ji Yuan didn't waste any words. He mentally recalled the sword. At the same time, he pushed his Dharma boat to the limit. He streaked away into the distance. The Ghost Island Lord sneered. He told Ji Yuan that since he defended him, there was no escape. His boat was even faster than Ji Yuan's. He caught up in less than 3 breaths. Seeing the 2 skull-shaped shadows about to strike his back, Ji Yuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. He came to a sudden halt. The dragon scale shield appeared automatically, spinning rapidly around him. A moment later, the ghost skulls opened their maws and bit down. Even with the shield protecting him, Ji Yuan was still sent, flying backward. He crashed into the water and vanished instantly. The Ghost Island Lord hurried after him with his banner. The 2 ghost skulls returned to the black banner. He scanned the area, watching the lake's surface slowly settle. He was convinced Ji Yuan was trying to flee. The Ghost Island Lord's boat lowered, looking like it was about to submerge. But right then, a snow-white flying sword burst from the water. It aimed straight for the space between his brows. He twisted his body violently. Even so, the sword grazed his face, leaving a clear trail of blood. The Ghost Island Lord touched his face. Looking at the blood on his hand, his eyes turned murderous. He gripped the black banner and slammed it hard into the lake's surface. If Ji Yuan liked hiding underwater so much, he'd make sure he never came out. In an instant, a thick black mist rose over the lake for a mile around. Even Ji Yuan, hiding beneath the surface, was engulfed by it. The mist seemed alive. Despite Ji Yuan using a water-repelling talisman, the black mist still wormed its way into his nose like long parasites. Ji Yuan immediately gripped a water arrow in each hand and fired them straight down into the depths. Using the recoil, he launched himself upward. In a flash, he burst through the surface. The moment he left the water, the black mist that had entered his body finally dissipated. Ji Yuan let out a breath of relief. If he had stayed down there, even if the Ghost Island Lord didn't kill him, he would have choked to death on that water. But the moment Ji Yuan broke the surface, while he was still suspended in midair, the Ghost Island Lord swung his banner. The 2 black ghost skulls lunged at him again. Ji Yuan commanded the white water flying sword to meet them. Immediately after, the Ghost Island Lord pointed his fingers into the air twice. Each time, a beam of pale blue spiritual light shot out. Ji Yuan recognized it instantly. It was the water drop finger, a technique he knew all too well. He cursed internally, seeing that this old bastard knew the same technique. Ji Yuan landed back on the water, caught by his Baizhou boat. The incoming water drop fingers were blocked by his dragon scale shield, though the force pushed him back several feet. Seeing his sword tangled with the ghost skulls again, Ji Yuan pointed his fingers frantically. Pale blue light shot out in a rapid-fire barrage, as if it cost him nothing. Earlier, the Ghost Island Lord had barely managed 5 or 6 shots before the backlash became too painful. But Ji Yuan fired 16 shots in a row without showing any sign of strain. The Ghost Island Lord was stunned. In that brief moment of distraction, Ji Yuan's water drop fingers tore the 2 ghost skulls apart. The white water flying sword, finally free, lunged straight for the Ghost Island Lord once more. After a moment of shock, his boat suddenly submerged, and he vanished from the surface. This time, he was the one hiding underwater. Ji Yuan raised his hand to call back his sword. He kept the Bai Zhou moving beneath him. But just as he tried to escape the area, the black mist drifting on the lake began to churn violently. He traveled for miles, yet he couldn't break free from the mist. Ji Yuan felt something was wrong. Earlier, the mist had only covered about a mile. Now, even after traveling this far, he was still trapped inside it. The word array flashed through his mind. Only an array could produce an effect like this. The black banner in the Ghost Island Lord's hand was likely the array flag. But in a small place like Yunwu Marsh, and in the hands of a mid-stage Qi refining cultivator, how could there be an actual array? Could it really be related to that sect inheritance the man mentioned? Since he couldn't run, Ji Yuan stopped trying. He slowed his boat, his mind racing for a way to break the deadlock. Whether it was the man's tools or the array itself, Ji Yuan could tell they were all sinister and dark. Naturally, he thought of the red crest blood in his storage bag, a substance of pure yang energy. He didn't know if it could break the array, but it would surely have some effect. With that thought, he pulled out a bottle of red crest blood. He flicked a few drops out, then commanded his sword to fly through them. In an instant, the sword was streaked with blood. Wherever the sword passed, the black mist was sliced open like a curtain. Ji Yuan saw it was working. This rooster blood really could tear through the mist. He poured half the bottle onto the sword blade and sent it flying. The sword repeatedly slashed through the mist. A moment later, he finally carved a path out. Ji Yuan sped his boat through the opening. But the moment he broke free, he saw the Ghost Island Lord sitting cross-legged on his black boat. He had clearly been waiting for him. The Ghost Island Lord smirked, his expression full of mockery. He even commented on the fact that Ji Yuan had red light chicken blood on him. Ji Yuan's heart sank. He didn't dare hesitate. He immediately activated a water evasion talisman. It was a high-grade talisman he'd spent over 20 spirit stones on. He vanished from the lake's surface in an instant. But just as he disappeared, a massive golden seal dropped from the sky, slamming into the water where he'd just been. The impact sent a massive wave surging outward. The water churned violently. The high-grade gold seal talisman had missed. The Ghost Island Lord slapped his thigh and stood up abruptly. He cursed in frustration. But before he could strike again, Ji Yuan's cold voice rang out from a distance. He told the man it was his turn to feel what it was like to be crushed. Before the words even faded, a glowing golden character for suppress fell from the sky. It bore down on the Ghost Island Lord. It was another high-grade talisman, the demon-suppressing talisman. The Ghost Island Lord panicked. He shouted for a truce, while frantically slapping a talisman onto himself. In an instant, countless black scales sprouted from his robes. A phantom of a black snake appeared, its head held high, as it tried to hold back the falling talisman. Even so, the black scales on his robes were constantly peeling off. Ji Yuan didn't recognize the high-grade protection talisman the man had used, but he knew the demon-suppressing talisman was the natural enemy of dark cultivators like him. He didn't waste the opportunity. He sent the white water flying sword back into the fray. The sword, still coated in rooster blood, seemed even more effective than the talisman. With every pass, it sheared away more of those black scales. Under the dual assault, the black snake phantom began to crumble rapidly. The demon-suppressing talisman was also starting to fade. The Ghost Island Lord's body slumped. He let out a loud roar. He summoned the arrayed banner from the depths of the water. He grabbed it and swung it in a wide arc. The white water flying sword was suddenly trapped within the banner's energy. However, unlike before, the bloodstained sword nearly broke free several times. The banner wouldn't be able to hold it for long. At that moment, Ji Yuan pointed his fingers again, firing several water drop fingers. They aimed straight for the pale-faced Ghost Island Lord. The man snorted coldly. He didn't dodge, simply summoning the skull plate to block his front. The water drop finger was powerful, but it wasn't very effective against the defensive Dharma tool. Though two beams of light managed to pierce through the plate, they were stopped by the man's protective gear. The Ghost Island Lord breathed a quiet sigh of relief as the water drop fingers shattered into harmless spray. But then, he thought he saw a flash of red light within that spray. It looked like the stamen of a blooming flower. He knew something was wrong instantly, but it was too late. The red light pierced through his talisman and Dharma tool defenses in a heartbeat. It reached him and burrowed into the space between his brows. He let out a grunt. The force of the red light knocked him backward. The banner holding the sword lost its control and released its grip. The white water-flying sword was free once more. It expanded in the wind, transforming into a full-sized 3-foot blade. A snow-white flash of sword light streaked across. A large head went flying into the air. Ji Yuan brought the Baijiu closer. Still not taking any chances, he fired 2 fireballs from his hands. They incinerated the Ghost Island Lord's head and body completely. In the end, all that remained on the boat were his tattered robes, the array banner, the skull plate, and a storage bag. Ji Yuan approached quickly. As he passed by, all the spoils of war vanished into his possession. He also retrieved his sword and the hidden needle. After that, he found Wei Caishan's body where they had first fought. As an early-stage cultivator, she didn't have a storage bag. Her only asset was that Dharma boat. Ji Yuan took the boat and the jade box hidden in her robes. He used a drop of corpse-dissolving water to destroy the evidence. Then, using what little spiritual energy he had left, he pushed the Baijiu to leave the area immediately. The battle had lasted quite a while, and it had been loud. He had even used 4 high-grade talismans. It had surely attracted unwanted attention. Right now, he needed to get as far away as possible. Less than 10 minutes after Ji Yuan left, 2 flying boats descended from the sky. 2 late-stage qi refining cultivators arrived. Seeing the aftermath, they guessed a battle between late-stage cultivators had just taken place. There were likely casualties. They decided to head to Jing'an Ward to ask the old man of the Gu family if he knew anything. With that, the 2 of them quickly powered up their flying boats and left. Low-grade Dharma boats could only move on the water. Mid-grade ones could submerge. But high-grade ones were called flying boats because they weren't just for the water, they were true flying vessels. Shortly after they left, several more people surfaced from the depths. But as soon as they poked their heads out and sensed the lingering aura of the battle, they turned and fled. A place where late-stage cultivators had just fought was no place for mid-stage cultivators like them. No one who made it to the mid-stage in Yunwu Marsh was a fool. As for Ji Yuan, he kept his boat moving. He wandered aimlessly through the marsh for a while, gripping spirit stones to recover his spent energy. He circled around for an entire day. Once he was sure no one was following him, and his strength was fully restored, he found a patch of reeds. He tucked away the Baijiu and slipped inside. He pulled out the Ghost Island Lord's storage bag. Now, with the restrictions gone, his spiritual energy easily entered the bag. With just one look, Ji Yuan knew he had hit the jackpot. The first things he saw were rows of neatly arranged jade boxes. They were identical to the one Wei Caishan had. Ji Yuan quickly pulled out 2 and opened them. They were indeed bone-corroding flowers, including the ones from Wei Caishan. He now had 18 boxes in total. 18 bone-corroding flowers. Finally, the pigsty could be upgraded. He could finally live the dream of collecting spirit stones every day. Ji Yuan's tense heart finally began to relax. After checking the flowers, he looked at another open jade box nearby. It was filled with neatly stacked spirit stones. Ji Yuan scanned them. There were exactly 100 spirit stones in the box. There were another 20 or 30 loose ones beside it. The cost of the high-grade talismans and everything else. He had made it all back, and then some. He couldn't help but think that if you want to get rich, killing and looting really was the way to go. As for the pills, besides the usual spirit recovery and 100 herb pills, there was a bottle of pitch-black pills. Even the bottle itself was black. Ji Yuan had no idea what they were for. There were no high-grade talismans left, but there were 6 mid-grade ones and a handful of low-grade ones. These weren't very useful to him. He estimated that if he sold the pills and talismans, he could get another 70 or 80 spirit stones. After checking those, his eyes were drawn to another jade box in the corner. Compared to the one holding the spirit stones, this one was much more exquisite. It had 2 layers of intricate openwork and was carved with beautiful floral patterns. It even had a tiny golden lock. Ji Yuan pulled it out with a thought. The lock was just for show. He flicked it open easily. There was no danger. Inside the box lay a single jade slip. Ji Yuan was well acquainted with these by now. He had used similar inheritance slips to learn his other techniques. He wondered what kind of technique this was. If the Ghost Island Lord treated it so carefully, it had to be good. Ji Yuan pressed his hand against the slip and sent in a strand of spiritual energy. Instantly, a massive wave of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. It caused a sharp, stinging pain. He cursed silently, wondering why a single technique had so much information. But then he froze. After examining the contents, he realized he had truly found a treasure. Ji Yuan was overjoyed. The jade slip didn't just contain a single technique. It held the records of the sect the Ghost Island Lord had mentioned. It was called the Een Ghost Sect. Their specialty was refining Een Ghosts. For example, the Ghost Island Lord's banner, which was as strong as a mid-grade Dharma tool, was called the Een Ghost Banner. The array was called the Een Ghost Array. The two skull-shaped shadows that had tangled with his sword were Een Ghosts he had refined. According to the inheritance, refining Een Ghost was a filthy and cruel process. First, you had to find a cultivator born at an Een hour. Then, you had to torture them to death, so the resulting ghost would be sufficiently malevolent. Additionally, it contained a method for growing bone-corroding flowers. To do it, you had to use the long bones of someone who died a sudden, violent death. You'd stuff 3 seeds into the bone, then bury it where Een energy gathered. You also had to line the bottom with spirit stones, and meet several other conditions. As for their use, Ji Yuan scanned his new memories and his eyes lit up. If you crushed the flowers for their juice and applied it to the Yongquan and Mingmen acupoints, it could temporarily boost your spiritual energy absorption speed. Seeing this effect, Ji Yuan was initially thrilled, but then he became suspicious. He couldn't believe that something as foul as the bone-corroding flower was meant to be rubbed on such vital acupoints. He didn't dare try it, but on second thought, if there was no truth to it, why would it be in the jade slip? After reviewing everything, Ji Yuan came to a conclusion. The contents of his jade slip were incomplete. The information was fragmented. Aside from the Een Ghost Array and the flower cultivation method, there were only random bits of lore, like how the Een Ghost sect was just a branch of a much larger sect, or that disciples must never admit their sect's name when traveling, or that you could only control 5 Een Ghosts at once. Anymore, and they would turn on their master. Things like that. There wasn't even a single proper technique recorded. After seeing this, Ji Yuan understood why the Ghost Island Lord got so excited when he mentioned having sect manuals. The man must have known his own inheritance was missing pieces. Since that was the case, the claim about the flowers boosting cultivation was definitely not something to test blindly. After finishing with the jade slip, Ji Yuan didn't rush to refine the banner. Instead, he pulled something else from the storage bag. It was a ring. The ring was pitch black. He couldn't tell what it was made of. It looked like a band of bone, carved with a tiny skull. Ji Yuan hesitated for a moment. He eventually used his spiritual energy to levitate it before sending in a strand of energy. When the energy entered, the ring immediately emitted a puff of black smoke. The smoke shifted and formed the character Foreen. It lasted for 2 breaths before vanishing. The ring returned to its normal appearance. Ji Yuan guessed it was some kind of token. He didn't know its purpose, so he put away. Finally, he looked at the Dharma tools he'd acquired. Specifically, the Een Ghost Banner and that mid-grade Dharma boat. He saved the best for last. First, he picked up the Skull Command Plate. It was a low-grade Dharma tool. It had taken a few hits from his sword, so it was a bit worn, but it was still functional. Its quality was actually better than Ji Yuan's old Dragon Scale shield. But with the damage, they were about equal now. Ji Yuan planned to sell it once he got back to Zengda Market. The black robes were also a low-grade Dharma tool, but they were in much worse shape. They'd been hit by a high-grade demon suppressing talisman, and stabbed several times by his mid-grade sword. The fact that they hadn't disintegrated was a testament to their quality. Wei Caishan's boat was just a standard low-grade model. It was even worse than Ji Yuan's by Zhou. He'd just sell that for spirit stones too. After checking those, Ji Yuan finally picked up the palm-sized black boat. He sent in his energy and began the refining process. Unlike low-grade tools, a mid-grade tool sent a wave of information as soon as it was refined. The boat was called the Black Wind Boat. It could glide over the water like a dark gale. At full power, it could even ride the wind for short bursts. It was incredibly fast. Even underwater, it was slightly faster than a typical mid-grade boat. It was a truly excellent tool. Ji Yuan looked at the Baizhou in his storage bag. He remembered it was just something old man Wu had lent him. Now it was finally time for a major upgrade. Once he finished refining the boat, Ji Yuan pulled out the banner that was leaking wisps of black smoke. The Yin Ghost banner. He had gained a lot today, but among all his spoils, the most practical and valuable item was this banner. With the Ghost Island Lord dead, the banner was masterless. Ji Yuan took it and began refining it immediately. With a soft hum from the banner, he successfully claimed it as his own. Once he sensed the banner's condition, he was quite surprised. With a single thought, 2 black ghost skulls flew out of the banner. They circled around him. This was unexpected. He had assumed that after he killed the 2 ghosts earlier, the banner would only function as an array flag. But the ghosts were still there. That meant it could still be used as a weapon. Having the Yin Ghost sex inheritance, Ji Yuan knew exactly what this meant. Having these 2 ghosts was like having a mid-stage chi refining assistant. Just like in his fight with the Ghost Island Lord. These ghosts could directly grapple with a mid-grade flying sword. After checking the ghosts, Ji Yuan immediately recalled them into the banner. There are actually 4 ghosts in total. He wondered how many people the Ghost Island Lord had murdered over the years. Thinking of that, he felt his actions were, in a way, a service to the people. Ji Yuan didn't rush to test the Yin Ghost array. Instead, he focused on fully mastering the Black Wind boat. Once he could use it without any friction, he planted the Yin Ghost banner into the reeds. With a thought, a mile-wide area was instantly blanketed in black mist. When he was inside the array before, he couldn't tell which way was which. But now that he was the one controlling it, he could see everything within the array perfectly. The Yin Ghost array was essentially a maze. If he hadn't had that rooster blood, he'd probably still be trapped inside. But when you added the Yin Ghosts, it became a lethal trap. The ghosts were like fish in water inside the array. Their power was significantly boosted. The only downside was the massive energy drain. Otherwise, the Ghost Island Lord would have used it to finish Ji Yuan off. One thing still puzzled Ji Yuan, though. Normally, arrays were powered by spirit stones, right? But this Yin Ghost array required his own spiritual energy to function. He searched his new memories again and quickly found the answer. It turned out the array was also incomplete. The current version, which used the Master's energy, was a makeshift fix the Ghost Island Lord had come up with himself. You couldn't say the man lacked talent if he could patch an array like that. But then again, turning a stone-powered array into one that drained the user. It was hard to say if that was actually smart. Ji Yuan didn't know if he had that kind of talent. But it didn't matter, because once he got back, he was going to set up an enlightenment room for himself. With that thought, he raised his hand and recalled the banner. The black mist vanished instantly. He leaped out from the reeds. As he was about to hit the water, the Black Wind boat appeared beneath him. The Gale boat automatically appeared. Ku Yuan slapped a water-repelling talisman on himself. He lunged forward. The Gale boat submerged into the water, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Moving underwater now felt no different than walking on solid ground. Ku Yuan admired the underwater scenery of the Cloud Rain Marsh as he continued forward, but he hadn't gone far when he spotted a spirit fish resting among the seaweed. Ku Yuan immediately performed the water drop finger. The cold-blooded bass sensed the danger and whipped its tail, stirring up clouds of silt as it tried to escape. But Ku Yuan turned the boat and gave chase. A moment later, looking at the fish in his storage bag, he couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. This truly was a world where the big fish ate the small. The strong always stayed on top. A fisherman with a mid-grade Dharma boat in these waters was basically a walking spirit stone mine. Meanwhile, those early-stage chi refining fishermen had to struggle just to get by, often risking their very lives. But then again, how many fishermen in the entire pier market actually owned a mid-grade Dharma boat? After traveling along the bottom for an hour, Ku Yuan finally returned to the surface. He checked his surroundings to get his bearings. Once he was sure, he headed straight for Sephora Tree Ward. Even though the Ghost Island Lord was dead, there were likely still plenty of good things left on Black Mist Island, like the unpicked rotten bone flowers or materials for nurturing Yin Ghosts. Since no one else knew the Ghost Island Lord was dead yet, this was the perfect time to claim the treasures. If he waited for the news to spread, it would be too late. However, Sephora Tree Ward was quite far away, even though Ku Yuan traveled as fast as he could, without any delays. It was still 5 days later by the time he returned to the pier market. This trip had been incredibly productive. Over 60 rotten bone flowers, plus a large bag of seeds and some specialized materials for ghost cultivation. Other than that, there wasn't much else, as everything else had been in the Ghost Island Lord's storage bag. It was around dusk. From a distance, Kuyuan squinted at the riverbank near his home. The three households remained unchanged. He breathed a silent sigh of relief. Being away for so long, his biggest concern was the structures at his house. As soon as he stepped ashore and put away his boat, before he could even open his gate, someone came out from the Lin house next door. Lin, who was clearly overjoyed to see Kuyuan return. He was so excited he rubbed his hands together, asking where he had been and saying how good it was to see him safe. The feeling of being cared for was always pleasant. Kuyuan could tell that Lin, who was genuinely worried about his safety, nothing more. He just smiled and said he'd taken a trip to the deep waters, which took longer than expected. Then he casually asked if everything was fine at home. Lin, who said everything was fine, except that someone had come looking for Kuyuan 2 days ago, asking if he was still buying black iron sand. But Lin, who had sent them away. Now that he had the rotten bone flowers, the pigsty could be upgraded. As for the fish pond, Kuyuan planned to use it for now, so he definitely wouldn't be buying any more black iron sand. If he really needed it, it would be safer to dig it himself than to keep buying it. Thinking this, Kuyuan nodded his thanks and pushed open the gate to his yard. Everything in the yard was just as he had left it. He activated the effects of his structures. The slightly dusty house was instantly as clean as new. When he left, he had only left the chicken coop's effect on. Everything else had been turned off, so the spirit fish naturally hadn't leveled up. Only the chicken coop had been working. When Kuyuan opened the coop door, he saw layers upon layers of spirit eggs inside. At first, he was happy, but then he felt a sudden wave of nausea. 30 eggs a day. He had been gone for 8 days. That added up to 240 spirit eggs. Just thinking about how long it would take to eat them all was enough to make anyone sick. If he wasn't worried about drawing attention, he would have taken them all to the pier market to sell. After gathering the eggs, he found another layer of spirit soil beneath the coop. He collected that as well. Afterward, Kuyuan didn't care that it was already dark, nor did he think about resting. He went straight to the pigsty. First, he summoned the white water flying sword with a thought. He adjusted it to the right size and began carving a series of complex runes onto the pigsty door. A moment later, he sheathed the sword. He looked at his work and felt very satisfied. Only then did he pull up the control panel. It showed that the level 2 pigsty was ready for an upgrade. The effect was the production of ½ an ounce of blood essence daily, along with a meat strengthening effect. The upgrade requirements were 50 low-grade spirit stones, 3 bone-corroding flowers, and the carving of cleansing runes. He had met all the conditions. After all that time spent traveling, and even dancing on the edge of death, he could finally upgrade the pigsty. Ji Yuan didn't hesitate. With a thought, under the fading sunset, the entire pigsty was bathed in a faint red glow. The pigsty, which had been a bit dirty, with some spirit pig manure, was instantly cleaned by the power of the cleansing runes. But before he could even check the level 3 effects, Ji Yuan's eyes were drawn to a mass of blood essence that appeared out of thin air, floating in the middle of the pigsty. Blood essence appearing like that. His first thought was simply that this really was a world of cultivation. He gave a casual wave of his hand, and the blood essence flew into his palm. ½ an ounce was only about the size of a ping-pong ball, but it felt warm to the touch. Ji Yuan knew that even without refining it into a pill, just swallowing it raw would likely have incredible healing properties. If he sold it, this ½ ounce would be worth 10 spirit stones. He did plan to sell it, but not yet. He wanted to stockpile a good amount before taking it to market. That way he wouldn't have to make frequent trips and risk drawing attention. After observing it for a while, Ji Yuan pulled out a jade box and stored the blood essence inside. Then he looked back at the control panel, where the effects and requirements for level 3 were now displayed. It stated that a level 3 pigsty would produce 1 ounce of jade smoothing resin every month. Furthermore, after slaughtering a spirit pig, a marrow tempering pearl would definitely be found in its heart. The upgrade requirements were 50 mid-grade spirit stones, 5 pounds of earth core magma, and the refining of a blood chi pill. None of these conditions were currently met. Seeing the name, Jade Smoothing Resin, Ji Yuan felt it was unfamiliar since he'd never seen it in person. But he remembered hearing people at the 100 Treasure Pavilion mention it was a great treasure for repairing cracks in Dharma tools. Even Dharma treasures. When a tool was damaged in battle, you either had to slowly nourish it with your own energy, or find a blacksmith to help reforge and repair it. Nourishing it yourself was too slow, and finding a blacksmith was a hassle. The back and forth cost a lot of spirit stones. Sometimes the cost of repairs was enough to just buy a new tool altogether. But jade smoothing resin was the perfect solution to both problems. The only downside was the low production rate. Only 1 ounce a month. It would take 10 months just to get a pound. The second effect was the marrow tempering pearl. Ji Yuan had never heard of this either, but based on the effects of the level 1 and level 2 pigsties, and the name itself, he guessed it was still related to body tempering. Even if it wasn't, it was likely something good for nourishing one's acupoints. Overall, the level 3 effects were great, but the upgrade requirements were tough, setting aside the spirit stones and the magma. The final condition of refining a blood chi pill made him realize that besides being a talisman maker, he was probably going to have to become an alchemist too. Thinking of that, he felt it was a good thing. It would be good practice for eventually refining a foundation establishment pill. Full of grand visions, Ji Yuan stood up and stretched. He glanced at the red-crested rooster, which had mostly recovered. He planned to take some more blood in a few days. He had experienced firsthand just how miraculous that stuff was. He definitely wasn't going to let it go to waste. After that, he went to wash up and change into clean clothes. That night, he rarely didn't spend his time cultivating. He even gave up the 20% spiritual energy boost. He just lay there on his small bed. As he waited for sleep to come, Ji Yuan reflected on that life and death battle. In the end, it all came down to one thing. Combat was a contest of resources and tricks. The white water flying sword countered the Een Ghost banner. The water drop finger destroyed the Een Ghosts. The rooster blood broke the array. The water evasion talisman was for the escape. The demon suppressing talisman held the ghost island lord down. And the hidden needle was the final killing blow. He had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. And if he had been missing even one of them, the one who ended up as a drowned ghost in Yunwu Marsh would have been him. As for his weaknesses, he still lacked offensive techniques. With only the water drop finger in his arsenal, he knew it would be hard to keep up in battles against mid-stage chi condensation cultivators. So, he planned to sell his loot at the 100 Treasures Pavilion tomorrow. He also needed to buy the second level of the water drop finger. And while he was at it, he'd see if there were any other suitable techniques. Lost in thought, Ji Yuan eventually drifted off into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in Huayin Ward, 2 Dharma boats were anchored on the water outside the Black Widow's territory. A man and a woman stood on one of the boats. If Ji Yuan were there, he would have recognized the woman as the peach-eyed cultivator he met at Shop 18. The female cultivator looked at the infamous Black Widow's path. She was surprised to see the black mist had dissipated. Yao Jingfeng, dressed in a dark robe, stood with his arms crossed. A hint of a smile played in his eyes. He was certain that the old ghost was dead. He also mentioned the kid from the market, noting that he seemed to be only at the 5th level of chi condensation. Du Yuan turned and asked if he was the one who killed the old ghost. Yao Jingfeng simply nodded, but he didn't explain how he knew. Even so, if he said it, Du Yuan believed it. She marveled at how the Ghost Island Lord, despite having an array, died at the hands of a nobody. Yao Jingfeng remarked that someone with such skills couldn't remain a nobody for long. They would likely hear his name soon enough. He sighed, saying that even without looking at the whole world, in this small cloud rain marsh alone, geniuses were as common as fish in a river. Du Yuan couldn't agree more. She added that for a mid-stage chi condensation cultivator to have such power, reaching the late stage in the future was practically a given. So, she asked if they should invite him to join their organization. But Yao Jingfeng thought there was no rush. They could wait until he reached the late stage to talk. Besides, he was technically one of Blind Sheen's people. If they interfered now, it might provoke Blind Sheen's dissatisfaction. Hearing that, Du Yuan agreed that waiting a bit longer was fine. Then she asked Yao Jingfeng if he was sure about joining the Water Dragon sect next year, and if senior brother Huang had already made the arrangements for him. At the mention of this, Yao Jingfeng showed a rare, confident smile. He told her not to worry. Since they were both from the Cloud Rain Marsh, they would definitely look out for each other. Du Yuan nodded slightly in response. Early the next morning, Ji Yuan woke up early to harvest the day's spirit resources, including a blood essence worth 10 spirit stones. Then he sailed his boat toward the pier market. First, he went to the fish market to sell the blood perch he caught on the way. He earned 18 small spirit stones from it. After that, he headed to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Given the amount of goods he planned to sell today, only they could handle such a transaction. He went to the Dharma Tools section. Under the watchful eye of the Water Dragon Sect cultivator on duty, he took out the Dharma boat he got from Wei Kai-shan. The cultivator gave it a casual glance and priced it at 20 spirit stones. Next, Ji Yuan took out the white boat after erasing its spirit mark. This time, the cultivator became a bit more serious. After inspecting it for a while, he estimated its value at 27 spirit stones. Both were low-grade Dharma boats, but Ji Yuan's white boat was worth 7 spirit stones more. Ji Yuan immediately agreed to the trade, but just as the cultivator was about to pay, he pulled out the Ghost Island Lord's tattered Dharma robe, along with his skull-shaped protective medallion. The moment these two items appeared, the cultivator realized they were clearly spoils of war. Because of that, he began to look at Ji Yuan with much more respect. He was especially intrigued after seeing Ji Yuan's appearance and age. He even remarked that Ji Yuan was quite the ruthless one. He told him to keep up the good work, because he still had a chance to become one of their fellow disciples. Ji Yuan cupped his hands, thanking the cultivator for the compliment. After checking every item, the man gave a final price of 76 spirit stones. Ji Yuan had no objections and sold everything on the spot. He had originally planned to sell his unnecessary pills and talismans too, but since he wasn't short on cash, he figured it was better to keep them. You never know when they might come in handy. Then he headed over to the technique section. The same silver-haired old cultivator from last time was on duty. Except, he clearly didn't remember Ji Yuan at all. He just glanced up once before slumping back down. Ji Yuan stepped forward with a smile. He asked if they had the second level of the water drop finger. Both names were common enough on their own, but putting them together was quite rare. It made the silver-haired old man pause and think. He had been on duty at the 100 Treasures Pavilion for over 10 years, but he couldn't recall anyone ever asking for the second level of that technique. He sat up straight and began to study Ji Yuan very seriously. A moment later, he remembered and burst into laughter. He realized this was the same kid from years ago. Ji Yuan also smiled and cupped his hands in confirmation. He didn't expect this senior to still remember him. The old cultivator then asked if Ji Yuan had truly mastered the water drop finger. Ji Yuan just chuckled. He modestly replied that he had simply been lucky. Hearing this, the old cultivator's interest was piqued. He told Ji Yuan to come over and demonstrate it. Ji Yuan looked left and right. Seeing that they were inside the treasure pavilion, he hesitated. He wasn't sure how he should perform it here. But the white-haired old man was much more decisive. With a flick of his hand, he summoned 2 water shields. Then he told Ji Yuan to go ahead and strike him. Ji Yuan really didn't dare to at first. Fortunately, this technique room was specially insulated. Otherwise, with such a commotion, it likely would have attracted quite a crowd of onlookers. But when the old man glared at him, and even released the pressure of a late-stage qi refining aura, Ji Yuan didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He warned the other man to be careful. Then he immediately pointed his finger several times in quick succession. Several streaks of spiritual light flew out. One after another, they shattered the 2 water shields. After that, one last streak of the water drop finger hit the old man square in the chest. However, a flash of red light appeared on his body. It instantly dissipated that final streak of the water drop finger. This allowed Ji Yuan to see the immense power of the Dharma treasure the man was wearing. Seeing that one of his strikes had actually landed, Ji Yuan hurriedly checked on him. But the old man just acted nonchalant. He said it was nothing. However, his hands clasped behind his back were trembling slightly. It wasn't from an injury, but from the shock. Spending over a decade in retirement at the Treasure Pavilion had made him almost forget the feeling of a life-and-death battle. So, when that technique closed in just now, it had genuinely startled him. He originally thought Ji Yuan could only fire off 1 streak of the water drop finger at most. He didn't expect him to be able to fire so many in such rapid succession. The fluctuations of spiritual energy in the room also brought the on-duty cultivators from outside to check in. A few of them even looked at Ji Yuan with suspicion. The old man had to explain for a while before he could send them away. Then he finally turned back to look at Ji Yuan. He remarked that while this kid was quiet, he had likely reached a very profound level of body tempering. Ji Yuan truly wasn't sure about that. He just said he had been practicing randomly, because he honestly didn't know how the levels of body tempering were divided. Hearing that, the old man told him to demonstrate a set of martial arts moves so he could take a look. It was a rare opportunity to get guidance from a senior. Ji Yuan naturally wasn't going to pass it up. He immediately complied and performed a random fist technique right there in the room. The old man stroked his beard. After watching, he nodded repeatedly. He judged that Ji Yuan's body tempering had reached the minor success stage. Hearing this, Ji Yuan expressed his confusion. The old man explained that body tempering didn't have many detailed divisions. There was only entry level, minor success, great success, and after that, the Vajra body. Once one reached the Vajra body stage, they could resist foundation establishment stage techniques with their physical body alone. In a mortal realm, they would be considered invincible. After hearing the explanation, Ji Yuan finally understood. The old man added that it seemed he had a natural talent for body tempering, and if he could join the Shui Long sect in the future, he would introduce him to a senior, a foundation establishment master who practiced both qi, refining, and body tempering. That person's path would likely suit him very well. But immediately after, the old man seemed to remember something. He sighed softly. A look of loneliness appeared in his eyes, because without reaching foundation establishment, one's lifespan was only about 100 years. He didn't have much longer to live. Hearing this, Ji Yuan's expression turned solemn. He bowed deeply to show his gratitude. Afterward, the old man took out the second and third levels of the water drop finger. He charged him a total of 35 spirit stones. Ji Yuan paid the spirit stones first. Then he placed his hand on the jade slip. As the inheritance flooded in, he also came to understand the effects of the second and third levels. The second level was called Stone Piercer. It allowed the fingertips to condense 3 hair-thin streaks of deep blue spiritual light. They would twist together in a spiral. Upon hitting a target, the spiritual light would continuously pierce the same spot, like water wearing away stone. It dealt stacking damage that could easily break through an opponent's dharma tools or defensive techniques. This second level of the water drop finger could be described as a very sharp armor-piercing weapon. As for the third level, it could only be performed at the late stage of qi refining. It was called Explosive Touch. After comprehending it, Ji Yuan felt it was like a type of water mine. It used one's own spiritual energy to compress into a single drop of dark black water. Once fired, it would explode. Then it would transform into 100 water blades, slashing indiscriminately within a 10-meter radius. The attack power of the third level was incredibly high, and it was an attack with a rare area of effect. But compared to the previous 2 levels, the consumption was also much greater. Ji Yuan didn't mind. For now, he would focus on practicing the second level. As for the third level, he'd have to wait until he reached the late stage of qi refining to learn it. Just as the white-haired old man was about to lie down and rest, Ji Yuan asked if there were any techniques suitable for a flying sword. Then he raised his hand and summoned the white water flying sword. The old man noted that this flying sword had a water attribute. The quality was decent as well. After closing his eyes to think for a moment, he reasoned that in terms of offense, Ji Yuan already had the water drop finger. Pursuing extreme offense further wouldn't be very meaningful. He then took out another jade slip for him to look at. Ji Yuan pressed his hand against it. This time, it didn't contain the full content, just a brief introduction. But as soon as he saw a bit of it, his eyes lit up. The old man smiled and said the first level of the billowing wave sword art was for crowd control. It could be combined with the effects of the second level of the water drop finger. The second level, mirror enemy, could disorient the opponent. Whether used for dodging or escaping, the effect was quite good. The third level, Raging Tides, was the ultimate attack, and based on his experience, this sword art was the most suitable for Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan agreed, so he nodded vigorously. He decided to choose this set. At the same time, he prepared himself to be overcharged since he had to buy all 3 levels at once. But to his surprise, the old man eventually shook his head. He said he didn't need any spirit stones. Ji Yuan looked up. By reflex, he thought he had misheard. The old man then smiled and said he had taken this sword art from a rogue cultivator years ago. He had later added it to the sex library. So, he had the right to decide whether to charge for it or not. Before Ji Yuan could finish his sentence, the old man had already waved his hand over the jade slip. A blue light flashed. A new set of memories immediately appeared in Ji Yuan's mind. Only then did he truly believe he had been given it for free. Ji Yuan withdrew his hand. He turned and solemnly bowed to this white-haired cultivator. He introduced himself and thanked the senior for his great kindness. The old man just said it was nothing to thank him for. He told him to go back and practice hard. If there was anything he didn't understand, he could come back and ask. Ji Yuan stood up. Looking at the senior who had looked after him, he softly asked for his name. The old man said he didn't have a grand name. His name was Su Fugue. He told Ji Yuan he could just call him Old Man Su. Hearing this, Ji Yuan switched to a more formal form of address. He called him Elder Su to show his gratitude. Su Fugue waved his hand, telling him to leave. However, after he was gone, Su Fugue's gaze became a bit dazed. He turned his head to look toward the north. He thought to himself that he was foolish. He could only do his best to find a junior brother for his master. The senior who practiced both chi, refining, and body tempering that Su Fugue mentioned earlier was actually none other than his own master. It was just a pity that he himself had no talent for body tempering. He could barely reach the entry level, let alone inherit the legacy. Now that he had finally met a junior with talent for body tempering like Ji Yuan, he was naturally willing to help him out a bit. If it worked out, that would be best. And if it didn't, he hadn't lost anything. After going outside, Ji Yuan also thought about it for a long time. He didn't understand why Old Man Su was being so good to him. He thought it over and over, but still couldn't figure it out. He could only conclude that the man was simply a good person. On the path of cultivation, wealth, techniques, companions, and environment are all important. And perhaps this Old Man Su was a benefactor on his grand path to immortality. Finally, Ji Yuan went to buy a few more high-grade talismans for protection. Then, on his way home, he began to ponder quietly. He knew he had to learn the water drop finger. He had to learn the billowing wave sword art. And he also needed to try modifying the Yin ghost array. All of these things relied on his own comprehension. So, he suddenly wondered if he could use the method for creating the talisman room to create an enlightenment room for himself. Although his spirit root was only a quad spirit root, Ji Yuan felt that his comprehension wasn't bad. Even so, if he could increase it a bit more, it would be even better, like the things he used to read in novels in his past life. Things like heaven-defying comprehension, or 10,000-fold comprehension. Therefore, after arriving home, Ji Yuan immediately found a brush and paper and once again wrote the 3 characters, Enlightenment Room. He looked left and right. Finally, he pasted that black and white paper onto the door of his storage room. The moment the paper was pasted, the control panel immediately refreshed. Everything was a success. The control panel now showed a level 0 Enlightenment Room. Level 1 has the spiritual effect, Calm Mind Focus Chi. It increases one's own comprehension by 10%. The upgrade requirements are 10 low-grade spirit stones, 3 stalks of mind-clearing grass, and 1 caddy of mysterious crystal sand, none of which he currently had. Ji Yuan glanced at it. The spiritual effect was extremely simple, just a 10% increase in comprehension. But for him, that was already very good. He felt the Enlightenment Room should be exactly this straightforward and powerful. It's just that compared to other projects, this 10% seemed a bit low. But thinking about it carefully, it was probably because comprehension is so precious and so difficult to improve. In other words, being able to increase comprehension by 10% was already incredibly powerful. The upgrade requirements weren't difficult either. Mind-clearing grass was sold in the market area. It wasn't some rare, heavenly treasure, just an ingredient for refining pills. The price seemed to be only 1 spirit stone per stalk. Mysterious crystal sand was a material for refining tools. It was also for sale, though it was a bit more expensive, about 5 spirit stones per caddy. But that was fine. To the current Ji Yuan, it was practically nothing. So, as soon as he got home, he pushed the door open and went back out. In the yard, the 3 members of the neighboring Wu family were fishing at the entrance. They called it fishing, but really, Wu Lin and his wife were just watching their child. Seeing Ji Yuan come out, Wu Lin handed the fishing rod to Zhao Yuechan. He stood up and said with a smile, "Brother Ji, you just got back and you're leaving again?" Ji Yuan replied with a smile that he was still missing a few things and had to make one more trip to the market. He actually had a pretty good impression of the Wu family. Besides, they had helped him before. Wu Linger shook her small fishing rod. She mentioned buying things for the new year and hoped he would remember to buy her some tasty treats. Hearing this, Ji Yuan, who was about to take out his Dharma boat, paused. Only then did he remember that this world also had the custom of celebrating the new year. And it was almost the end of the year now. In previous years, the original owner always celebrated the new year with his parents. But this year, he seemed to be all alone. In both lives, this seemed to be the first time he would celebrate the new year by himself. So he just smiled back. He said he would definitely bring something back for Ling. Wu Lin and his wife naturally exchanged a few more pleasantries. Then they watched Ji Yuan summon his Dharma boat and depart. Once the boat was in the water, no longer needing to fish, Wu Lin simply set the rod down. Zhao Yuechan stood beside him, watching Ji Yuan's retreating back. She asked softly about the Dharma boat from just now. Wu Lin confirmed it was a middle-grade Dharma boat, and a high-quality one among middle-grade boats at that. If it weren't for a slight lack of materials, it probably would have been high-grade. They then realized that during the days Ji Yuan was away, he must have struck it rich. They couldn't help but remark that just by picking a random place to live, they had managed to meet such a neighbor. It seemed they really should make an effort to befriend him. Zhao Yuechan completely agreed. She felt that it was fate, after all. A while later, Ji Yuan sailed back. He stopped to give a few dough figurines to Wu Linger before hurrying into his house. He went to the living room, looked at the pile of items in front of him, and immediately chose to upgrade the enlightenment room. As the 3 items in his storage bag disappeared, the control panel refreshed again. The effects of the Level 2 Enlightenment Room appeared. It clearly stated that the Level 2 Enlightenment Room increased comprehension by 20%. If a bottleneck is encountered, an additional 10% comprehension is granted. The upgrade requirements are 20 middle-grade spirit stones, 3 soft heart flowers, 1 bottle of earth vein spiritual pith, and reaching the entry level of 1 middle-grade technique, none of which he currently met. The upgrade conditions weren't much different, mainly still requiring spirit stones and some immortal materials. The only difference was the requirement for a middle-grade technique at the entry level. As for this spiritual effect, it was truly a powerful tool for secluded cultivation, getting an extra boost in comprehension when hitting a bottleneck. This truly understood the suffering of a cultivator. Once you hit a bottleneck and your comprehension increases by 30%, there's really nothing more you could ask for. Ji Yuan didn't dare to waste such good conditions. So, for the following period of time, aside from going to the market to restock on survival and cultivation supplies, he didn't go anywhere else. If it were before, he might have had to occasionally draw a few talismans to make a living. But now he didn't need to, because half a tael of blood essence every day was already worth 10 spirit stones. Pretty spiritual eggs. And the colorful blood of the red-crested chicken. And he was even raising a spirit pig. After raising this spirit pig, he rarely ate the spiritual eggshells anymore. Most of them were used for pig feed. In addition, the semi-spiritual fish occasionally evolved. This made Ji Yuan feel like he basically couldn't spend all his money. As his spirit stones increased, his method of cultivation became more extravagant. He switched directly to popping pills. The most suitable cultivation pill for the chi refining stage was the spirit gathering pill. It could accelerate a cultivator's absorption of worldly spiritual energy and shorten the time for a heavenly cycle. Its selling price wasn't cheap either. 1 pill cost 10 spirit stones, but it was still within Ji Yuan's range of affordability. So, during the day, he stayed in the enlightenment room to study techniques, or went to the talisman room to draw talismans. And at night, he would start popping pills to cultivate. Under this form of cultivation, the thing he gained insight into the fastest was the 2nd level of the water drop finger. He guessed it was because he had the 1st level as a foundation. So, by the 3rd day of seclusion, he had gained insight into Stone Piercer. Because of this, he specifically went out to find a reed marsh. He raised his hand and looked at the 3 hair-thin streaks of spiritual light condensing at his fingertips. By comparison, the stealthiness of the 2nd level, Stone Piercer, was even stronger than the 1st level. It was just that hitting the same spot with 3 consecutive streaks of spiritual light was a bit difficult. It needed to be combined with a billowing wave sword art for better results. After a bit of testing, Ji Yuan went back home to cultivate hard. He thought the second thing he'd break through in would be the first level of the billowing wave sword art. Or, if not that, then his cultivation level, which was nearing a breakthrough. But unexpectedly, he just couldn't reach the entry level of the sword art. On the contrary, he had a breakthrough with his talismans. That day, he forgot he was in the enlightenment room and not the talisman room. He took out his talisman brush and started drawing. As a result, he accidentally crossed the threshold of middle-grade talismans that had been challenging him for so long. His first successful attempt was a life-saving golden body talisman. And after drawing the first one, Ji Yuan immediately moved to the talisman room. With the increased success rate, a single middle-grade talisman was worth about 10 spirit stones. He already didn't lack spirit stones, and now he lacked them even less. That evening, the billowing wave sword art still hadn't reached the entry level. Ji Yuan finished his daytime meditation. He was about to start his nightly pill-popping cultivation when he suddenly heard an unusual commotion from the 2 neighboring yards. In just a moment, the sound of fireworks exploding echoed from the distant market area. Ji Yuan had been cultivating hard for many days. He thought for a moment and realized that today was actually New Year's Eve. At that point, he told himself to just take the day off. Ji Yuan stood up and went to the front yard. In the distant sky over the market area, fireworks were continuously blooming, like silver flowers bursting in the night. Cheerful laughter and conversation also drifted from the neighboring yard. Wu Qin rarely spoke loudly, but she was arguing with Lin Hu about where the fireworks looked best. From the other yard, Wu Linger's childish voice rang out repeatedly, interspersed with Zhao Yuechan's voice telling her to slow down. At this moment, Ji Yuan felt a rare pang of loneliness. The festivities belonged to everyone else, while he seemed to have nothing. Combined with the fact that the sword art still hadn't reached the entry level, the feeling of loneliness in his heart became even clearer. By reflex, he summoned the white water flying sword. He let the soft flying sword wrap around his finger. Right then, a loud firework exploded directly overhead. Ji Yuan looked up. He saw the sky blooming like a tree of fire. In that instant, it was as if he had a flash of insight. With a stir in his heart, he commanded the flying sword to leave his hand. The white water flying sword shot out. The sword's momentum was like rolling waves. Right there on New Year's Eve, Ji Yuan's billowing wave sword art officially reached the entry level. As the white water flying sword passed through, a faint, light blue ripple of water appeared. Ji Yuan urged the flying sword to change direction, letting the exhibition impact himself. In that moment, he felt as if his entire body had sunk into a quagmire. Even lifting a foot became incredibly difficult. But this sluggish effect only lasted for a single breath. After one breath, Ji Yuan felt his body return to normal. Thinking back, that was already very good. Because in moments of life and death combat, a single breath was enough to turn the tide. Even when escaping, just give him one breath, and he could urge the Black Wind boat to go very far. And during a fight, once the opponent was caught in the exhibition, then whether he used the life-taking needle or the second level of the water drop finger to break their armor, everything would become extremely easy. He finally reached the entry level. That made Ji Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. He even felt the fireworks overhead looked much more beautiful. After that, he stopped cultivating. Instead, he used the spirit pig he had killed a few days ago to stew a hind leg. He also stir-fried a few spiritual eggs. After thinking for a moment, he even scooped a semi-spiritual fish from the pond to steam. Originally, he had planned to kill a blue-yellow chicken to celebrate. But in the end, he gave up on that idea. With just those dishes, he felt he had enough to eat. Celebrating the new year alone. After eating his fill, Ji Yuan went to draw a middle-grade talisman to make up for the loss of killing a semi-spiritual fish. One semi-spiritual fish was worth 1 spirit stone, while one middle-grade talisman was worth 10 spirit stones. Calculating it, he still made a small profit of 9 stones. Absolutely perfect. Early the next morning, which was also New Year's Day, Ji Yuan was woken up by the sound of Lin Hu coming over to give New Year's greetings. And after that, he hosted Wu Lin's family of 3. After the greetings were over, He thought he should also go and give New Year's greetings to others. The people he chose weren't many. They included Luo Tong, the butcher in the market area, Old Man Su at the treasure pavilion, and after thinking for a while, he still included Lu Wan's family. One reason was that their relationship had been good before. The second was because when he was learning to draw talismans, Lu Wan had also helped him. The New Year's gifts were naturally things he was tired of eating, like spiritual eggs. He added a few caddies of spirit pig meat and a small piece of blood essence. Not too expensive, but certainly not cheap either. He went to the Luo family's house first. Luo Tong was obviously very happy to see him. He insisted on keeping him for a meal. Yi Yuan politely declined. Then he went to the treasure pavilion. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Old Man Su coming out of the treasure pavilion. Su Fuguei looked quite interested when he saw him. He assumed Ji Yuan had come because he couldn't gain insight into the billowing wave sword art. He had thought this kid would come to consult him after being home for just a few days. He didn't expect him to hold out until now. It seemed he was indeed still young and too overconfident in himself. Ji Yuan took the New Year's gifts out of his storage bag. He said with a smile that since today was New Year's Day, he had specifically come to wish Elder Su a Happy New Year. Hearing the words New Year's greetings, Su Fuguei was momentarily stunned because he had forgotten how many years it had been since anyone had come to wish him a Happy New Year. In the end, he just said it was the thought that counted. Then he casually took the gifts without even looking at them. After that, Su Fuguei said right away that he had urgent business and had to return to the Shui long sect per sect orders. And he promised to bring Ji Yuan something good the next time he came back. Ji Yuan was somewhat surprised to hear this. He was about to say a few polite words, but Su Fuguei didn't give him the chance. He told him bluntly that if he wanted to ask anything, he'd better be quick, because he didn't have time for nonsense. Ji Yuan couldn't help but be taken aback, because he had clearly just come for New Year's greetings. Yet somehow, it had been interpreted as coming to seek guidance. Su Fuguei still thought he was here because of the sword art, and that the New Year's greetings were just an excuse, because few cultivators actually cared about such things. But Ji Yuan was truly a bit confused, because his billowing wave sword art had already reached the entry level. Hearing this time, it was Su Fuguei's turn to be skeptical. He immediately asked him to demonstrate it once. Ji Yuan agreed immediately. At the same time, he also said he would trouble Elder Su to give him a few pointers. The two of them then went to the empty lot next to the treasure pavilion. With a stir of his mind, Ji Yuan summoned his flying sword and performed the exhibition at the same time. A light blue ripple of water swept through. Even on the ground, a few water streaks appeared. Su Fuguei was incredibly shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect this kid to have actually learned it. Ji Yuan withdrew his flying sword, but he didn't ask Su Fuguei how long it had taken him to learn it back then, because whether it was fast or slow, asking would surely result in someone being hurt. So he just smiled and said it was all just luck. In the end, Su Fuguei just told him that since he had reached the entry level, he should just keep practicing well. There was nothing more to point out. Then he said he had to return to the Shui long sect first. If there was anything else, they would talk about it when he returned. After saying that, Su Fuguei took out the standard flying boat of the Shui long sect from his storage bag, the water dragon boat. The boat grew larger as it met the wind. It carried Su Fuguei up into the sky. After seeing him off, Ji Yuan looked around. He saw that the cultivators watching nearby were all casting friendly glances his way. Someone who could associate with a Shui long sect cultivator was definitely someone worth befriending. Ji Yuan could guess as much. After today's events, he would likely catch the eye of those with ulterior motives. But he wasn't afraid, because his cultivation was about to enter the 6th level of Qi refining. Among the middle stage Qi refining cultivators in the Cloud Rain Marsh, he felt he was practically unrivaled. Once he reached the 6th level of Qi refining, with his arrays and various tricks in hand, even against someone at the 7th level, he would dare to give a shot. Immediately after, he went to the Lu family's house. However, what surprised him a bit was that on New Year's Day, the Lu family's house was tightly shut. Looking at the locked door, Ji Yuan didn't bother knocking. He just bought some more talisman paper, talisman ink, and some supplies like semi-spiritual fish before returning home. After the new year passed, Ji Yuan's life returned to being simple. Cultivation, and more cultivation. It's just that his enlightenment room also had other uses. The water drop finger and the sword art had both reached the entry level. The next thing he studied was the Een Ghost array. He wanted to try completing the array. That way, the Een Ghost flag could truly be put to great use. More than 10 days later, one night, Ji Yuan swallowed a spirit-gathering pill, held a spirit stone, and cultivated. Suddenly, his aura surged, but it was instantly pulled back by him. The surrounding worldly spiritual energy gathered around him, forming a small spiritual vortex. The spirit stone in his hand also turned to powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. After continuously absorbing 6 spirit stones like this, Ji Yuan finally opened his eyes. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After cultivating for so long, level 6 Qi refining was finally achieved. Level 6, even the Cloud Rain Marsh, could be considered a minor expert. The next step was the late stage of Qi refining. And once he entered the late stage, in this Cloud Rain Marsh, he would be considered top-tier strategic power. To get any stronger, he would have to join the Shui Long sect. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit excited. After all, this year was the Shui Long sect's triennial selection. He briefly thought about giving it a try, but relying on his cultivation strength alone to join was definitely not enough. Because he heard that the Shui Long sect selection required one to single-handedly kill a late-stage rank 1 demon beast. If that was the case, he could only rely on his talismans to join. And not even 20 years old, being able to draw middle-grade rank 1 talismans, he might actually have a chance. But after thinking it through carefully, Ji Yuan eventually gave up on the idea. Once he joined the Shui Long sect, he wouldn't be as free as he was now. Especially with so many experts in the sect, it would likely be difficult to place his various architectural projects. It was better to just stay in the market area and grind until he reached the late stage of Qi refining first. Without enough strength, even if he joined the Shui Long sect, he would only end up as a workhorse drawing talismans. After his breakthrough, Ji Yuan stayed home and cultivated for another half a month. Finally, the day of the Shui Long sect selection arrived. He also prepared to head out. Even if he wasn't participating, it was good to go and watch the excitement. If he missed it this time, he'd have to wait another 3 years for such a spectacle. Furthermore, Luo would likely join the Shui Long sect this year. And since he was her friend, he should go and see her off. The triennial selection of the Shui Long sect could be considered the biggest event in the entire Cloud Rain Marsh. It was even more important than celebrating the new year. After all, the new year happened every year, but this election only happened once every 3 years. Moreover, for many fishermen, today was the moment that would decide their future. Because the Shui Long sect selection wasn't just about picking late-stage Qi refining cultivators to join. There was also one very important point, which was the spirit root test. The Shui Long sect would conduct free spirit root tests for every child who had reached the age of 6 in the Cloud Rain Marsh. Thinking back to that year, Ji Yuan had also gone through this moment. The good news was that he had a spirit root. The bad news was that it was a quad spirit root. In the end, he was rejected. After he had finished tidying up his house, Lin Hu and his wife from next door were already waiting. As for the Wu family, they had set off early. Lin Hu seemed quite excited at the time, because although this event didn't have much to do with him, being able to watch the excitement was still a wonderful thing. Ji Yuan then set off with him. If Lin Hu had gone on his own, he would mostly have had to row his small black awning boat. But with Ji Yuan here, the black wind boat could easily carry 3 people. On the way, Lin Hu felt the speed of the black wind boat. He couldn't help but think that this must be a middle-grade Dharma boat, because he remembered Ji Yuan's previous Dharma boat was white. But after he had gone missing for a few days, the Dharma boat had turned black. Ji Yuan just briefly admitted it, and the aura he unintentionally revealed also spoke for itself. Wu Qin, sitting at the back of the boat, looked up at that tall, straight back. At times, she couldn't help but fantasize that if the person she had married was Ji Yuan, her life might have been different. Perhaps she wouldn't have to go out on a fishing boat every day and be covered in the smell of fish wherever she went. The Shui Long sect selection at the market area took place right on the large empty lot next to the fish market on the shore, because in this entire market area, only this place could hold so many people. By the time Ji Yuan arrived, the place was already packed with fishermen, 3 layers deep. After getting off the boat, Lin Hu started cursing, thinking that those people must have been waiting here since last night. Ji Yuan put away his dharma boat. He walked forward on his own, and Lin, who was sensible enough not to follow him. The sound of noisy chatter reached his ears. Ji Yuan slowed down slightly, filtering out the useful information from it. He heard that Han Feiyu had also returned from within the Cloud Rain Marsh. He had failed the selection last time, but now that 3 years had passed, he would very likely succeed this time. People were also saying that Han Feiyu had reached the 8th level of qi refining. His chances of success were 80 or 90%. Dong Qian had also returned from Jing'an Ward. This time, she seemed to want to join the Shui Long sect as a cultivator from the market area. She was also considered to have no problems. Additionally, someone mentioned Old Man Qin, but they thought that since the old man was so advanced in age, he might not necessarily want to try again. Even so, according to an acquaintance who worked as a manager for the Qin family, Second Master Qin was very likely to join this year. They also talked about whose child had decent talent and might even have an earth spirit root. Han Feiyu was a figure who seemed to live only in Ji Yuan's impressions, because from the time he was a child, he had grown up hearing stories about this man. Stories about how his parents died at the hands of enemies, and how he had fled into the Cloud Rain Marsh alone. The people in the market area all thought he was dead. They didn't expect him to return 10 years later with a middle stage qi refining cultivation to avenge his parents. From then on, he acted as a chivalrous figure in the market area, no matter who it was. As long as they came to him with difficulties, he would help them as much as he could. And he had already been at the late stage of qi refining 10 years ago. 3 years ago, he had tried to join the Shui Long sect, but because he couldn't defeat a late-stage rank 1 demon beast, he eventually had to admit defeat. Dong Qian was also at the late stage of qi refining, but she had married into the neighboring Jing'an Ward. When she married, she was only at the early stage of qi refining. Yet now, in less than 10 short years, she was already at the late stage. It was said that she had even personally killed a late-stage qi refining cultivator from Jingda. Because of this, everyone rumored that she had received some kind of secret treasure or inheritance. Old Man Qin was the head of the Qin family. He was also considered a senior figure in the market area. It was rumored that his cultivation had reached the peak of qi refining. It's just that his eyes had been injured years ago, and he couldn't see clearly, which was why he still hadn't joined the Shui Long sect. The second son, Qin Long, was the second son of Old Man Qin. His cultivation had also reached the late stage of qi refining. Ji Yuan thought to himself about the Qin family. Because the late-stage qi refining cultivators of the Qin family weren't just Old Man Qin and Qin Long. There was also an adopted son that Old Man Qin had taken in years ago. Very few people knew this person's real name. They only knew his surname was Xia. The people in the market area all called him Third Master Xia. Ji Yuan also began to map out his future path in his mind. He thought about the 3 late-stage qi refining cultivators of the Qin family. By then, even if both he and Qiu Tianhai were at the late stage of qi refining, killing them would still be a bit difficult. It would be best to wait until he reached the peak of qi refining, and strike before he joined the Shui Long sect, to end this grudge once and for all. Joining the Shui Long sect was a foregone conclusion, because if he didn't join this major power, he wouldn't even be able to get a foundation establishment pill. After joining, he just wanted to be a leisurely person, focusing on farming in peace. I heard that after joining the Water Dragon sect, once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you can claim an island of your own. That was what truly appealed to him. While Ji Yuan was lost in thought, he found a spot nearby. The open space in the center had been partitioned off, divided into several different sections. A long line of children had already formed at the spiritual root testing area. In the other areas, for alchemy and talismans, cultivators were also waiting. They waited patiently for the event to begin. Ji Yuan glanced at the talisman section a few more times, but Lu Wan was nowhere to be seen. He figured the man probably hadn't arrived yet. As for those hoping to join the Water Dragon sect through raw strength, their trial was set inside the Cloud Rain Marsh. A specialized foundation establishment master was in charge there. Ji Yuan had arrived late, but before even a cup of tea's time had passed, a thunderous boom echoed from deep within the Cloud Rain Marsh. It signaled the official start of the Water Dragon sect's recruitment. The bustling market district, which had been incredibly noisy, fell silent instantly as the sound drowned everything out. Ji Yuan suddenly recalled a rumor that for every water dragon sect recruitment, the person pulling the strings behind the scenes was a Golden Core true person. To think, the Golden Core stage grants a lifespan of several centuries. They can forge natal Dharma treasures and soar through the sky using Golden Core flight lights. Ji Yuan's mind began to wander at the thought. Suddenly, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd, followed immediately by loud shouts of, "Greetings, senior!" Ji Yuan looked up as well. High above, a middle-aged female cultivator had appeared out of nowhere, sitting cross-legged on a lotus leaf-shaped treasure. She wore a deep blue robe, and her hair was held up simply by a single wooden hairpin. Though her attire was plain, she exuded an aura of immense authority. This was a Foundation establishment cultivator. The Water Dragon sect always sent one to oversee the recruitment process. The woman in blue calmly told everyone to proceed, and then paid them no further mind. Down on the ground, a Water Dragon sect cultivator rose into the air on a flying boat. In a low voice, he commanded all late-stage cultivators participating in the trial to follow him. With that, he steered the flying boat straight toward the Cloud Rain Marsh. Several other flying boats rose from the crowd. Following closely behind him, Ji Yuan was already at the 6th level of qi refining, so his vision was sharp. With a quick glance, he recognized several of them. Han Feiyi, Dong Qian, and Qin Long had indeed all gone. There were 2 others as well. One was Zhou Longhu, an artifact refiner from the market district. The other was a middle-aged man with graying temples whom Ji Yuan didn't recognize. He definitely wasn't a long-time resident of the market district. He likely reached the late stage within the last 3 years. But to enter the recruitment right after breaking through, it seemed a bit rushed. But that had nothing to do with Ji Yuan. This time, he was just a bystander. He was content to just sit back and watch the show. Finally, he turned his attention toward the spiritual root testing area. He happened to hear the Water Dragon sect cultivator announce expressionlessly that Zhang Tai had 4 spiritual roots: metal, earth, water, and fire, and was disqualified. In an instant, a long-buried memory resurfaced in Ji Yuan's mind. It was from a year the original owner of this body took the test. The scene had been exactly the same. He still remembered the cultivator with the missing left ear who had glared coldly at him. Then, with a blank face, he declared that Ji Yuan had 4 spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, and fire, and was disqualified. Now, the same scene was playing out for someone else. When the boy named Zhang Tai heard he had 4 roots, he wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he happily threw himself into a woman's arms, thrilled just to have spiritual roots at all. Having roots meant he could still become a cultivator. Regardless of what the future held, those without roots truly had no hope of becoming immortals. Just like the next 4 or 5 children who were tested, none of them possessed any spiritual roots. Life in this market district would be very hard for them if they had cold-hearted parents. They might even be sent away to the mortal realm. A familiar voice called out from behind him. Ji Yuan turned around with a smile. He saw that Wu Lin had arrived. He noted that it was less crowded here and asked Wu Lin why he didn't try his luck at the alchemy section. The fact that Wu Lin was an alchemist was something Ji Yuan already knew. Wu Lin gave a bitter smile. He admitted he knew his own limits and didn't want to make a fool of himself in public. In his arms, little Wu Li stared wide-eyed at the testing area. She asked when it would be her turn, as she wanted to be tested too. Wu Lin told her she was still too young. She would have to wait until next time. Wu Li was only 4 years old. She'd have to wait another 3 years before she could be tested. The group continued their small talk. Out of the corner of his eye, Ji Yuan saw the cultivator on duty at the spirit root testing area suddenly stand up. Then he saw him sharply look up. He shouted in shock, "Sect Uncle Su, a heavenly spirit root has appeared." The blue-robed female cultivator abruptly looked down. She raised her hand, and 4 array flags fell to the ground. Layer by layer, they surrounded the entire spirit root testing area. In the process, they also drove away the fishermen who were watching nearby. In the center of the lot, the dark-skinned child still didn't know what was happening. He turned his head to look around. His eyes even started to well up with tears. Wu Lin, standing nearby, couldn't help but look into the lot with shock. And Wu Ling curiously asked what a heavenly spirit root was. Zhao Yuechan took a deep breath. and gently explained that it was the most powerful type of spirit root. Wu Ling'er clapped her small hands, happily saying that she wanted to be a heavenly spirit root too. Very quickly, that foundation establishment cultivator from the Shui Long sect used a dharma boat to take the boy and his parents away. The spirit root testing then continued. If nothing unexpected happened, that family would never have to return to this market area again. Although one couldn't say that when one person attains the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. The whole family ascending together was certainly possible. The testing was still ongoing, but everyone's attention had been captured by the heavenly spirit root from before. Even though several triple spirit roots, known as true spirit roots, appeared during the subsequent tests, no one paid them any mind. Ji Yuan finished watching the excitement here, said a few words to Wu Lin, and then moved to the talisman area. As for Wu Lin, he went to his familiar alchemy area. After Ji Yuan arrived, as soon as he revealed a bit of his aura, the fisherman nearby very consciously made way for him. He first looked at the cultivator on duty. At this moment, there was only an old cultivator with graying hair there. He looked overjoyed. Currently, he was the only person accepted by the Shui Long sect through the talisman path. And to join the Shui Long sect through the talisman path, the rules were also extremely simple. That was to use 10 sheets of middle-grade bamboo cloud pattern talisman paper. If one could draw 3 middle-grade talismans, they could join the Shui Long sect. Ji Yuan then turned to look at the cultivators being tested. There were 10 people in total. Each was in a small, partitioned booth to focus on drawing talismans. This was actually simpler than the alchemy and tool refining areas, because over there, everyone had a private room as a quiet chamber to avoid being disturbed by outsiders. In this talisman area, the participants couldn't see each other, but the onlookers could see them. Then someone lamented that Grandmaster Lu had failed again. Everyone felt sorry for him. A middle-aged man had finished drawing on all 10 sheets of talisman paper, but had only succeeded with 2 of them. He stood up looking dazed, his face pale as if he couldn't believe it. Ji Yuan scanned each of them. He still didn't see Lu Wan anywhere. Not only that, she wasn't anywhere in the surrounding area either. Ji Yuan couldn't help but recall that New Year's Day, when he went to her house and didn't find her. From then until now, he had been cultivating at home. He rarely even came to the market area, so naturally, he hadn't run into her. Ji Yuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He briefly wondered if something had happened to her. But on second thought, that seemed unlikely. If the Wu family wanted to move against her, they should have done so long ago. If that was the case, she had likely moved to another ward. While Ji Yuan was thinking, the group of cultivators in front of him finished their test. Unsurprisingly, not a single one succeeded. He couldn't help but mutter to himself that this was indeed too difficult. But thinking about it, it made sense. He had the boost from the talisman room and could still only manage 3 or 4 successful middle-grade talismans out of 10. Others didn't have that boost, so they truly had to rely entirely on talent. Right then, a somewhat familiar voice came from beside him, asking if Ji Yuan had also come to participate in the talisman test. Immediately after, quite a few cultivators nearby crowded around. Forced to clear a space, Ji Yuan turned his head to look. This time, he didn't smile, because the newcomer didn't seem to have good intentions. Wu Yin was followed by several of his fellow disciples, and even the renowned talisman master Wu Wenbin had arrived. Especially when Wu Wenbin arrived, even Shui Long sect cultivator on duty asked with a smile if he was here to join the sect this time. Wu Wenbin, with his stout figure, he rubbed his belly with one hand. He smiled and replied that he was just an old man now. He'd rather just enjoy his retirement at the pier market. Before Ku Yuan could speak, Wu Wenbin's gaze shifted toward him. The smile on the old man's face vanished. He asked if Ku Yuan was the good friend Lu Guan had mentioned. Ku Yuan glanced at Wu Yen. He guessed the guy must have said something stupid. Otherwise, how would Wu Wenbin know who he was? Despite that, he admitted that he was indeed Lu Guan's friend. Hearing this, Wu Wenbin's expression softened slightly. He said Ku Yuan did seem to have some talent, and since everyone was here for the Water Dragon sex test, he should go ahead. Wu Yin and his fellow disciples had already gone to get their wooden tokens. They were heading to their assigned booths. Ku Yuan didn't move. He had only come to watch the excitement. Seeing him stay put, Wu Wenbin naturally assumed he was afraid. He chuckled and asked if Ku Yuan thought he would use his connection with Lu Guan to sabotage him. Wu Wenbin added that even if there was something between Ku Yuan and Lu Guan, it would be perfectly normal. He didn't know how others acted, but he wasn't the type to lose his mind over such things. As soon as he said this, the nearby cultivators all shouted that Master Wu was truly honorable. Ku Yuan hadn't expected Wu Wenbin to have such an attitude. But if that was true, then he didn't understand who had been pressuring Lu Guan at her stall before. Regardless, he politely cupped his hands to Wu Wenbin. The water dragon sect cultivator on duty saw this and tossed a wooden token to Ku Yuan. He told him to go to testing booth number 10. Ku Yuan looked at the token in his hand. He felt helpless. He had no choice but to go through the motions. Just as he turned toward the testing area, he caught Wu Yan's gaze. Their eyes met. Ku Yuan saw a hint of mockery and a bit of vengeful satisfaction in those eyes. He didn't know what this young master's problem was, but that look made him very uncomfortable. He didn't want to cause trouble. He had been yielding at every turn. But it seemed the more he did that, the less people respected him. Finally, Ku Yuan sat down in the last remaining booth. He looked up slightly. He saw a large, glowing sign above him, Level 1 Talisman Room. Ku Yuan was a bit stunned, but on second thought, it made sense. After all, wasn't his lakeside cottage also a rental? Yet the system interface still classified it as his building. So now that he was in this specialized booth to draw talismans for the test, what was the difference? If the wooden token was the key, then as long as he was here drawing talismans, this was his dedicated talisman room. Thinking of this, Ku Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how this damn system interface was like a soulmate. While he was thinking, he heard the voice of the water dragon sect cultivator. The announcement stated that the test was to draw a rank 1 mid-grade heavenly light talisman. As soon as Ku Yuan heard this, his brow furrowed. He felt the water dragon sect was being intentionally difficult. If drawing talismans was like an exam, then this heavenly light talisman was definitely a trick question. Because while it was a mid-grade talisman, it was utterly useless. Its effect was exactly what the name suggested. It was like a lamp, except the light was incredibly bright. When used, it would make everything within several miles as bright as day. But it didn't last long, only about half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Spending nearly 10 spirit stones just for a few minutes of light, most talisman masters wouldn't even bother studying it. Ku Yuan was the same. If he didn't have the enlightenment room to boost his comprehension, he probably wouldn't even remember the runes for it. In an instant, Ku Yuan understood why the passing rate for this test was so low. They were clearly setting people up to fail. Just as he was recalling the runes, he felt a surge of spiritual energy from the booth next to him. Immediately after, the onlookers erupted in cheers. They praised young Master Wu for his brilliance. They assumed that with such a success, he was guaranteed a spot in the Water Dragon sect. Ku Yuan poured a bit of spiritual energy into the wooden token. The noise instantly vanished. He couldn't help but think how convenient cultivation was. The wooden token had no other function, except for a small soundproofing enchantment. Once activated, it blocked out external distractions, but it still allowed others to see his actions to prevent cheating. The fact that Wu Yin could draw a heavenly light talisman on his first try still surprised Ku Yuan. But then again, it made sense. As Wu Wenbin's biological son, on the path of talisman drawing, Wu Yin had certainly come further than most. Furthermore, they had experience. They knew the style of the Shui long sec selection process. They always picked the most difficult and obscure talismans. Ji Yuan even wondered if Wu Wenbin had guessed the topic. He might have even run a crash course before the exam to make a quick buck in spirit stones. But he quickly shook his head. He stopped letting his mind wander. Instead, he focused on recalling the strokes for the heavenly light talisman. At the same time, his hand traced the patterns in the air. Outside the arena, Wu Wenbin watched his disciple's performance. He couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. He had indeed correctly guessed the heavenly light talisman. A few days before the selection, he had specifically taught them how to draw it and what to watch out for. With 10 sheets of paper, he figured at least 1 or 2 of them would succeed. When that happened, he'd have a few more disciples inside the Shui Long sect. It would be best if Wu Yin could get in. He had worked hard to get his disciples into the sect. As long as Wu Yin made it, this investment would finally pay off. When the time came, by pooling the strength of several disciples, they might be able to create a pseudo-spiritual route for foundation establishment. If that could be done, then perhaps he could do it too. Foundation establishment was Wu Wenbin's true goal. Once he reached that stage, not only would his strength skyrocket, but his lifespan could increase to over 200 years. Seeing Wu Yin succeed on his very first Heavenly Light Talisman gave him even more confidence. Right after that, Wu Wenbin turned to look at that kid, Ji Yuan. Although he disliked the boy, he still kept a smile on his face. Seeing Ji Yuan's frantic look, he assumed the boy had never drawn a Heavenly Light Talisman before. Standing there, trying to mimic the strokes? Who knows if he's even getting the patterns right? How ridiculous! In his eyes, a rogue talisman master with no background was only worth so much. Being able to draw a few water-repelling talismans to make a living was already good enough for him. Wu Wenbin had always thought this way, but he never said it out loud. He didn't even show it. No matter who it was, he always maintained a kind and gentle attitude. That was why, over the years, the fishermen at the market were happy to call him Master Wu. He turned back to look at Wu Yin. After succeeding on the first one, his next two attempts were both failures. Wu Wenbin knew the reason was simply his personality. That first success had given Wu Yin a massive boost in confidence, but his confidence had always been a bit too much. It made him incredibly arrogant and conceited. Wu Wenbin understood this well, and he understood even better that Wu Yan's personality was the result of his own lifelong spoiling. By the fourth sheet, Wu Yin failed again. With just one glance, Wu Wenbin already knew the outcome. He knew Wu Yin was out of hope this time. With his temperament, after several consecutive failures, he was bound to get impatient. And the number one rule of talisman drawing is to never rush. Once you get impatient, everything goes to hell. Just as he predicted, Wu Yan's subsequent talismans all ended in failure. On the other hand, another disciple named Mai Chun had already succeeded twice by his seventh sheet. If he could succeed just once more in the next 3 tries, he'd have a chance to join the Shui Long sect. This came as a bit of a surprise to Wu Wenbin, because Mai Chun was usually unremarkable. He wasn't flashy at all. Even his daily talisman drawing had a success rate that was neither high nor low. Among Wu Wenbin's many disciples, he was considered strictly average. The only thing that left an impression on Wu Wenbin was how incredibly neat Mai Chun was. Whether it was his daily clothes or the tools on his desk, even the talismans he drew were all perfectly orderly. As for Ji Yuan, Wu Wenbin glanced over. Seeing that he still hadn't started even now, he assumed the boy was preparing to give up. One disciple after another failed. Even Wu Yin didn't succeed again until his 9th sheet. But immediately after, his 10th sheet was another failure. 2 successes out of 10. Naturally, he had no chance of joining the Shui Long sect. This result was already within Wu Wenbin's expectations. Wu Yin cursed under his breath. He finally put down his brush and stood up to leave the booth. Mai Chun was in the booth next to him. After his 7th success, his 8th and 9th attempts both failed. Wu Wenbin also thought that none of his disciples would make it into the Water Dragon sect this time. He couldn't help but think of Lu Guan. He wondered if she were here, 3 Heavenly Light talismans would probably be a piece of cake for her. Too bad she couldn't make it today. But right at that moment, in one of the small booths, the spiritual energy flared. Immediately after, a young man in white suddenly stood up. His eyes were full of joy. His 3rd Heavenly Light talisman was a success. Mai Chun happily put down his brush. He grabbed the 3 talismans and ran out of the booth. It wasn't until he saw Mai Chun's figure that Ku Yuan, who had been deep in thought, snapped out of it. He realized quite a bit of time had passed. He hurriedly picked up the brush, the standard brush provided by the Water Dragon sect. He took a sheet of standard talisman paper. He took a deep breath and looked up. The words Level 1 Talisman Room were still clear before his eyes. Recalling the first stroke of the Heavenly Light Talisman, he dipped the brush in ink. He focused and began to draw. He completed the talisman in one smooth motion. Seeing that he had succeeded on his very first try, Ku Yuan was also a bit surprised. He picked up the paper, poured spiritual energy into it, and with a flash of snow-white light, the first Heavenly Light talisman was complete. Wu Yin had just stepped out and turned around, happening to see the moment Ku Yuan finished the talisman. He stopped in his tracks. He didn't expect Ku Yuan to have such skill. The Heavenly Light talisman was so obscure, yet Ku Yuan could succeed on his first try. It made him immediately think that Ku Yuan must have studied this talisman extensively before, and he wasn't just a beginner. He was at least at the proficient level. But Wu Wenbin didn't think so. He had just watched Ku Yuan go from being unfamiliar to getting the hang of it. He was clearly copying it on the spot. That meant he had definitely never drawn a heavenly light talisman before. He had simply memorized the runes. So this time, even if it wasn't his first time drawing it, it wasn't far from it. The one who shared this thought was the water dragon sect cultivator on duty, Hong Tuan. He was qualified to be the regional examiner. The talismans in this selection naturally came from the Talisman Hall within the Four Treasures Hall of the Water Dragon sect, and he was one of the standouts there. When it came to drawing talismans, he was already a rank 1 high-grade talisman master. If Wu Wenbin could see Ku Yuan's transition from novice to proficient, Hong Tuan certainly could too, succeeding on the first try. He just wasn't sure if it was dumb luck or genuine talent. Feeling bored, Hong Tuan found himself becoming interested, if even they were this surprised. Imagine the cultivators watching from the sidelines. They thought seeing my Chan get in was already a rare sight. They didn't expect to find another expert among the candidates. Some thought that if he succeeded again, Ku Yuan might also join the Water Dragon sect, but others thought it would be difficult. After all, even young Master Wu had succeeded once at the start, and look how that turned out. Especially since Ku Yuan looked like he was drawing this for the first time. There was no way it would be that easy. The one who was just as surprised was Ku Yuan himself, the one actually drawing the talisman. He didn't expect his luck to be this good today. Normally at home, if he drew a new talisman in the talisman room, he'd have to fail a dozen or 20 times before getting it right. Even in the enlightenment room, it took nearly 10 tries to succeed. So being able to succeed on the first try here was pure, unadulterated luck. Even Ku Yuan had to admit that. He looked at the heavenly light talisman in his hand, set it aside, and looked up. He realized everyone outside was staring at him. Curiosity, surprise, envy, jealousy, all sorts of gazes were fixed on him. Among them, Wu Yen still had that mocking look. Ku Yuan ignored him. He picked up another sheet of talisman paper. With the experience from the first time, plus the fact that after learning the heavenly light talisman, he automatically received the support effect of the talisman room, increasing his success rate by 20%. So this time was even smoother. As Ku Yuan poured his spiritual energy in, the second heavenly light talisman was a success once again. It was so smooth that even Ku Yuan could hardly believe it. The onlookers outside were stunned. Even Wu Wenbin found it hard to believe. You could call the first success a stroke of luck. But 2 in a row? Could a blind cat really catch 2 fish at once? Even if he could lie to others, he couldn't lie to himself. Wu Wenbin had to admit that Ji Yuan's talent for talismans was likely off the charts. Otherwise, he couldn't have pulled this off. Wu Yen stood nearby. His eyes flickered. His face was flushed one moment and pale the next. He had thought Ji Yuan was nothing special. Now it seemed he was the one who was nothing special. Wu Wenbin gave him a cold look, but he quickly put on a friendly smile. He remarked that the luck of the market must be quite good. It looked like they were about to have another Shui long sect cultivator. He looked genuinely happy for Ji Yuan. Hong Tuan smiled back and agreed. A heavenly spiritual root had even appeared this time. However, his eyes never left Ji Yuan. With such high talent for talismans, he had to recruit him into the Four Treasures Hall. It was just a shame his spiritual root was a bit lacking. He even considered sending word to his master to see if he would take Ji Yuan as a disciple. Hong Tuan was already planning for Ji Yuan's future in the sect, but Ji Yuan was in a bit of a bind. He'd already succeeded twice. With 8 sheets left, he felt that even if he drew with his eyes closed, he'd probably succeed at least once more. And if he succeeded one more time, he'd have to join the Shui Long sect. That wouldn't do, because if he joined now, his cultivation speed would probably be even slower than on the outside. Ji Yuan looked at the remaining paper in his hand. He wanted to say he was quitting, but that would look too fake. If he drew them and failed 8 times in a row, it would still look a bit suspicious. But at least he'd be putting on an act. Quitting outright would be like not even trying to hide it. Ji Yuan first turned off the effects of his talisman room. Then he picked up the brush. The 3rd sheet failed, the 4th failed, and so on. Watching the 10th sheet burst into flames in his hand, Ji Yuan put on a look of deep regret. He walked out of the room, looking dejected. He returned to Hong Tuan and handed back his wooden token. Hong Tuan was a bit surprised, but not overly so. In Cloud Rain Marsh, there were plenty of people qualified to join the Shui Long sect who chose not to. Wu Wenbin was one of them. Hong Tuan didn't know why Ji Yuan was staying at the market, but he could tell the boy was holding back. He smiled and spoke with feigned disappointment. Ji Yuan just sighed along with him. Then Hong Tuin said Ji Yuan was still young. Coming back in 3 years would be just as good. After saying that, he took a transmission talisman from his waist and tossed it to Ji Yuan. He said he might not be at this market next time, but no matter where he was, he'd send Ji Yuan a message. When the time came, Ji Yuan just had to find him. As for Ji Yuan intentionally holding back and not joining the sect for now, Hong Tuin didn't mind much. Many in Cloud Rain Marsh were like that. Some wanted to wait until their cultivation was higher. Others simply didn't want to join through the 100 Arts path. Because once you join through talismans, you have to spend all your time drawing them. You aren't as free as those who join through raw strength. Ji Yuan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to be so highly regarded just by taking the exam. But either way, being valued was a good thing. He took the precious transmission talisman and clasped his hands in thanks. Hong Tuin told him not to call him senior. Just Senior Brother Hong would do. Ji Yuan naturally followed suit and called him Senior Brother Hong. Hong Tuin nodded with a smile. Then he turned to Wu Wenbin. He gave a meaningful smile. He reminded him to take good care of his junior brother while he stayed at the market. Wu Wenbin, of course, agreed immediately. The smile on his face grew even brighter. Then Hong Tuin turned to face the others. His tone wasn't nearly as pleasant anymore. He urged anyone else who wanted to take the exam to hurry up. Wu Wenbin also looked at Ji Yuan. He smiled and said they should see each other more often. He invited Ji Yuan to visit the Wu family whenever he was free. Ji Yuan smiled and clasped his hands in return. He said he definitely would next time. He nodded to the surrounding cultivators. Then he turned and disappeared into the crowd. After leaving the talisman area, he headed over to the alchemy section to take a look around. But he couldn't see the exam results from there. He didn't run into Wu Lin's family either, so he headed back. Just as he returned, he suddenly heard a loud, echoing roar coming from the direction of the marsh. The sound was distant yet vast, seemingly spreading across the entire Cloud Rain Marsh. Ji Yuan turned to look and saw several streaks of light flash across the sky. They landed in the open area of the market. 5 people had set out for the selection, but only 3 returned. There was the pale, middle-aged man, Han Feiyu, and Dong Xian, wearing a dark green robe. She carried an air of mature grace. She didn't seem to be injured at all. Along with them was Qin Long, who was bleeding from his eyes, nose, and ears. He was barely standing. The other 2 didn't make it back. The young cultivator announced that Han Feiyu and Dong Xian had officially joined the Shui Long sect. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in cheers. Han Feiyu and Dong Xian hurried to thank the crowd. It was a rare sight for Ji Yuan to see late-stage Qi refining cultivators thanking early-stage ones. But he understood this was a one-time thing. The next time they met, they would be high and mighty sect disciples. Meanwhile, the heavily injured Qin Long struggled to steer his boat away. Ji Yuan waited there for a long time. As the exams concluded, the Shui Long sect disciples also departed. Once the excitement died down, the crowd gradually dispersed. Ji Yuan waited all day, but never saw Lu Guan. He assumed she had gone to a different market. But just as he was about to leave, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Everyone else was leaving the open area, but she was just arriving from the outside. Not only that, she seemed to be badly injured. Her mouth was bruised. She was even limping as she walked. Ji Yuan saw her, and she saw Ji Yuan. Seeing her state, Ji Yuan naturally intended to go over and check on her. But Lu Guan shook her head from within the crowd. She looked miserable, yet there was a flash of determination in her eyes. Ji Yuan immediately guessed what had happened. But so what? His expression remained unchanged. He didn't even break his stride. When he reached Lu Guan's side, he only paused for a moment. He handed her something and then walked away. From start to finish, neither of them said a word. Only after Ji Yuan was gone did Lu Guan look at what was in her hand. It was a piece of blood essence weighing half an ounce. Ji Yuan thought about who could have attacked Lu Guan. It was likely no one other than the Wu family. It was just such a dirty tactic. So dirty it was sickening. In his opinion, if the Wu family felt Lu Guan wasn't good enough, they should have just killed her instead of humiliating and torturing her like this. Making things difficult for her at the market was one thing. But now, with the Shui Long sect selection happening, they had beaten her so badly that she couldn't even participate. Watching her chance to change her life vanish before her eyes, That kind of blow was more than most people could bear. Sitting on his wind-piercing boat on the way home, Ji Yuan couldn't help but recall the faces of the Wu father and son. Wu Yin was still young, after all. He couldn't hide his feelings and had shown his true colors back there. But that old man, Wu Wenbin, was different. Every time Ji Yuan thought of him, that smiling face came to mind. That kind of person, in his opinion, there was a perfect term for them. A smiling tiger. Recalling Lu Guan's appearance just now, Ji Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He wanted help, but for the most part his hands were tied. If he were at the late stage of qi refining or the so-called peak at level 10, he wouldn't need to say a word. Even if Lu Guan didn't ask, he'd storm the Wu residence and demand an explanation. Unfortunately, he was only at level 6. Giving her half an ounce of blood essence to save her life was already the best he could do. Ji Yuan couldn't give her anything else. Or rather, even if he did, she wouldn't be able to keep it. He could only wonder what choice she would make. Ji Yuan didn't know. And the Lin couple sitting behind him didn't understand why he was so silent on the way home. It wasn't until they reached the small house by the lake and said their goodbyes. Lin Hu and Wu Qin went back to their home. They were silent for a long time. Finally, Lin Hu took the initiative and suggested they have a child. Wu Qin hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she nodded in agreement. They had discussed this before, but back then, they wanted to wait a few years because it felt too early. But after seeing that heavenly spiritual root at the market today, their thoughts had changed. Their own spiritual roots weren't great. Their talent was lacking. But what about the next generation? What if they also gave birth to a heavenly spiritual root like the one they saw today? Then wouldn't they also be able to soar to the heavens in a single bound? This was the mindset of most fishermen at the pier market and even throughout the Cloud Rain Marsh. If they couldn't make it, they poured everything into the next generation. In the Wu family's main hall, Wu Wenbin and Wu Yin sat facing each other. Both father and son were frowning deeply. Wu Yin was feeling a bit regretful now. He thought that if he had known, he should have found a chance to kill Ku Yuan earlier, instead of waiting until now, when the opponent's momentum had already built up. But hearing this, Wu Wenbin almost laughed out of frustration. He reminded Wu Yin of what they had seen at the pier today. Ku Yuan's talent for talismans was far beyond Wu Yan's or even his own. Even Lu Guan couldn't compare to him. Succeeding twice in a row with the Heavenly Light Talisman on his first try, even Hong Tuan, a formal disciple of the Water Dragon sect, had shown a desire to recruit him. He was even willing to step in and protect him, calling him junior brother. Hong Tuan's final words that day, according to Wu Wenbin, were clearly a warning to him. The Wu family might have some influence at the pier market, but they were nothing in front of the Water Dragon sect. Forget the whole sect. Even Hong Tuan alone could crush the Wu family like an ant. Wu Wenbin's words made Wu Yin break into a cold sweat. His face even turned a bit pale. Wu Wenbin added that if anything happened to Ku Yuan, then 3 years from now, during the next Water Dragon sect selection, Hong Tuan would definitely come looking for the Wu family. So for these next 3 years, not only could they not touch Ku Yuan, but they might even have to back him up at critical moments. At this point, Wu Wenbin took a letter out of his storage bag and tossed it to Wu Yin. Wu Yin opened it and saw that it was also about Ku Yuan. The letter detailed an event from New Year's Day that year. Ku Yuan had been given pointers on spells by a Water Dragon sect cultivator in front of the 100 Treasure Pavilion. And that cultivator definitely wasn't Hong Tuan. That meant Ku Yuan was being favored by 2 different Water Dragon sect cultivators at the same time. Thinking of this, Wu Yin cried out in disbelief. He couldn't understand what Ku Yuan had done to deserve this. Wu Wenbin just gave a cold laugh. He scolded Wu Yin, saying he was 32 years old and only reached Qi refining level 6 because of his father, plus his status as a rank 1 mid-grade talisman master. But what about Ku Yuan? He was only 19 after the new year, already at Qi refining level 6, and his talisman skills were even higher than Wu Yan's. That was why Wu Wenbin almost roared as he asked what Ku Yuan relied on. Wasn't it exactly that kind of raw talent? Veins popped on Wu Yan's forehead. He clenched his fists tightly. He tried to speak several times, but couldn't find the words. In the end, Wu Wenbin made the final decision. After weighing the options, Wu Wenbin decided that Ku Yuan was someone who knew when to advance and when to retreat. He told Wu Yin to send a generous gift to Ku Yuan in the Wu family's name. Wu Yin was silent for a moment, then asked what if he didn't accept it. Wu Wenbin said whether he accepted it or not was his business. But at least the Wu family's stance would be clear. Even if they couldn't be friends, they shouldn't become enemies. Although Wu Yin hated the idea, he had to admit that his father's way of handling things was the most logical. Then he asked about Lu Guan. Wu Wenbin tapped his fingers on the table. He said the old blind man from the Tan family had stepped in. He was willing to protect her for 3 years. He promised to get her into the water dragon sect during the next election 3 years from now. The condition was that she had to draw talismans for the Tan family for free during those 3 years. Hearing this, Wu Yin jumped out of his chair. He argued that they couldn't allow that. Because if Lu Guan actually joined the water dragon sect, the Wu family would be in big trouble. Wu Wenbin gave him a cold look. He insulted his son's intelligence, telling him to use his useless head to think. With the old blind man's character, how could he possibly help Lu Guan join the sect? He just wanted a talented talisman master with no background to use for free for 3 years. And 3 years later, he'd just kill her. Why waste so many words? Hearing that, Wu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He sat back down, thinking it was lucky no water dragon sect cultivator had taken an interest in Lu Guan. Wu Wenbin added impassively that Lu Guan had received so many benefits from the Wu family. Yet she had turned around and betrayed them, so it wouldn't hurt to let her suffer a bit more. After all, the old blind man only agreed to protect Lu Guan, not her family. Wu Yin said he would make sure to handle that part well. Whenever he remembered Lu Guan's attitude when she rejected him, his heart filled with even more resentment. After returning home, Ku Yuan first dealt with the status of his structures. Then he went to the storage room, or rather, the enlightenment room. After today's events, he felt the importance of strength more than ever. If his cultivation couldn't break through for now, then he'd try to complete the Yin Ghost array. With this array in hand, Ku Yuan felt that even against a late-stage Qi refining cultivator, he would have the right to speak up. That was why he had bought several introductory books on arrays at the peer market. According to the information Ku Yuan had from his previous inheritance, Yin ghosts born from filth love to eat Yin objects. They hide within the Yin ghost flag. If nurtured well, their strength will continue to grow. At the same time, they feed back into the flag. As for the Yin objects used to feed them and the bone-rotting flowers from Black Mist Island, he kept them in the Ghost Island Master's storage bag. Just like now, he took out a small vial of Heavenly Mincy's blood from the bag. He poured it into a prepared basin and took out the Yin ghost flag. The 2 Yin ghosts inside rushed out. They immediately dove into the basin. The 2 dark shadows made constant licking sounds. And with every swallow, the black mist around them grew thicker. Seeing this, Ji Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. He originally had 4 Yin ghosts, but he had killed 2 of them himself. However, on second thought, if all 4 were together, they would grow much slower. Just like the Ghost Island Master, who had raised them for so long, yet they were only at level 4 Qi refining. If he focused on raising just 2, they might have reached level 5 long ago. Ji Yuan estimated that with another half-month of feeding, these 2 would likely reach level 5. The only problem was that the Yin objects left by the Ghost Island Master were almost gone. He'd have to find a new source himself. Thinking of that, he wondered where he could find more Yin objects. But he decided to wait until after his breakthrough to figure it out. The most urgent task was to modify this Yin ghost array. Right after that, he closed his eyes. He recalled the memories of the Yin ghost flag. A long while later, Ji Yuan set up the Yin ghost array in the tomb chamber. He didn't make it too large, only taking up a small portion of the room. He also placed several first-grade aura-concealing talismans on the walls. The black array patterns appeared. Ji Yuan walked around, observing them. According to the array manuals he'd read, standard arrays usually have dedicated slots for spirit stones. When needed, spirit stones can be placed in these slots. Then the array patterns will automatically activate. But this Yin ghost array had no such slots, and even the memories didn't mention their location. If it did, the Ghost Island Master wouldn't have left it in its current state. Since that was the case, Ji Yuan felt he had to add some spirit stone slots himself into this Yin ghost flag setup. The only question was where to put them. He rubbed his chin. He frowned in deep thought. He paced back and forth within the array. He tried testing each node one by one. But every time he picked a node and followed the pattern, he found a dead end. A dead end meant spiritual energy couldn't flow through the pattern to the rest of the array. It would definitely fail upon activation. After thinking it over carefully and still finding no lead, Ji Yuan had to stop for now. He planned to check more books for any records and cultivate for a bit while he was at it. These days, Ji Yuan rarely cultivated by relying on absorbing the stray spiritual energy in the air. Especially now that his pigsty had reached level 2. It could produce 10 spirit stones a day. Plus, he could draw mid-grade talismans now. Most of the time, Ji Yuan would first take a spirit gathering pill. Then he'd use spirit stones to begin his cultivation. He still ate spirit eggs, as usual, but he used the shells to feed the spirit pigs or sold them as fish feed. Ji Yuan was long past the age of having to gnaw on eggshells. The next morning, Wu Yan knocked on Ji Yuan's courtyard door. He personally brought a grand gift. Ji Yuan estimated that if converted to spirit stones, this gift was worth 70 or 80. It was a heavy gift, so Ji Yuan refused it. Wu Yan remembered Wu Wenbin's instructions. As long as the gesture was made, it was enough. Seeing that Ji Yuan wouldn't accept it, he didn't push. He exchanged a few pleasantries and left. Throughout the whole process, he didn't show any attitude. Instead, he was all smiles. Ji Yuan saw Wu Wenbin's shadow in him. He was a smiling tiger through and through. Ji Yuan closed the door and continued his cultivation. But just one day later, his door was knocked on again. This time it was Lin Hu, looking at the fish basket on his back. Ji Yuan guessed he had just come back from selling fish at the docks. Lin Hu called out to him. His expression was grim. Ji Yuan naturally assumed Lin Hu had run into trouble again and was looking for help. If it was borrowing spirit stones, that was fine. If it was something else, he'd have to think about it. Lin Hu said he heard a rumor while selling fish at the market, but he didn't know if it was true. When Ji Yuan asked what it was, Lin Hu said people were saying Uncle Lu had been killed. He was murdered while out on his fishing boat. Ji Yuan was stunned. Lin Hu added that the man was Lu Guan's father, Lu Song. Back then, before Lu Song's family moved away, they also lived near this lakeshore. They had some friendship with Lin Yue, just not as close as with Ji Yuan's family. This news was indeed a bit surprising to Ji Yuan. He thought the Wang family wouldn't go that far, but he didn't expect them to actually do such a thing. When he asked further about Lu Wan, Lin Hu only shook his head, saying he didn't know. To be honest, this news still had some impact on Ji Yuan. So after Lin Hu finished speaking, he specifically took a trip to the first level market. Sure enough, he heard quite a few people gossiping. After all, the previous conflict between Lu Wan and the Wang family had become a topic of conversation for many. Now that a murder had occurred, and the deceased was a middle-stage qi refining cultivator. Naturally, there were even more people watching the spectacle. Ji Yuan thought for a moment, and then went to the Lu family's house, only to find the main gate still tightly locked. After asking the neighbors on both sides, he found out that since before the new year, Lu Wan's family had already moved away. Ji Yuan didn't know where their new home was, so he had no choice but to return home. A few days later, he heard another piece of news, saying that the Qin family had protected Lu Wan, and also declared that the matter with the Wang family ended here. If there was any more trouble, the Qin family would intervene. Thus, the long-standing grudge was forcibly brought to a temporary end. Ji Yuan thought that probably the Qin family and the Wang family, the two great clans of the first level market, had reached some kind of secret agreement. Half a month later, Ji Yuan met Lu Wan, who came to his door wearing mourning clothes. She came to pay back the blood essence money. Meeting again now, the liveliness in her eyes from before was gone. They had become like a pool of stagnant water, but also like a deep well. One couldn't see her true thoughts. Ji Yuan refused several times, but seeing her firm attitude, he had to accept it. Just as he saw her about to leave, Ji Yuan hesitated for a moment, and then softly reminded her that the Qin family wasn't trustworthy either. Hearing this, Lu Wan's gaze changed slightly, but it was quickly hidden. She only said she knew and told him not to worry. Ji Yuan didn't say anything more, because he had said all he could, and since Lu Wan could say that, she likely really had a plan. Then Lu Wan asked Ji Yuan if he also intended to join the Water Dragon sect. Ji Yuan smiled and said that in this first level market, who wouldn't want to join the Water Dragon sect? Lu Wan took a deep breath. Finally, she said, then let's meet again at the Water Dragon sect. Although Ji Yuan didn't understand her meaning, he still nodded in response. 2 months passed just like that. With the support of the Enlightenment Room, Ji Yuan finally successfully modified this flawed ghost formation. With the 5 spirit stone slots driven by 5 spirit stones, the Een Ghost formation was finally complete. Ji Yuan looked at the fully repaired Een Ghost flag in his hand. He allowed a long sigh of relief. Whether he truly had a talent for formations or simply relied on the help of the Enlightenment Room, this could be considered his own effort. Now that the formation was complete, even against a late-stage Qi refining cultivator, he could hold his own for a while. Ji Yuan prepared to leave the island, to find a small, uninhabited island to test this fully improved Een Ghost formation. Walking from the house to the front yard, the 2 peach trees on the right were in full bloom. The faint scent of peach blossoms spread throughout the yard, also attracting many bees and butterflies. Looking at these peach trees, Ji Yuan suddenly remembered a few days ago when Ling'er came to play. He had promised that when the peaches bore fruit this year, he would let her eat them. It's just that looking at these 2 saplings that weren't even taller than a person, whether they could bear fruit this year was still a mystery. Stepping out the door and seeing no one else, Ji Yuan summoned the Black Wind boat and quietly left. Half an hour later, a nameless deserted island in the Cloud Rain Marsh was suddenly filled with a surge of black mist. Immediately after, a wave of sinister Een energy diffused in all directions, causing the nearby fish to scatter in terror.